Technology University, Professor Dheeraj Bora, all respected invited speaker, chairman of this session, Professor Alika Khade, all the participants. I am very pleased to invite you all in this third day technical session, fifth of this conference. And today, technical sessions will be shared by Professor Alika Khade. I would like to introduce Professor Khade. She is one of the most senior professor of IIT Guwahati, and her academic and research interests are laser photonics, laser physics, laser spectrography, laser plasma interactions, nonlinear optics, instrumentation, etc. She has over 100 publications in national and international journal and outstanding book. I think 6 or 7. She has a book in her credit, and she has been associated with this university for a long time also. And Dr. Khade is also one of the chairman of our board of studies. I welcome Professor Khade and also express thanks that you have accepted our invitations. Thanks, and now this is over to you, Madam, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. So this is an interesting session of the this conference, which is the last day of the conference, and we have three invited talks, and they are very much relevant to particularly the present day scenario of pandemic through which all of us are going. So I'm quite sure that it will obviously tell us what is the reality on ground, because most of us are, I know that we are baffled by the media because they are just sending left and right without analyzing properly and keeping us a bit more squarey kind of a thing. So the very first talk is by Professor Ashok Das, Department of Urban and Regional Planning, College of Social Sciences, University of Hawaii, USA. So Professor Das has done his PhD in urban planning from the University of California. And before that, he did his MArch and MA in environmental planning and management from Kansas State University. And he is a graduate in B.Arch from School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. So one can see that it is a very wide spectrum of Professor Das, and I'm quite sure that it will be very interesting. So today he will be enlightening us on COVID-19, lessons for sustainable cities, seeking synergy between education and planning. So over to Professor Das, and the time allotted to you by the organizer is 50 minutes. I will just give you an alarm at after completing the 45 minutes. So over to Professor Das.
Sure. Thank you so much for the generous introduction, Dr. Khade. Also, I would like to express my thanks to Dr. Dheeraj Bora, as well as Dr. Phukon, who's the registrar at ASTU, for inviting me to give this, this talk. So let me just share my screen first, I think, and then let's see. Let's see. Give me some. One second. can you see the screen now?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Yes, you just go into the presentation. Yeah, fine.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, fine.
Okay, thank you. All right. So, so when Dr. Bora and Dr. Fukon invited me to give this talk, I had a quick discussion with them on what would be a possible topic. So my talk today is not exactly a research presentation. It is based on a lot of secondary research as well as some of my primary research, but I'm trying to talk about how we can learn about the need for planning and planning education, especially in countries like India and a lot of the developing countries, from the experience of COVID-19. So why is there an urgency, or why should we feel a greater urgency because of the COVID-19 experience? So the overview and sort of emphases of my talk are going to be on the first part will be on talking about sustainable development in cities. For a lot of people, urban planning is not necessarily a very familiar field. And so I think it will be a little useful to understand how cities and sustainability are linked and what role does planning have to play in that, and also the role of education. Then the second part is going to focus on, highlight some of the specific impacts that the pandemic has had on the lives of the urban poor, especially in developing countries and countries like India. Then that will lead on to a little bit of sort of discussion on how does urbanization happen and how does it relate to informality. Then I'll go on to talk a little bit about the need for greater synergy between education and planning, the two sectors, the two important sectors of development. And then finally, how can we make planning education better in order to achieve this goal of having sustainable cities? All right. So in general, when we talk about development, especially in developing countries like ours, development has not necessarily always been very focused on the role of education. I mean, so the role of the focus on, say, poverty alleviation, on agriculture, and other sectors like water and sanitation. These kinds of things have been much greater, but education as a sector has not been the focus until very recently. So this is the on the screen you can see that's the cover of the World Bank report called the World Development Report, which comes out every year. So they have only recently started to talk about, and this is from 2018. So before 2018, I mean, the World Bank had not devoted much effort, let's say, to education. However, the Asian Development Bank has had a bigger sort of in Asia focus on education, but still it's kind of a separate sector. It's not really very connected to sort of regular planning and development. That's the point I'm trying to make here. All right, so many of you probably know about or have heard about the Sustainable Development Goals. So these are about 17 different goals for the sustainable development of the planet. And there is a bigger role for planning highlighted through some of these goals. So these are the goals set by the United Nations, and all the United Nations countries, the nations are signatories to the Sustainable Development Goals, or at least most of them. So in this one, there are, so like say, for example, the first one is that by 2030, there should be no poverty. By 2030, there should be no hunger. So these are some of the goals, as you can see on the screen by numbers. There are two interesting ones, which I'm going to focus on more today. So number 4 is on quality education. And this is education across the board, from primary education all the way up to higher education. And 11 is something called sustainable cities and communities. This sustainable cities and communities is the one which is very squarely or directly related to the role of urban planning. Now, urban planning has influences a lot of the different goals. For example, goal 1, 6, 7, etc. But the link between goal 4 and goal 11, that's education and planning, is probably the weakest. And so increasingly there is a realization that I think this should not be the case, and that these two goals should be working together. And so today in my talk, I'm going to try to throw a little more light on that part. So anyway, what happened? Okay. So this focus on sustainable development is not something which is very new, but it has definitely taken the front seat in terms of development speak today, and in terms of the development agenda. So the earliest sort of origins of this idea can go back to about 1992, when there was something called called Agenda 21, which talked about providing a lot of things for the poor people in cities. So I'm trying to focus on the connection between sustainable development and cities here, right? So Agenda 21 is probably the first one which talked about the role of cities and the role of shelter particularly, and sort of human resource development and other things, which are all part of sustainable development. So most recently in 2016, there is something called the New Urban Agenda, which was signed again by most of the UN member nations. And this is the agenda of the UN Habitat, which is the UN organization that deals with cities and human settlements. And every 20 years, they have a big sort of an event in which they come up with goals for the next 20 years. So this New Urban Agenda sets the tone for the next 20 years. In this, the focus on cities again is very, very strong this time. And the focus within cities is on things like equity and social justice, and also on sustainability, and how the concept of sustainability is tied to the goals of environmental justice, social justice, and inclusiveness. Similarly, there was another report that came out from the UN Habitat about the same time, a little before the New Urban Agenda. And that also focuses on some things that I'm going to highlight in my talk today. And that is about the role of the informal sector, the role of slums and informal settlements, as well as the role of providing urban services, better urban services, and the need for doing that urgently. So today there are lots of these different sort of frameworks and agendas that are driving urban development and planning across the developing world, but also in the developed world. Like sustainable development goals don't just apply to the developing countries, they apply to the whole world. So still sort of the connection between education and planning still seems weaker in the general consciousness and the understanding. So when planning or urban planning, the role of urban planning, so the field of urban planning in some places is called urban and regional planning. In India, in some places it's called town and country planning. Some places it's called community planning. So they're broadly all different kind of terminology for the same concept in a way. So today when one says city planning or urban planning, one automatically implies the role of regional planning, because cities have become so big and they are like small regions. So that's why we have metropolitan regions and so on and so forth. So for planners, one of the operating sort of frameworks is this thing called the sustainability triangle. And in this, you see that there are three things. One is, of course, environmental protection, or that's like the most obvious kind of need for, sustainability concerns. But there's also the need to sort of balance that with economic development, which means impacts on the environment, and also to sort of mitigate the impacts on society, and ensure that everyone benefits from that. Those are the concepts of equity and social justice. So somewhere in the middle of this triangle, among these tensions, lies the elusive sort of goal of sustainability, in a way. Okay, so let me shift gears a little bit. So that's a little bit of the background on what is this concept of sustainable development, how does it matter for cities? And now let's see what is COVID-19 doing, and I'm specifically going to shift to the impacts on education. So even before COVID, for instance, there has been this thing called, what is called by education experts as a learning crisis. That means there are so many children around the world who don't even go to school. So there are about 260 million children who don't even get to go to school. Then there's something called learning poverty, which is that despite going to school, the quality of education and the quality of human resource development remains very, very unsatisfactory. So this has to do with how kids read and do mathematics at a certain level. And so when children are not able to do that threshold level of performance, it's called learning poverty. So in the middle income countries, there are about 53% of the children are, prone to learning poverty, and about 80% of the population in the poorest countries, right? But there's also this very strong correlation between education and human capital development, and how human capital development leads to wealth accumulation. So the role or the difference between the richer and the poorer nations is very stark. So in as you can see by the figures that I have on the screen. Now, many experts already feel that Sustainable Development Goal 4, which is education for all, will not be met by 2030. You know, at best, about 50 to 60% of, the goal might be met. But still, that is not reason why we should not be pursuing this. Now, under COVID-19, there has been a lot of, like what we're doing right now, there's a lot of optimism that maybe the answer or a magic solution lies in remote learning, and that is the answer. But that's actually not very true, because the access to remote learning is very, very small for those who are in the lower and middle income countries. So only about 36%, that is just over a third of the people, have access to, the kind of wireless technology that you do need for facilitating remote learning. Anyway, so also now, focusing on the role of Sustainable Development Goals 4 and 7, COVID-19 has exposed the need to have cities which are much more inclusive and equitable, meaning that everybody who lives in cities should have more or less, or at least, comparable levels of access to services and facilities and privileges, etc. But there are lots of inequities, as we can see, and the inequities fall very heavily, or they impact or the impacts of COVID-19 have been very disproportionately high, and they exacerbate the inequities that already exist. So for example, on the left-hand side of the screen, at the bottom of this infographic, you can see that only about 65% of the primary schools in developing countries actually have hand washing facilities, which is very necessary for preventing COVID-19, for instance, right? Then about 90% of all the children will be out of school, which is very risky, because like I mentioned earlier, that most people don't have access to remote learning, for instance. So there are all of these issues which are only going to make the sort of the access to decent livelihoods and decent living between the poor and the rich worse, Then on the right-hand side, this is about the COVID-19's impact on slums, for example. Now, about 24% of the people in 2018, the urban population, they live in slums, for example. And, the people who live in slums, their access to a lot of services is very, very poor compared to other parts. So there is already a lot of unequal access and inequity, and COVID-19 is only exacerbating a lot of these things. So let me just move on. So a lot of experts also feel that in India, the effects, because of the size of our population, because the size of our cities and the number of cities which are very big, the impact of COVID-19 is probably most dire is going to be most dire in India, actually, among many developing countries. So for instance, there are about 152 to 216 million people estimated who live in the dense urban slums of the big Indian cities. And that's a huge number. So there's just some examples. For example, the slum in Bangalore, for instance, has about 140,000 people. That is like 1.4 lakh people living within a 1 square kilometer area. And that density is found to be 12 times more than what the average density of Bangalore is. Similarly, in Mumbai, over 2,000 people in some slum that was surveyed had no access to piped water. And even those who had access, the consumption levels is much less than what the minimum WHO, the World Health Organization, recommended level is, which is about 50 liters per day. And then food security is a growing concern in many countries, including India. And but that means that the ability of people to sort of have healthy and adequate nutrition. That is what the concept of food security, and that is being really impaired by the pandemic's effects. Similarly, in Mumbai, it has been found that over 50%, 57% of the population has tested positive for antibodies. So in a way, we're very lucky that there haven't been higher fatalities. But that just shows that because of the density, and that, whereas in the rest of the city of Mumbai, the antibodies that have been found are only in 16% of the population. So that's a huge difference, which means that there has been a lot of spread, but thankfully, the fatalities have not been very high. But it just goes on to show how, the life in slums is so much more difficult, for instance. Okay. So now why should we care about planning and education, together? So that is because, planning's purpose is to serve the urban planning's purpose is to serve the public good. And its origins lie in similar sort of public health crises that happened about 100, 150 years ago, between 100, 120 years ago, I would say, in Western Europe and particularly the UK, as well as in the United States, where because of rapid industrialization, a lot of people were moving to cities, but at that time there was no urban planning as a profession, or the understanding was very poor. So a lot of the crises because of waterborne diseases like cholera, typhoid, etc., and other kinds of health emergencies led to, cities sort of intervening and creating better infrastructure and better regulations and laws, etc., that eventually sort of took, the form of modern urban planning in a way. So it has always had this role of of uplifting the public good. So education, therefore, is also something that the government handles, but as a public good, but it's not really something that planning has dealt with very closely, but it should. And it's also important because education improves the outcomes of, education in the general population improves the outcomes of a lot of efforts that are known as slum upgrading. So these are comprehensive efforts that try to improve the quality of the physical environment, the environmental conditions, the economic lives, as well as the social and human development levels of slums. So if you have a better educated population, you can deal better with people who live in slums and squatter settlements, for example. The other thing is there has been in much of the sort of Western countries where planning has been is a little more advanced in modern planning, quote unquote. There has been a very marked shift in what is called planning wisdom or planning knowledge. So we have seen that and this is also affecting how planning is done in the rest of the world, right? So there has been this shift from planning being only a very physical or spatial activity to increasingly dealing with environmental, social, and cultural issues. From planning's focus only being about trying to achieve efficiency and effectiveness in, say, infrastructure and service provision, to also focusing and ensuring equity and empowerment and justice, meaning the things that I was mentioning earlier, that that everyone should have similar kind of access to government interventions. Similarly, it has also become less technocratic today and more, the emphasis is to make it less technocratic and less exclusive to more inclusive, meaning involving a range of people, range of groups from the population in planning, making it more community-based and community-driven. And so that is also known as going from a more centralized or top-down approach, meaning, let's say, from everything being done in New Delhi to letting, cities do their own planning and enabling them to do that. And this being done with much greater participation of the local communities, etc. And also an understanding that the planner is no longer an expert or facilitator. Because the origins of planning, the earliest planners were architects and engineers, and these were skills, or these were skills and knowledge that were not really found in the general population. So, the role was, of the planner became that of an expert, but today it's to be more of a social learner and work together with a lot of other stakeholders in planning. And similarly, there have also been some epistemological shifts, meaning what are the knowledge bases on which the profession of planning is founded. So a lot of this scientific kind of rational positivist origins of planning are now shifting towards embracing a different, I mean, a range of plurality of ideas, indigenous knowledge. By indigenous knowledge, I mean like what in India we call, let's say, the scheduled tribes or the tribal groups. I mean, they also have knowledge and they have coexisted with the environments for a long time, but none of, I mean, that knowledge seems to have any role in contemporary planning. But increasingly, countries like New Zealand and Canada are showing the way on how actually these can be incorporated much more fruitfully and much more effectively. So anyway, so these are some of the major shifts that have happened within, let's say, the last 50, 60 years in the field of planning itself, right? Now, before going on, I just wanted to give a very quick snapshot that, as most of you probably are aware of, that the world is urbanizing very fast, meaning most of the people in the world now live in cities. And it's projected by that, you know, by the second half of the century, the vast majority of the people on the planet will be living in cities. So India is not yet a majority urban, I mean, society, but it will get there soon. So this is like a projection till, as you can see about 2050, and you can easily see that, you know, over 2/3 of the world will by then become, it's over 50% now, but it'll become easily more than 2/3 by the year 2050. These are the trends. So the line at the top shows you the high income countries. It means that since 1950, when they were about 60% urbanized, today I mean, most of the rich countries are about 90, almost close to 90% or over 80% urbanized. Low income countries, the lowest line that you see are also, I mean, they're lower, but they are rising very fast in terms of urbanization. So urbanization is a global phenomenon. So it is also sort of correlated with levels of development. So economic development results in more urbanization, and vice versa, that urbanization is good for the economy and also helps to sort of lift people out of poverty. And that is what has happened in the last, say, 30 years or so, 30 to 40 years in China and India particularly. So, but still, there are big differences into as how urbanization happens. So the map in the blue on the left-hand side shows you how, you know, the dark blue areas are the most urbanized, and you can see that they are correlated with the richer countries of the world, and the light blue areas are the ones which are less urbanized. Similarly, on the right-hand side, the darker reds show you areas where the slum population or the are also, I mean, slum populations are very high. So, I mean, what percentage of people live in slums in urban areas? So it is very, I mean, it's quite shocking to know that in some countries, you know, over 80%, 90% of the people who live in cities live actually in slum-like conditions or in slums. So in South Asia, which is in our neighborhood, that number is between about 25% to 40%, depending on the countries you look at, right? So when people, those people who live in slums and work sort of these odd jobs, or menial jobs, as we, I mean, derogatorily call, I mean, such professions, they are known to exist in what is called informality. I mean, or they have an informal existence, and they are in the informal sector. Now, this is a challenge to sustainable urbanization, because we don't even know actually how many people, governments don't have a very good measure on how many people live in informal settlements. And this was completely sort of brought to the fore with the COVID-19 experience in India, when we saw these lakhs and lakhs of, I mean, migrant workers walking back, and those very heart-rending images that we saw on television, for instance, right? And that's because the government actually didn't know how many people, I mean, city governments and national governments, state governments had no idea about how many people actually live here. Now, they are deemed illegal because they live in these kinds of settlements, and they also have no safety nets. They have very few safety nets. Means, I mean, they don't have any social security benefits or protections. They don't get pension. They don't have welfare. They don't have unemployment benefits, and so on and so forth. And these are the people who will be the most and the first affected by COVID-19. So when you have 50% or more, or 40% of a large city, living in slums, you can't just ignore it. And this is what COVID-19 has really shown us. It's not that urban experts and urban planning professionals have not known about this for a long time. Even governments have known that it's there, but I mean, no concerted effort has really been made in most countries to deal with this issue. But COVID-19 is showing that it can't just go on like that, because it's a pretty serious thing. It has repercussions for all of society. Similarly, in this graph, what you see is, that overall, the number of the black graph that is coming down is telling you like what is the total population that resides in informal sector in informal settlements around the world. That number has been dropping. So it's about less than 1 in 3 persons in the world, I mean, who's an urban dweller also happens to be a slum dweller. But the absolute numbers have been rising because population has been rising. So although the percentage has been going down in many cities, the absolute number of actually slum dwellers has been on the rise. And the light yellow part of the bar is what is Southern Asia here, or that's our, I mean, the SAARC neighborhood. And that is where you see actually that a lot of change has not happened. You know, that proportion has remained pretty much the same for a long time. Okay, so the UN Habitat, the UN organization that I mentioned to you earlier, the UN agency, I mean, that encapsulates a lot of what I have just said in terms of this simple sort of goal, that we need to go from a planned city. The planned city is like, you know, the very technocratic, very sort of rationalistic kind of planning, very much based on models and projections and all of that. But kind of not very related to the social or the cultural realities on the ground in a way. And this is where the planner is the technocrat, the bureaucrat, you know, or let's say the expert, and going to a more bottom up and a more inclusive. So we have to move from the planned city to what the UN Habitat is calling a city that plans. So that's a city that plans. Everybody who's part of the city is involved in planning. So on the left-hand side, I've highlighted that among the main things which one would guess that the role of planning is to provide infrastructure, land use. There are also things like you have to consider culture, and I've highlighted education. That the role of education in all of this is very important if we need to make that shift to go from a very exclusive and a very top-down kind of a planning paradigm to one that is more inclusive and bottom-up, and one that empowers communities, for example. Similarly, it also needs to integrate or embrace a lot of views, meaning these are all the different stakeholders. One of this group, major groups, is the residents. So everybody who resides in a city has, I mean, what some of the theorists or scholars call a right to the city. So it doesn't matter whether whether you have a ration card or a voter ID card or an Aadhaar card or not. You are a resident of the city. If you are a resident of the city, you should be able to have a say in how the city is built and governed and managed, etc. So these are the broad sort of concepts, but how do you put these into practice? That is the challenge, right? So the challenge is that planning recognizes that community development is very important today. Increasingly, if you want to deal with community development, or if you really want to make communities stronger, meaning the poor communities, the marginalized communities stronger in any city or any society, then you also need to understand the interconnectedness between a lot of things like health, education, youth, employment, crime, for example. Meaning if you are in poor health, your education is not going to be very useful, your cognitive development is impaired, then you become youth who are poorly skilled or not skilled, and therefore you don't get meaningful employment, and therefore, I mean, you might go into crime, or you take the easy way out, and that doesn't help, right? So that leads to greater poverty, greater inequality, and, you know, also informality. So, you know, it's not a technical problem, it's also a social problem, it's also a cultural problem, and we have to understand these things. Now, we are unable to deal with a lot of these things because planning institutions struggle, because they don't understand things, basic things like migration dynamics. Still, people don't understand why migration happens. So a lot of people believe that migration is permanent, that people move from villages to cities and just settle down. It's not true, actually. Increasingly, research on migration shows that migration is also cyclical and circular sometimes. And actually in India, some very fascinating research is coming out of places like the Center for Policy Research in Delhi, for example, which is saying that in India, actually some of the, pardon the siren in the back, are actually, cities are growing not because of migration, but because also of something that they call in situ urbanization, meaning places are just growing without migration. These are a lot of the smaller cities, for instance. So we don't understand, our planners, many planners, even trained planners, don't understand migration dynamics very well. Then if we have to deal with communities, if you have to deal with the social side and the cultural side of things, we need other kinds of knowledge and resources and skills, which we don't have. Also, there are lots of these perceptions and prejudice and poor information among the privileged classes in society about the unprivileged segments of society. And those things need to be disabused or sort of of rectified. And again, that effort is not done, right? So there are a lot of reasons why, despite planning recognizing that this needs to be done, planning is unable to address these issues very effectively. So in general, like I said, planning's role with, engagement with education has been very, very limited. So maybe the only obvious sort of link between planning and education is allocating space for educational sort of institutions and siting of these places. Like, okay, where is ASTU going to be located? Where is Assam Engineering College going to be located? That's about it, right? After that, there's very little engagement with planning or planners. Although planning and planners can bring a lot of information and sort of knowledge that is useful even sort of for managing or working with education, and can learn a lot from the education sector also. Similarly, even when it comes to allocating space, most of the space which is allocated through a plan or through a master plan or comprehensive plan was usually allocated for public institutions, not for private institutions. Increasingly, more and more people take avail of private education, whether they be schools or colleges or universities, but those are very poorly cited. That's why you find odd kinds of institutions in odd places. So anyway, the link has been very weak between planning and education, I would say, the education sector and the role of planning. But I think planning can play a more extensive and meaningful role. Because planning knows that if you try to make more mixed use, again, this doesn't necessarily apply in all the developing countries, but a lot of it applies also to the developed countries, because I'm talking about sustainable development goals overall. So in the richer countries, in the more developed countries, and that's the kind of model we are following, they are trying to actually achieve more mixed use, meaning putting residential, commercial, office, even other kinds of uses together. Because they had separated most of this, that residential is only residential and educational is only educational, and so on. And we tend to ape these models more and more, but the wisdom lies in actually leaving things more mixed, which is how things were in most of the developing countries. Similarly, there's something also very interesting, which is called the jobs housing balance. So it's not just about building housing, but you also need to provide jobs for people in those arenas, so that the cost of commuting and transportation is lowered, and that has impacts on the environment and sustainability and so on and so forth, right? So there are many ways in which actually dealing with the educational institutions and with the educational users in cities can be done better. Similarly, cities also provide, schools and universities also provide a lot of open space, which is at a premium in most developing cities. So for example, if you go to a poor neighborhood, there's no place to, go and say play, or there's no recreation facilities. Now, these are kinds of things that you could actually do better in schools. One of the examples for that kind of integrated development is Singapore, which is again a place which is, a society which is very deficient in space, so it has to make the best and the highest use possible, of the limited space that it has. And so, in Singapore, neighborhood schools double up as providing a lot of community facilities for the people who live in that neighborhood. For example, the recreational facilities, library facilities, sports facilities, etc. Anyway, also another thing is that if schools, if planning or the understanding of planning, what is the role of planning, why is planning done, why is it important, what is sustainability, and all of these things, if they're introduced early on to children, then I think they can become better citizens. And like we're saying, that planning needs to work with citizens in order to make the results more beneficial and effective. Now, that is going to be much easier if you have a more aware citizenry. So it's like, how children are taught civics in school, for instance, with the hope that they become better citizens. I think it is also important to introduce, and many countries are doing this. They're introducing a lot of, particularly things like disaster management, etc. Okay. So in India, the problem with planning has been that, the challenge of planning has been that we don't have enough, capacity to train as many planners that we need, right? So planning is projected to be the most one of the most growing fields, and the demand for planners is going to keep on rising because urbanization is going to keep on increasing, right? So, but there's a huge shortage of planners, right? So, for example, in a couple of years ago, this study found out that in the rich countries of the world, on average, there are about 215 urban planners for about a million population, right? Most of the developing countries in the Commonwealth under the British have less than 20, right? And even within countries, this varies. Now, let me show you some of the figures for India, right? So in India, for example, so in the UK, for instance, UK has one of the highest number of, the ratio of planners to population. So for every 100,000 people, 1 lakh population, they have 38 planners. A country like Nigeria has 1.44, India has 0.23. Okay, now you look at the states, right? So there are 28 states, 8 union territories. There are only 28 planning departments today, and a couple of them are very new. There are 14 states in India don't have any planning program or department in any university, right? India, the last available data are from 2001, when India had about 3,000 planners. In the 28 planning schools or departments that India has, about 600 planners are produced each year. And the projection by the ministry, by the government of India, is that we'll need about 300,000 planners by 2031. So we are nowhere close to reaching that. In the entire Northeast, there's only one planning program, and that is in Guwahati. Whereas states like Mizoram, for example, are among the most urbanized in the country, and Nagaland and Tripura are among the fastest urbanizing states in the country also, right? Now, this table that you see here, I had pointed out that even among the developing countries, these are all the Commonwealth countries, most of them, not all of them, sorry. But India's ratio of planners to population is probably there's only one country which is lower, and that is Malawi. So even most of the African countries have more planners. So the capacity is really lacking here. Now, a lot of these things that I said, there is hope, because there are examples which show that planning and education can work together. And this is best exemplified by this organization called SEEDS. So SEEDS is an NGO which is internationally famous now, has done a lot of work in South Asia, but also other parts of Asia. It's active in Pakistan, in Afghanistan also, and also in Southeast Asia. So this is actually an organization that was started by two planners. They were the first two planners, the graduates of India's first Bachelor of Urban, Physical Planning program, which was at the School of Planning and Architecture. And they graduated in 1993. And since then, in 1994, they set up SEEDS, and today it's an organization that shows how you can work with communities, how you need to focus on education, and their focus is on disaster management and sort of climate resilience. But a lot of the things they do are lessons for planning to learn in general on how to work with communities and how to use different kinds of knowledge and skills in order to achieve better outcomes. So, okay, so I think I've just got 2 more slides here. I'm pretty close, yeah. So again, so let me just remind us of the lessons from the COVID-19, right? So lessons from COVID-19 tell us that it is very important for us to, I think, look at how Sustainable Development Goal 4, which is education, and 11, which is about cities, sustainable development cities, can work together, because both of those are needed in order to address the pandemic's impacts on the informal sector where most of the poor people live, right? The second part is that it is that emerging research gives us a very nuanced understanding of urbanization processes and migration dynamics. And this needs to be understood by planners much better and imparted much better in planning education. So this whole idea of sort of excluding the informal sector, neglecting it, criminalizing it, that is all, that should all be abandoned as soon as possible, because it's not prudent. Similarly, we have to also understand what know about the informal sector. So we need to acknowledge it, map it, support it, and work with them, right? Now, interestingly, one of the slums which is very famous because of, many people know about it, but also because of the movie Slumdog Millionaire, it became really famous. Dharavi is one of the world's largest slums, which is in Mumbai. Interestingly, it had flattened the COVID-19 curve much before the city of Mumbai did. And even today, its infection rate, etc., is lower. And part of it is also because it has a very long history of working with civil society organizations and NGOs on a lot of planning related issues, including like water and sanitation, housing and housing redevelopment for slum dwellers, etc. So they are actually able to work much better with a multi-sectoral sort of framework, right? So Finally, planning and education institutions should seize this opportunity presented by this crisis and try to get a more synergistic approach towards this. Now, so finally, I think in terms of improving planning education, if I were to pick some specific sort of pointers, I would say that the overemphasis rather on technical, quantitative, and physical planning skills in curricula should be reduced. There should be greater, synergy or crossover between planning and design. So that is the architects and the landscape architects who do design and the planners who don't do design. And that leads to a lot of problems. And that's, elaborating on that is another lecture, but they need to converse more. Unfortunately, whether it be in India or abroad, there is very, very little, conversation between the design and the planning departments, although they might exist under the same roof, for example, right? Interdisciplinary learning is very important because a lot of the understanding about society, about these specifically vulnerable groups and the marginalized groups, is something that comes from other disciplines like sociology, even anthropology, political science. And a lot of the ideas that are at the forefront of, pushing our sort of our knowledge, these ideas about equity, inclusivity, diversity, these have emanated from other disciplines, and planning does engage with those, but I think it's very important to do this even more proactively. Similarly, the role of planning history, theory, and criticism should be emphasized much more. It's not done, satisfactorily at all in most of the planning programs in most, schools around the world, and especially in developing countries. It's very important to learn from what we've done before and know what was done wrong and how we can do it better. So to take a critical look at our past is very important. Similarly, there is also a need to develop, theories and sort of criticism kind of material that is also very context based. A lot of the, ideas and theoretical sort of frameworks we work with, although widely applicable, are ones that have originated in the West, and they're often infused with examples from the West which don't necessarily strike a chord with students in developing countries. So it is very important. So for example, understanding, say, racism, for instance, everybody will say that racism is an American problem between blacks and whites, but it's not so, because it exists in pretty much every society, for instance, right? Or for example, uh, some other kinds of inequalities and some other kinds of deep sort of problems that may seem unique to one society might actually exist in other society, but somebody has to be able to show that and connect better to one's own sort of environment. Finally, I think two last points are that it is also important to learn from doers. So although planning might not be doing a lot of these things that I'm suggesting, there are many people who do these things, and they are people who are working at the grassroots. So these could be activists, NGOs, other social science scholars, etc. And again, it is very important to work with these people, even to build our own sort of epistemological basis, as well as our material and our content, etc. And aside from the the skills like the technical skills and the modeling skills and the projection skills and the physical design skills and the geographic information skills, learning skills like outreach, facilitation, mediation, conflict resolution, these things are very important also for planners, because if you have to work inclusively with planning communities, etc., you also need to have these other so-called soft skills, which are not easy to acquire and are very, very essential. A lot of this can be learned by generally working more with civil society actors and the nonprofit sector. In places where this is done, this is much better. So India is at the forefront. Cities like Ahmedabad, Mumbai have a rich history of doing this. Similarly, one sees a lot of such efforts bearing a lot of good fruit in places like Bangkok and Indonesia and other countries, for example, in the region. So I think that's the last of my slides. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Das, for sticking to the time and very illuminating talk, particularly giving us a global scenario onto the urbanization strategy, planning, and the education. So we have a little time, so probably 2, 3 quick questions if you would like to entertain from the
Sure, I'm happy
audience
to.
participants. So participants, please.
Das sir, অলপ কমাই দিব ভলিউমটো. Das sir, good morning from the AS2 platform. My name is Debujyoti Goswami. I'm also pursuing research on the State University Finance. So this is my brief idea. Now going to your presentation. See sir, only studying of the urban education planning will it be beneficial for the country as a whole? First question. Second question is, as you have said that the planners, even within India, if we are looking into the state growth of education, then we have found that Kerala has dominated the literacy rate than any other states. In the Northeast also similarly, the Sikkim has the highest literacy rate. So even of the planners' point, lack of planning bodies, some states are growing. How it is feasible? First thing, I think the access is the main things, that is the general enrollment ratio to enhancement. Right, it is the core focusing area. And other is the equity. Equity point, I mean to say that regional disparities, number one. Number two, the what is called regional disparities and the gender disparities and the social inequalities. So unless and until we solving these problems at micro level, can it be feasible for a country or the world at large to get the sustainable development goal? First question. And second question, to promoting the research during the COVID period. So unless and until we are focusing to the elementary or the primary education, can it be feasible without interfacing to the higher education? How can we equip it in future endeavors? That is my questions that is breathing into my mind right now. So can you tell something about how to resolve it? And I think in this era, without private participation, we have to focus in the COVID period or in the future, such type of eventualities, unless and until we have a high degree of interfacing with the private bodies, that is the PPP mode. You also state university, I think your university is the state. We are also hailing hails from the state. And in every countries, the government is not sufficient to fund the things. Therefore, the participation of the private sector is most essential. So unless and until we are focusing the PPP mode, do you think that the world at large can improve for increasing the infrastructure development to equip it of such uncertainties like the COVID? Please, sir.
Sure. So thank you very much. Jyoti, no, sorry, didn't catch your name. Yeah. So I think your questions are very, very on point. The first point that you made about the disparities that exist in education access and why some states in India are better. So that has got to do with state policy. It also has got a lot to do with sort of cultural factors, etc. But still, you're absolutely right. That's the point I'm trying to make here. So what I'm trying to say is that when it comes to cities, right, why am I focusing on, I'm an urban planner, so I obviously focus on cities, but the other point is that in very soon, it's more than, I mean, half the world already lives in cities. So it's very important to look at cities. So for example, when we talked about development until a few years ago, or even today, when international development or international development aid that comes, like bilateral aid that comes for development, almost all of it was focused on rural areas until very recently. So cities had been neglected. So that point I'm trying to make is that thankfully now that cities are not neglected and they have come, I mean, they're getting much more attention. Now the thing is, but within cities, the role of planning, what urban planners do, they work with all different sectors. They work with transportation, they work with housing, they work with economic development, but they don't work with education. So that was the point I was trying to make. So because a lot of the things that you mentioned, so in terms of say social justice, equity, inclusiveness. These are very integral principles and values in the profession of urban planning today. So everybody knows about this, and a lot of people pay lip service, but how effective it is in terms of affecting change, that is still a question. So the point I was trying to make is exactly what you are saying, that we need to deal with education. Now, leaving it only to the state is not going to help. You're absolutely right. I'm coming to your third question here, right, which is public-private partnerships. Absolutely. So it is, none of the sectors can do it on their own, right? So there is market failure. So the market forces can't provide everything. There is this concept of state failure. So government agencies can't provide everything on their own. And similarly, there's also non-profit sector failure. So every sector has its strengths and limitations, and it's very important to work with all of these. So when we say public-private, I think there's also public-private non-profit, or I mean the NGO sector, which is civil society. That is also very important, and it is increasingly being realized. So, I mean, yes, overall for sustainability, if we have to, achieve the goals that we have set for ourselves, all that you mentioned is very, very important, right? But the point I was trying to make is that there is much to be gained from planning, engaging a little more with the education sector. I mean, I'm talking about it very broadly, both as, let's say, something that consumes space and land in cities, from there towards the quality of sort of human resource that is produced by education, and by education and planning, sort of the sectors working together, for instance. So the synergy from learning from education, but also sort of infusing awareness in the education system about the need for planning in cities, etc. The two can do a lot of things which are better. So I think I'm not disagreeing with all that you said, and I'm kind of concurring with you completely on that, actually. So I don't know if I answered your questions or not, but yeah.
Yeah, okay. So since we are now approaching towards the second talk, so
Professor Khare,
maybe,
there is
okay,
one
sure.
more question here. You cannot see it. Let me read it out
Okay.
for everybody's benefit. This says, "Thank you very much, sir, for this information." This is written by Shubhankar Pandit. You have discussed about urban population, but what will be the impact on rural population? That's the question.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you, Shubhankar. That's again a very good question. So I mean, like I said, I'm focusing on urban planning because that's my field. I'm a professional in that field, and the focus was on that. So it's by no means saying that we have to discount or ignore the rural development. I made a comment earlier, so that's the interesting thing, that in fact, the attention given to cities has been very, very little. Even in India, for example, before the JNNURM, the Jawaharlal Nehru, National Urban Renewal Mission came about, which is not too long ago, about two decades ago, there's very little actually concerted effort to deal with cities, you see. So a lot of attention has actually, so between the results and the effort, there's a big gap. So that's a different question in itself, right? So, but the focus on rural development has always been there, is still there. So for example, if you look at the best sort of one of the best social safety net provisions, for example, social protections, is what is the Manrega today, right? That's the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act. There's no such equivalent for, urban areas, for instance, So even if you look at, so we have to do it much better, of course, right? But it is no way trying to suggest. The other point is that we should not look at those two as two separate things. There's been a dichotomy in how policy approaches rural development and urban development, looking at those two things as two very separate entities. In India, it almost feels like it is true because there's so much disparity in terms of, let's say, the standards of living between an average village and an average city, for example, right? But the point, so things I mentioned about migration and urbanization dynamics, if you go a little deeper into that, what this knowledge is telling us is that they are in a continuum, and they're very, very tied to each other and mutually sort of impacting each other and also dependent on each other. So we should not really look at the rural separately and the urban separately, but rather look at regions. And there are these things called linkages. So we should understand rural urban linkages within a certain region. And again, every region is different, right? So that's the point I was trying to make in terms of enabling the capacity of planning education itself to sort of to understand, recognize, and respond to these unique challenges that we'll find in different geographical regions and areas, for instance. Yeah. So yes, your point is absolutely right. Nobody's, should ignore the rural.
This is brought
Yes.
to the next question. Does it mean educated region has less chances of COVID-19 infection? In Guwahati, it's the other way around.
Well, I live in the US. That's one of the best examples, I think. It's got a very high rate of literacy, at least, but it has got nothing to do. So I think whether you call it literacy or education, I think those are two different things from wisdom, So you could be wise without being educated. And I think, so at least COVID-19 has also brought that to the fore. But I think it's not only that, but yes, there would be a correlation, I'm saying, and that would be because of the impacts that education has, like I said, on human development as well as on wealth creation and sort of economic status, right? So because more educated societies are also likely to be richer and more affluent, that means the capacity to deal with these kinds of crises are likely to be a little better. But that does not mean that it's a rule. There are exceptions to the rule also. So some of the most successful countries in terms of dealing with, so let's say South Korea has been a very, very successful country, as has been New Zealand. Those two are extremely rich countries. South Korea is also pretty much an advanced economy, and New Zealand is very rich, has a small population. At the same time, a country like Vietnam has also done it incredibly well. They've only had like 1 or 2 deaths until now. Similarly, Thailand has done very well, and Thailand has even reopened its tourism economy and still doing well. So it's not a very easy cut and dry question, but yes, I would say that overall, having maybe a higher level of education, yes. So the difference between, say, the reason why maybe Thailand and Kerala and Vietnam are doing much better despite not being very rich societies is the fact that they have a more educated base overall, and the capacities of the state machinery probably are better, I think. Yes.
Okay, if anybody has any other question, probably they can directly contact Dr. Das. I hope that he doesn't mind, because we have to move forward.
Yes, I understand.
And let us thank him for enlightening us and telling us the probably the interrelation between the various aspects of the society. Then only probably one can face this in a more successful manner in the under the adverse condition of the any pandemic or anything. So let us join me to thank once again to Dr. Das.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. So now we move on to the second talk of this session. And it's really an honor for me to introduce a very senior and experienced personality, particularly in the area of the immunology. That is Dr. Dinakar M. Saluke. He is at present the director of International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology, New Delhi. Prior to this, he was the executive director of the Regional Center for Biotechnology during 2009 to 2015. Dr. Saluke's primary research interests are in the structural biology of immune recognition. And Dr. Saluke he has received the various prestigious awards, including the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award in 2000. He is also the elected fellow of all the 3 Science Academy of India, as well as the World Academy of Sciences. So today he will be speaking on conflicts within the immune system, antibody promiscuity, versus specificity. So Dr. Saluke, the allotted time to you is the 35 minutes. So over to Dr. Saluke, please.
Thank you, Dr. Khare. I suppose my slides are on the share right now.
Yeah, it's visible.
Yeah. So it's very interesting meeting. I listened to the first talk, and I also listened to a couple of talks yesterday, and I can see the huge diversity that we are covering here. So in some sense, my talk is going to be a great deal different from whatever we have been hearing during the entire conference. Nevertheless, I guess the reason why some of the biology talks were included is I understand there is a lot of enthusiasm due to COVID-19 pandemic, and people are beginning to actually gain some of the vocabulary that otherwise sounded very unfamiliar. COVID-19 pandemic has actually led us to a lot of misery, but also has led us to gain a lot of benefits. And one of the major benefits I see is to be able to sit in your office and give a talk in a major national conference with international speakers involved in it. Also, I think since many of us don't go out too much, the nature has actually maintained great beauty all around. So we shouldn't ignore that. But coming to the point of COVID-19 pandemic, one of the major effect of that on scientific research has been substantial resources have been put for the purpose of finding a solution to this problem. And one major factor is to try and develop vaccine, and the other factor is try and find a drug from variety of sources. And a lot of efforts are being put into those, and my institute has also been working towards development of a vaccine, as well as look for compounds, particularly of a natural origin, which could be effective against virus, and we have done substantial progress in that direction. But I'm not going to be talking on those areas. What I realized is for us to be effective and successful in terms of finding solution to the COVID-19 disease is to understand the pathogen as well as its interaction with the host. And in that context, understanding the consequences to the immune system of COVID-19 or any such pathogens is really very important. And that is what we are not putting efforts on. If we understand the biology of host pathogen interaction involving viruses like this, we will actually be able to find rational solution in much faster way, better way. But I understand the panic that whole world is going through. They're not going to really worry about what the problem is. They're more interested in finding what the solution is. My work really is related to understanding host pathogen interaction and understanding some of the concepts that have otherwise considered to be very well understood and known. And I'm going to spend next 20-25 minutes in addressing those issues. And what is true in this case could be true also in the COVID-19. And that is why whatever vaccines that are being developed for COVID-19 may actually have problems that are not being taken note of now, but as they develop and test, these problems may come up. But I would like to hope that none of these issues will be relevant, and any vaccine that comes first actually proves to be effective, so that we can get over the problems that we have, which has caused a lot of consequences to economy in almost every country, irrespective of it being rich or poor. So what topic that I've taken up today is conflicts within the immune system, and I'm going to talk about only at the antibody level. Incidentally, one of the things that COVID-19 pandemic has done is the immune system is being discussed a great deal more now, and everybody is trying to find actually ways of boosting the immunity. And I'm trying to understand the immunity. So the immunity is being attempted to understand not today, but almost 80 years ago. In fact, it turns out it was actually decided that immune system is highly specific, so it can distinguish between different pathogens. And this is the reason, if you have a epidemic of SARS or MERS, antibodies generated against those don't seem to be of any use when you have a similar virus of belonging to the same category, which is COVID-19. And that was very evident very early on, and that is illustrated here. What I'm showing you with regard to the specificity of the immune system is in terms of differences in a small ligand called aminobenzene, which generates the antibody response. And if you test these antibodies against slight variations of this chemically, of putting a carboxylate group at different positions in this aminobenzene ring, those antibodies don't seem to cross-react. And that's a very elegant example Landsteiner showed many years ago of how specific the immune system is. And that exactly is the distinction that you can see between SARS virus and MERS virus, which are almost 90% similar to the COVID-19. And this was illustrated pictorially about 50 years ago, very nicely by showing antibodies against a very well-known enzyme called lysozyme. And what it actually looks is the antibodies generated against a pathogen or a protein or a foreign molecule are very complementary to the three-dimensional surface of that molecule or a pathogen. And it is almost like a lock and key mechanism. Key here is like an antibody and a lock is like a pathogen. And this illustration that happened many years ago was actually proven to be valid over a period of time, over last 50 years, with large number of three-dimensional structures of variety of different antibodies bound to their corresponding antigens have been determined. And what it actually seems to be that physical principles of binding, tightly binding to the antigen by the antibodies is what is really defined in terms of physiological way of explaining non-self and self-discrimination. It is the antibodies being so specific and they recognize the molecular surfaces is the reason why the antibodies made against foreign molecules don't cross-react with any of the self molecules. And that seems to be quite obvious. However, I mean, the way the antigen recognition works in terms of neutralizing the antigen, or you can see this broad shape to be something like a single molecule or a whole bacterium or a virus or something like that. And antibody is a Y-shaped molecule which tightly binds to variety of different places on the antigen, which are called epitopes. And they, once they decorate this pathogen, it would actually be neutralizing that pathogen. It will not be able to do anything. So that is what the vaccine does, it generates large number of such antibody molecules, and those antibody molecules, by tightly binding over the entire surface of the pathogen, they actually neutralize it. And this is describable essentially by looking at physical shape of the molecules. So it is evident that all of this was actually very well described and known many years ago. About 1985 is when the first of these structures were determined, and it has actually become very clear, and all these structures have been done by people who do three-dimensional structure determination by X-ray diffraction, and now more recently by cryo-electron microscopy. However, while we see this molecular shape of a virus or a pathogen or a single foreign molecule is looking like a rock-like entity here, you actually mean that it has a three-dimensional shape. But as you can see in biology, it is the molecules which are functional are not necessarily defined in terms of their shapes, but there is a dynamics and diversity associated with them. And it is this dynamics and diversity associated with host pathogen interaction that seems to be contrary to what we are talking in terms of immune system recognizing the three-dimensional shapes of the molecules and thereby neutralizing. So antibodies made against the shape of the pathogen would actually be specific to that pathogen, but there is no reason why that pathogen or molecules on the surface of the pathogen have to be static and determinable by physical techniques like X-ray diffraction. They can change their shape along the way, and if that happens, then you will have actually a dichotomy of some sort, and that is the kind of issue that I'm talking about. And as a result, this becomes an issue of a fight between host and pathogen, where pathogen actually will overcome the immune system by making it incapable of recognizing it, and host will try to improve its immune system. And that is like almost like a race in the fictional stories where a queen, Red Queen, tells that it takes all the running you can do to keep at the same place. So both of them are fighting in such a way that one is trying to overcome the other, and that is the race between the host and pathogen. And there are variety of facets to it. So starting from the concepts that were evolved to say neutralization of the pathogen is in terms of decorating its surface by tightly binding by the antibodies is something, if you accept, then the logic of living cell, where there is a dynamics as well as diversity associated with the pathogen and its molecules, becomes contrary. And that is the kind of story that I'm going to focus on hereafter. There are several facets to it, and we have actually studied all of those facets. Number one is we have many different foreign antigens that will be encountered by the immune system. So if we are talking about surface of the pathogen, that means to make a complementary surface for that in the antibody molecule, each antibody molecule has to be coded into the genome of the host in such a way that to face the millions of independent non-self components, it would be required to have almost infinite number of molecules, for which the genome required will be very large. But actually, as you know now, human genome is probably codes for not more than some 40,000 kind of genes with variety of combinations and permutations. But and that has to code for many other functions in the physiology of the host. So the entire immune system cannot be possible to generate to be able to neutralize the pathogen only in terms of generating that many different molecules. So there must be mechanisms in the immune system to deal with that situation. There's another thing, as I mentioned early on, the pathogen or antigen is adapt to changing shape. And there are many examples, particularly even an enzyme that is functional, it has to change shape when it acts on its substrate. So if antibodies are generated against a foreign antigen, and once the antibodies are generated, they change shape. So the change shape is not possible for the antibodies to recognize. So then that creates another complication with regard to how immune system can recognize a given pathogen. And the third one is essentially that is something that has been recognized is what is the extent to which antigenic discrimination can take place. As I mentioned, the pathogens can vary very slightly and actually make the immune system not being able to recognize them. So what is the extent to which antibodies have to recognize the differences between the two pathogens? This is something which has to do with autoimmune disorders, that there are some antibodies can actually recognize the self molecules even though they are made against the foreign antigens. And so pathogen, when actually changes its shape either by mutation or by structural changes, how will the immune system be able to detect and recognize that? So all these three different issues are very important in terms of understanding immune system in the context that we began looking at it in terms of if you have a shape in 3 dimensions of a given antigen, and if you have antibodies made against that antigen, all those would be able to neutralize that antigen, and then all solutions are solved, and you will have if you make that antigen as a vaccine, it should be able to resolve all the problems. But then the examples that I'm giving you here, all three of them highlight that there is more to it than simply being seeing the 3-dimensional shape. And I actually could have given you examples from each of these, and these are not the only 3 problems with understanding it in terms of 3-dimensional shapes, but there are many more. I have highlighted it because we have studied it in our laboratory on these. I'm also not going to talk about all 3 of them, but I'm going to focus on the last one, which is essentially to explore the limits of antigenic discrimination. And to say pathogen or antigen is disguising itself, it has looks appearance of a self molecule, then what does the immune system do? And that we tried and analyzed by taking a model system. And this is in other words, in immunology, there is a term called mimicry. And mimicry is not necessarily an immunological term, but it is used in terms of 2 foreign entities are looking almost similar, they probably can carry out the same functions. And here the function is the immune recognition. So we came across quite a while ago 2 small molecules. One is a sugar, which is mannopyronoside, and another is a dodecamer peptide. What is interesting with these 2 molecules, both of them can bind to were known to bind to lectin called concanavalin A. Sugar is a known ligand of concanavalin A, but this peptide was also discovered, and not only they bind, but they compete for binding with each other. And the hypothesis that one can come up with, if they bind to the same receptor and they compete for binding, in the sense if sugar is bound, you can take the peptide and add there and it can displace the sugar. They compete for bonding, and that would mean could the sugar and peptide be equivalent structurally and functionally? And that is our starting point. And it turned out we thought we will use immune system in trying to analyze this sugar and peptide. What our hypothesis would be, the structures of these two molecules would be similar because they bind at the same time site on a receptor called concanavalin A. And the best thing to look at, or fastest thing, since I began work, I had been working in the Immunology Institute at that time, to look at the immune system. Now, when you, as I showed you in a cartoon earlier, that the antigen molecule has a definitive shape, and here the either peptide or sugar are the antigens. So if you make antibodies against sugar, they essentially define mathematically the entire surface of that sugar, because they bind everywhere on the surface and thereby neutralize it. And when they bind, that means their surfaces are complementary to various regions on which the antibodies can bind. And there will be large number of antibodies. It's not just one antibody neutralizing one sugar entity. There will be many different antibodies that are generated. And what we wanted to do, almost like a enthusiastic long shot, we thought if peptide also binds to this receptor, this sugar and peptide may be a sort of a mimics of each other, and therefore they can be either structurally and functionally equivalent. And when we generated antibodies against sugar and generated antibodies against peptide, what we found is the antibodies against these two different haptens or antigens actually cross-reacted with each other. So our hypothesis in this context actually proven to be right. Not only these both molecules can bind at the same site to concanavalin A, but the antibodies raised against one molecule cross-react with the other and vice versa. And that got us very excited, and we did little more extensive studies. We looked at how the immune system response is developed again both these molecules and checked the cross-reactivity from day 0 to about 3 months since then. And we could see that there is a cross-reactivity happening. So this phenomenon was real. And also not only that, we immunized animals with sugar and then gave a booster with the peptide, and also there is a boost in that response. So not only the sugar and peptide bind at the same site on concanavalin A, but sugar and peptide seems to have surface features similar to each other as per our understanding of what antigen antibody binding meant. And we were excited. But then we can't go further than this if we were to work by immunizing animals and generating sera which have antibodies which are of variety of genetic clonal origin. There will be a large population of antibodies. It's a mixture of antibodies. And if you want to do three-dimensional structural studies, you need single clone pure protein, and then you can do it. So we decided to generate what we call as monoclonal antibodies. And that monoclonal antibody analysis would actually provide us more specific thermodynamic and structural features of whether the relationship between the sugar and the peptide are similar. And we generated large number of antibodies. We generated them against mannose as well as against the peptide. But I'm giving you one small picture of about a dozen antibodies, and you can see half of these antibodies that are generated against sugar are highly specific to sugar, but there is a other half population can cross-react with the peptide. So in other words, antibodies that are generated against sugar seems to be in population 50%, nearly 50% of them to be specific, highly specific as defined in early experiments of specificity. But there are others which are binding in sugar and peptide both. And then we, since we had these, we actually didn't work with all of them, but we picked up these two, made a recombinant protein, and were able to obtain crystals of this. This is essentially to show affinities not only in terms of ELISA but also in terms of calculating dissociation constant, and it is very clear in the one group of antibodies binding to mannose is perfect, but it doesn't bind to peptide at all, and another group actually binds to peptide and sugar both with comparable micromolar affinities. And so what the obvious thing we could think in terms of is it shows cross-reactivity at polyclonal level also, it shows cross-reactivity at monoclonal level also, except that when we look at it at monoclonal level, there is a population which is highly specific and there is a population which is not necessarily so specific. And what it actually meant is there may be extent to which their topologies will be similar, and not necessarily both the molecules will be identical. Anyway, they can't be identical because the chemistry of the two molecules is substantially different from each other. But when we determine the crystal structure of the antigen-antibody complex, in these cases, this is sugar bound to the antibody molecule and this is the peptide bound to the antibody molecule. They do overlap on the site on the antibody, but not necessarily exactly similarly they interact with it. This peptide is slightly larger, so it is spread over, but this is the region which with sugar binds and here it binds. And if you look at that region in an expanded form in molecular structures, you can see the antibody structure is same. I will not go into the details, but the interaction with the peptide are very different, and interaction which from that those of the sugar. So in other words, the actually two molecules behave very differently, but bind at the same time, same place on the antibody molecule. So antigen binds at the same site on the antibody molecule, but interacts very differently. So they are equivalent in terms of its binding biochemistry, but structurally they are actually distinct is what it looks like. So we then analyze over a period of time the literature, and we could actually see what we saw several years ago is also true in many other examples. And you can see a antibody that is made against one antigen. This is of a virus protein, which is dengue virus. It also same one binds to the Zika virus. They belong to the same category, but these two molecules have substantial difference between them. Here are the two. There are two completely unrelated hormones. The same antibody seems to bind to both of them, again with many differences in the interactions, as you can see. But even more example is what we have, what is called as anti-idiotypic antibodies. And the antibody against lysozyme and the antibody against that actually can bind to the antibody against lysozyme. So lysozyme binding to antibody and antibody against the antibody, which is called as anti-idiotypic antibody, bind at the same site, and the structures are entirely different. So it is observed in general that promiscuity is what we call it, exists in the antibodies. In other words, antibodies are not really highly specific, but they can bind to more than one antigen. Not only examples in our lab, but the examples that we have captured from literature, and many of them are there. I just took 3 of those to illustrate the point. So the question is why. What it means is the immune system is not highly specific, but it can generate a lot of polyreactive antibodies. And the question is, why does it do that? Probably the main reason is, as I showed it into the hybridomas or antibodies, monoclonal antibodies that we had made, there is a population of antibodies which are highly specific, and it abides by the concepts that we had originally developed, that the immune response is highly very specific and it can distinguish even small differences between them. But probably that is a requirement, and it ensures specificity and fidelity of the immune response. But what about the other set, which showed plasticity, and it showed the many antibody clones which are able to bind to the antigen and also other antigens. And that probably is designed to disregard antigenic variations, is what our conclusion of that study was. And that actually means we do have a dichotomy. As I said, I have given you examples illustrating the polyreactivity of antibodies in the immune system, and at the same time I have given you example where the COVID-19 or SARS and these viruses, actually, although they are very similar to each other, the antibodies there don't cross-react. In other words, antibodies against SARS don't neutralize COVID-19. Similarly, we have these two examples of influenza virus and HIV. They seems to keep evolving through mutations. As a result, if you have generated the immune response against influenza virus one season, actually there is a mutation in the virus in the next season, and those antibodies are no more effective. And that makes it very contrary to the fact that we are talking about the disregarding the antigenic variations should be possible with the polyclonal antibodies, as we illustrated in several examples before. So this makes it very interesting for us to directly hit on influenza virus or HIV as the molecules that we study, rather than take the examples such as sugar and peptide and talk about this. So we decided to look at antibody promiscuity problem in terms of neutralizing epitopes of these viruses. And I'm going to quickly describe to you in terms of influenza virus. I'm not going to tell you great details about the influenza virus, but one thing that I will highlight, as I mentioned and everybody knows, that the influenza virus mutates, and it has been not possible to make a vaccine against that because the change in the virus is so fast that the antibody generated against the virus in one season, it actually doesn't work any effectively in the next season. And we decided actually to take the surface hemagglutinin of the virus and identify a neutralizing antigen, a small part which is epitope, which is known to be generating the antibodies, and decided to look at that. And we can see from the patient sera, there are many sequence variations that come there. And this is a hotspot in the antigenic variations there. And we decided to pick up this molecule, make large number of antibodies and screen them how well they will cross-react with others. And if they cross-react with others, then there will be an interesting issue in terms of how good those, how we will find answers to the dichotomy that I was expressing. And to do that, we there are two ways we can do it. We can actually immunize with this antigen animals and generate antibodies, or you now have what is called as library of antibodies, from which you can generate large number of antibodies in vitro and analyze those. So we used this library and generated about 1600 antibodies and screened them against this epitope and picked up about 100 of those which bind very strongly, and then screen those for binding to variety of these peptides. And what it turns out, the antibodies that we generated, we actually saw a lot of cross-reactivity. So even in case of influenza virus, we could see there are cross-reacting antibodies possible. We took 12 of them actually and saw that cross reactivity is quite evident. In fact, then we actually made recombinant antibodies. Those were on the displayed on the FAJ, made recombinant antibodies and showed that they bind with micromolar or better than micromolar affinities to those, and they also showed the cross reactivity. So if there is cross reactivity possible, why does the immune escape actually is observed? And the reason that seems to be why the immune escape happens is that despite high rate of mutation, a new variant of influenza virus emerges only in 2 to 5 years. So in other words, actually number of mutations that takes place is very large. But actually the effective in terms of escape is very small. So all the mutations actually can produce cross-reacting antibodies, but a finite number of mutations may not. So in other words, even in this case, the polyreactivity of antibodies seems to be a reason why we have only the epidemic arises with a gap of several years and not continuously happening that immune response is evaded. So the antibody promiscuity can explain the limited diversity and discontinuous antigenic change under the effect of antigenic drift is what we were able to analyze. So I'm already at the end of my time, and I would like to summarize what I've been talking about, that antibodies generated against the antigen do show promiscuity, and that promiscuity is not an artifact but is a physiological requirement in the immune response. Antibodies exhibit strong cross-reactivity in case of influenza virus epitope variants and their natural mutations. Majority of variants could not escape immune surveillance. However, mutations beneficial to the virus do appear, causing effective antigenic change, and delay in appearance of the new antigenic variants is probably attributed to that. I have done this work over a period of last 10 to 12 years, and it was initially started when I was in National Institute of Immunology and carried out when I was at the Regional Center for Biotechnology, and it continues in the International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology. All the influenza virus work was done more recently. And these are the names of my students who have contributed in some way or the other for this work. And these are the people who are still working with me. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saluke, for enlightening us about the immune response and the antibody, etc. So we can take just the 1 or 2 quick questions. Otherwise, we will move on to the third talk.
There is one question here. I will just read it out for you, sir. When any vaccination is given, a small amount of pathogens are injected into body, and immunity against that disease is developed. What is the mechanism of developing this immunity when there is no vaccination for particular disease? Does that mean there is no binding mechanism between pathogens and antibodies? That's the question, sir.
No, there is a basal level of antibodies which are generic type, low affinity, what is called as germline antibodies exists. So there is a low level of immunity always available. But we don't, as a vaccine, we do not immunize with pathogen. We immunize with attenuated pathogen. That means the pathogen cannot cause disease, but at the same time, it has similarity to pathogen, and the antibody immune system is activated at a higher level. So antibodies will be generated very specific to that pathogen. And these days, instead of having whole pathogen which is attenuated, you actually can take a subunit. A protein on the surface of the pathogen can also generate the antibodies against the pathogen. So you activate the immune system and not allow the pathogen to be infective. And that is how the vaccine works. So you do have a basal level of immunity when you don't have vaccination, and that takes care of most of the issues. But if you have a pathogen infecting to us, your immune system is also activated and your infection also takes place. So pathogen causes the disease. At the same time, it also activates the immune system. So that whichever, if you are a very strong person, if you have a very effective immune system, you can recover automatically. But if you're not so strong, the pathogen actually is able to overcome this immunity and it takes over. And that's why vaccine can actually help. So I think that probably should be adequate as an answer to this question.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Saluke, once again. Now we move on to the third invited talk by Dr. Debashish Chakrabarty. Dr. Debashish Chakrabarty is associated with CSIR NBRI lab, Lucknow, from I think 2005 onward. He did his PhD also from the same institute. And after completing PhD, he has completed few tenures abroad, including France and South area. Dr. Chakravarty has done an outstanding work in the area of plant genomics and biotechnology. And he has, I think, more than 120 research papers to his kitty. So today he will be speaking on another important aspect. Of course, because of the pandemic, this issue was not discussed in the past 3-4 months, but everybody is aware of the problem associated with the arsenic into the certain pockets of our country. So he will be speaking on to the development of low arsenic accumulating rice variety for safer human consumption. So over to Dr. Chakrabarty.
Thank you, Professor Khare, for the nice introduction. So, am I audible? And
Yes.
my slide is visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, thank you. So, I think it's a very diverse type of symposium, and the topics are very diverse, of course. Yes, my topic is a little bit different from the COVID, and the problem is very old. I mean, it around 1980s, I think, the problem came out, and still we don't have a solution. So this problem need to be addressed by the scientist, by a technologist, or the agriculture biologist. So yes, my main topic will be the development of low arsenic accumulating rice variety for safer human consumption. So I just go through the little introduction. First, we used to say that this arsenic problem is actually a new world problem, but it's not true. It's a very old world problem. Arsenic poisoning was found
Yeah, audio is not available. Hello, ASTU, please check. Audio and video both are not available.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a bit connected.
Yeah, now it is connected, yes.
Visible?
But screen is not visible. Your slides are not available, not visible. No, not yet.
Yeah, he's coming again.
Just a minute, please.
Dr. Chakrabarti, we can see you, but your slides are not visible.
Yeah. Just trying to fix it.
Yeah, fine. It's coming.
It's coming.
Yeah, it's coming.
So what I'm talking about that this arsenic was not a new world problem, but it's a old world problem. And I told you that when they analyzed the nails and the hairs of the mummies in Chile 7,000 years ago, they found that they contain a huge amount of arsenic in their body. And it indicates that arsenic poisoning takes place in those populations. And some group also, they also go through the particular region, and they found that some tribes, they migrated from Chile to Argentina, and that tribe is actually basically resistant to the arsenic. And this is the first example of adaptation to an arsenic rich arsenic toxicity through the arsenic methyltransferase gene. And this is the first case of human adaptation to the tolerance of a toxic chemicals. Now, beside this, I already told that arsenic detection in rice is actually taking place during the 1980s and 90s. And after that, there are several works are going on. So here is the timetable. So I'm not going in details. Just coming to the arsenic. Arsenic, you can see in the periodic table is just below the phosphate. And this is the world scenario where the arsenic poisoning in the groundwater is actually a major problem. In Asia, it is in India, China, Mongolia, in the South America and North America, both regions are contaminated. In India, particularly Ganga, Meghna, Brahmaputra plain is totally contaminated. And the groundwater is literally contaminated, having huge amount of arsenic in their water. As per the WHO rule, the safe limit is 10 microgram per liter. And it causes, as you know, that chronic arsenic poisoning related to cancer, hyperkeratosis, lung disease, Blackfoot disease, gangrene, diabetes, and so many other things. And rice, since rice is growing in a flooded conditions and it's an efficient arsenic accumulator, thus irrigations with arsenic contaminated groundwater and soil actually accumulates a huge amount of arsenic in the grain. And when people used to consume the grain, then it enters into the food chain. So that is a big problem. This is some of the photographs. You can see that some of the tube wells in West Bengal, they are marking red because they are hugely contaminated. And you can find here that hyperkeratosis of a palm of a lady. Some plants are there in West Bengal, but so far we understand that those are not working properly. Here you can see that the groundwater is used for the irrigation purposes. So that actually contaminates the huge amount of land area. We also collected so many rice from the household, and we found that they are literally contaminated. Even we found that the vegetables are also contaminated with arsenic, not only rice. We started working in arsenic, particularly in rice, in 2005. And what we did is that we associated with the Chuchura Rice Research Institute in West Bengal, And then we collected a huge germplasm as well as the breeding lines. And then try to find out that what are the varieties or the breeding lines are having the safe limit of arsenic in the grains. So we just screened a large number of germplasm in several locations where the arsenic level is very high. And after that, we found that one of the breeding lines, nowadays we call it Muktasri, is having a very low amount of arsenic in the grain. And as compared to the, if you calculate the MTDI, that is the maximum tolerable daily intake of 2 microgram per arsenic kilogram of body weight as per the WHO rule, they are safe. And this has been released by the State Variety Release Committee as well as the National Variety Release Committee. So they are actually giving from free from NBRI as well as from the Chuchura Rice Research Station. But the problem is here, this rice variety is an aromatic variety. And so many farmers have resources to cultivate this aromatic rice, especially they are cultivating other varieties which they found that is lucrative. So the point is, if you wanted to have that arsenic-free grain, then you have to give them a variety of their own choice, which they are cultivating. So one approach is that you can just identify some of the QTLs that is related to the arsenic in the grain, and then integrate into the local variety which they are cultivating. But the problem here is that there are so many workers, they work, although there is a major variation in the diverse germplasm of rice does exist, but people say that the arsenic accumulation in rice is a complex quantitative inherited trait. It's a very complex one. And not only complex, we also found that the varieties, when growing in the arsenic rich areas, the essential amino acids are decreased. The quality of the grain is decreased. That's why we just entered into the transgenic approach. And also, we also try to understand that if there is a common pathway that can be targeted, that okay, this way we can reduce the grain of arsenic can be lowered. So what we did is that we identified that the high accumulating rice grain and the low accumulating rice grain. Then we did a transcriptome analysis, and through transcriptome analysis, we try to identify the pathway of, how the low grain varieties is behaving and the high grain high arsenic accumulating varieties behaving. But unfortunately, we find that the genetic mechanism regulating the differential arsenic accumulation in the rice grain in different genotypes don't follow a single pathway. Their expression pattern is so much different in different varieties. So that is another biggest problem here. And if you look at the picture here, there is the basic arsenic metabolism in rice. Arsenic basically exists in two forms, that is an inorganic one and the organic one. Inorganic one is the toxic one, and organic one is not that much toxic. In inorganic, there is a two form, that is arsenate and arsenite. Arsenate is a phosphate analog, they enter through the phosphate transporter, and arsenite enters through the aquaporin channel. Once arsenate enters through the phosphate channel, they reduced into the arsenite. Then arsenite binds to the thiol group of peptides like phytochelidine or glutathione, and then sequestered into the vacuole. This is the mechanism of detoxification. But in some cases, what happens that arsenite enters into the xylem through different transporters like NRMP, and through xylem they enters into the shoot and then phloem and ultimately into the grain by an unknown mechanism. So if you try to identify the QTLs, you may end up with identifying the phosphate transporter or aquaglyceropyr. So that is another biggest problem in the molecular breeding program. So that's why we try to solve this problem through biotechnology and in particular transgenic approach. So we have a 4 approach. The first one is the sequestration. As you know that arsenate is converted into arsenite, and then arsenite bind with the phytogelatin or glutathione and then sequester into the vacuole. So if you can make the arsenic into the vacuole, you can make the arsenic free from the grain itself. The second was is that you can efflux out the arsenite from the cell itself. Third one is that you can make a barrier into the cell, outside the cell, so that arsenic cannot enter inside the plant cell. And the fourth one, which is the most important one, is if you can make the inorganic arsenic into the organic arsenic that is not toxic at all, then you can free the rice from the toxic effect of the arsenic. So this is one of the challenges we took, and I will tell you one by one. This is one of the gene that we isolated from the Ceratophyllum dimorphism. There is a phytogelatin synthase gene we identified. And when we made the transgenic plants, we find that here you can see this is the micro X-ray XRF micrograph of the cross section of the grain, and you can see here that arsenic is higher in the non-transgenic grain. But in line 2, you can find that arsenic is very less. And if we calculate, we can find that we can reduce the arsenic level more than 50% from the grain. But unfortunately, the shoot and the roots contains higher amount of arsenic as compared to grain and husk. This actually, we have some leads that to reduce the arsenic into the grain, but we increases the chances of contaminating the cattle, because rice straw is used as a fodder for the cattle. So this is another way to make the arsenic to enter into the food chain. So this is not a foolproof technology. Then we tried, we now trying that this gene should be expressed through the root specific promoter, so that the arsenic should only be present in the root, not going into the upper prod. So that work is already going on. Another important gene is the metallothionein. Metallothionein is a very small protein, and we identified one metallothionein from rice, and when we just complemented in the yeast mutant, which doesn't have the metallothionein, we find that this gene is actually complemented that metallothionein less yeast cell. Then we try to understand that this metallothionein, if we can engineer the metallothionein in such a way that they can bind a lot of arsenic and then sequester inside the vacuole, then it can be more useful. So in order to identify that which domain of the metallothionein is most important, we just do some mutation studies. We did mutation of alpha and beta domain, because metallothionein has 2 domain, alpha domain and beta domain. We mutated individually alpha domain and beta domain, and we find that alpha domain is playing a very important role for giving the resistance in the mutant line. And when we measure the metal content, we find that yes, alpha, if we mutate the alpha domain, it doesn't actually bind with the efficiently with the metals. So that leads to identify that the alpha domain is playing a very important role, and we are making some constructs to modifying the metallothionein in such a way they can bind more metals, and that can reduce the arsenic level when they are growing in the arsenic rich area. We also made the transgenic Arabidopsis, and we find that when we overexpress this metallothionein in Arabidopsis, this Arabidopsis grows very well in arsenate content medium, and they reduce the stresses, and they also accumulate higher amount of arsenic in their cell vacuole. So in thereby their sequestration is working very well in this case. Now the second approach is the efflux. That is, we can just reduce the arsenic level by effluxing out the arsenic from the cell itself. In that case, we identified one important gene, that is a glutaridoxine. This glutaridoxine is a very important gene, and it actually maintains the redox status of the cell. And when they are maintaining the redox status, they also regulate the gene expression pattern itself. So we did some mutant studies. This is here, you can see here that this is the yeast cell, and yeast cell, this is the YCF, which actually a vacuolar transporter, and the ACR3P, that is an effluxer, that is efflux out the arsenic outside. When we mutated all this transporter, and when we do the complementation assay, we find that they are growing very well when we overexpress the glutaridoxine in the yeast cell. And when we try to find out that yes, the aquaporins basically actually is modulated by this glutaridoxine. So this aquaporin is basically a bidirectional transporter. When the concentration of arsenic is getting higher in the cell, what they did is they just extrude out the arsenic outside the cell. So this is happening here also. So we made a transgenic by overexpressing and also a knockout. Here you can see the knockout plants. When we knock out the glutaridoxine, when we just knock out the glutaridoxine, then you can find that the small plants are getting very reduced growth upon exposure with the arsenite, but overexpression lines grows very high. And here you can see that in overexpression line, the arsenic content is reduced, but in knockout lines, the arsenic content is higher. This is also overexpression line when grown in the hydroponic conditions, and you can find that the normal plants, that oil plants is actually sensitive, but the overexpression lines are growing very higher, and similar to the case of the grain formation. So what is happening here in a nutshell, when you overexpress the glutaridoxine, what happens, the glutaridoxine changes the redox potential of the cell, and it is known that when the redox potential is changing, there are a lot of changes in the gene expression pattern. And we find that two of the most important genes, that is the LSI1 and NIP3.1, these are the aquaporins. In this case, when we overexpress this LSI1, which actually transport the arsenic, and NIP3.1, which is actually a transporter which transport the arsenic into the xylem, is actually not expressed at all in the overexpression line. So what is happening basically here, the arsenic enters into the root cell, but it's not going to the xylem. So here you can see that in shoot, the arsenic level is very much reduced as compared to the root. But since this LSI is the bidirectional one, so they extrude out the arsenic outside the cell, thereby the concentration of arsenic is very similar to the wild type one. And they are not going into the xylem and not going into the shoot, so the shoot concentration or the seed concentration of arsenic is very much lower. Now another important aspect is the reduced uptake. We identified one peroxidase, which is basically present only in the, when we just YFP tagged, make an YFP tag with the OSPRX gene, we find that they are present in the cell wall. So they are basically the cell wall enzymes, and they are involved in the lignin biosynthesis pathway. And when we overexpress it into the Arabidopsis, we find their overexpression line growing very good as compared to the wild type one. And the lignin content is also quite higher in overexpression line as compared to the wild type line. And that's why the arsenic level is reduced. So this peroxidase gene is basically a gene which is regulating the lignin biosynthesis. And when the lignin is synthesized outside the cell, this lignin is inhibiting the arsenic to be entered into the plant cell, and thereby restricting the arsenic not to go into the plant. Another interesting gene we find that is the HSP. There is a small heat shock protein, and this heat shock protein, sometimes they're acting as a chaperone, but in our case, we find that these heat shock proteins are not only acting as a chaperone, but it also regulates the growth pattern of the cell. We made the loss of function as well as the overexpression line, and we find that when you overexpress this gene, the plant is growing very good in case of arsenic containing media as compared to the wild type plant, or the you can see the knockout line. And their arsenic content is also lower. So the last one is the very important one, which I wanted to discuss, is that we identify, I told you that one of the major important aspects to reduce the arsenic is the converting the inorganic arsenic to the organic one. So in a rhizosphere, there are a lot of bacteria and other organisms are there who actually converted the inorganic arsenic into the organic one. And one of the fungus we identified, that is Westerdeclia aurantica, that are isolated from the arsenic contaminated soil, and they have the arsenic methyl transferase activity. So what we did is we tried to identify that gene responsible for converting the inorganic arsenic to the organic arsenic. As soon as we identified the gene, we just purified the protein, and we find that yes, this protein is a very important one, and they not only just convert the arsenic, inorganic arsenic to the organic arsenic, but they are converting the inorganic arsenic to the TMO, one of the organic arsenic that is volatile in nature. So we find that this volatile arsenic accumulation is quite higher when we just analyze the protein function. Then we did is we just overexpress this methyl transferase gene in a model plant in Arabidopsis, and we find that yes, this overexpression line have substantially reduced arsenic in their grains. And most of the important thing is that this arsenic is volatile in nature, so they are not accumulating in the plants. They are just going outside the plants. So it's a very important discoveries. So we just go ahead with this gene. We try to overexpress it in case of rice, and we find that it's working very nicely in rice too. As you can see here, it is under arsenic irrigation. You can see this is the transgenic line, this is the non-transgenic one. Upon arsenic exposure, the transgenic line grows very vigorously as compared to the non-transgenic one. And here you can see the panicle length as well as the panicle, seed size is also affecting very nicely. And also we found that the unpolished and polished seeds containing very lower amount of arsenic in the rice grains as compared to the non-transgenic one. And as well as the volatile arsenicals is also very high as compared to the wild type one. So this gene basically converts the inorganic arsenic to the organic arsenic, particularly the TMO, and then it actually volatilizes from the plant itself. So you cannot find any arsenic inside the plant cell. So it gives you the safer rice variety. Apart from this, since you know that transgenic plants, particularly edible plants, is not very well accepted in our India, especially the BT brinjal is not in the market. So we thought to go ahead with a new technology, that is the gene editing technology through CRISPR-Cas. So we established the CRISPR-Cas in case of rice. We knock out, as you can see here, that we knock out the GUS here. We generate the GUS expression line, and then we using the CRISPR-Cas, we knock out this GUS line. So there is no GUS expression here, as you can see here. And this technology is already been established in the lab. And now we are targeting different transporters. Here you can see there are different transporters which actually transport arsenic inside the plant cell. By knockouting, we have several lines right now in our glass houses, and we are just analyzing those lines for their phenotype, that whether they can reduce the arsenic in the grain or not. If it is, then I think it will be a great achievement for that. So in a nutshell, if you wanted to reduce the arsenic in the rice, then we have very few options, except transgenic and gene editing. Except gene editing and transgenic, we have another option, is that using some microbes to inhibit the arsenic uptake via root. Some PGPRs having the ability to reduce the arsenic to enter into the root. So we can identify that one and can use that microbes. Another one is that identification of the QTL. I told you that isolation of the QTL is very difficult, but still, if we can have some minor QTL and we can identify the minor QTL and integrate into the local variety, maybe we can achieve some degree of reduction in the grain arsenic level. So that can be done. So these are the future plans which we are planning. This is the our technology that using the arsenic methyl transferase biovolatilization. This is one of the great technology that we developed by one of our students, and this is my team. I mean, there are several workers already left. They are in different countries, but still these people are still with me. They are working with gene editing and other technologies. And thank you for your attention. I can take some questions, and thank you for giving me a chance to speak. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you,
Dr. Chakravarti, and finishing it well in time. So questions from the participants?
Any question from the participant? We do not see any query in the question and answer box.
Okay, I have
Anybody
a query,
wish to?
Dr. Chakravarti, I have a small query.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I'm just wondering that is it only the paddy crop which gets affected or which is prone to arsenic, or there are the other crops also which are prone to arsenic?
Yes, other crops are also getting affected. For example, in case of vegetables are also, they are getting affected with arsenic. Especially we surveyed that Cucurbitaceae family, they accumulate a very high amount of arsenic as compared to the other crops, other vegetables.
Okay,
But let me tell you that since why rice is accumulating a higher amount of arsenic as compared to other crops. This is because rice is growing in a flooded conditions for a long time. And the most stable form of arsenic is arsenite 3. Arsenite 3. So arsenite 3 basically present in aerobic conditions. So they have access to enter through the aquaglyceroporine and then directly enters into the rice plant.
Okay, I see.
So that's one of the reasons. But in case of wheat or in case of barley, in case of other food crops, they are not actually basically a flooded cropping system. So
Right.
if you can grow rice in a, in a less water condition, then I think you can reduce the arsenic level.
Okay, I see.
But other crops do, because it's going through the phosphate channel, it grows through the aquaporin. So obviously every plant has a right to take the arsenic from the soil. So yes, other crops also accumulate arsenic. That is true.
Okay, but not to that alarming level, I suppose.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, obviously, if you can just calculate the hazardous index, because people are eating rice along with the other vegetable crops as well.
Right.
Hazardous index, you can find that really it is causing a slow poisoning.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if there are no other questions, let us thank Dr. Chakrabarty for such an illuminating talk. So now we move on to the short oral presentation. There are the 3 oral presentations. So let me invite the first speaker, Mr. M. Ranghan from Department of Civil Engineering, Baneshwar Brahma Engineering College, Kokrajhar. So he will be speaking on feasibility of riverbank filtration in Sholing, Bhutan, and construction of a demonstration small-scale RBF well. So over to Mr. Ranghan, and the allotted time to you is the 15 minutes. Yeah, Mr. Rangam, you can start. Mr. Rangam, are you available?
Hello.
Hello.
Is it audible? Yeah. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, but we can't see your screen.
Screen, I have said 1 second. So, yeah, the screen is on. So,
yeah, now it is
Madam
available.
Professor Khare. Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, please start.
Yes. So, as I said, sir, I am Madison Ronghang. I'll be talking about this feasibility of bank filtration study at Phung Siling. It's in Bhutan. So this is like what I'll be talking about. So there is a timeline given. So I'll be talking about a bank filtration history, a little bit of advantage and study area, and also of course the methodology and observation what we find over here. So moving to the next, what is a bank filtration? Generally, when we see into the river system, we see that the water generally flow from the upland to the lowland, that is toward the river. So it's called a gaining river. But in a bank filtration, we reverse the system. We just do a kind of boring somewhere very close to the bank, and then we engineer it accordingly and flow reverse back. So this is called like an induced bank filtration or induced filtrations. So what happened, the flow is reverse here. So in this case, the river is a losing river. Moving to the next, if we will try to understand the broader prospect of bank filtration, then how it is. So this is like a river where we can see it. So generally a bank filtration is a mix between the river water and the groundwater. So when there is a mixing between these two, there should be a certain distance, and the distance, like we say, like X meter away from the source. So this is one of the very important parameter. Another important parameter is about the filtration mechanism. What would be involved there? Generally, it's like a general filtration, physical filtration, biodegradation, observation, and of course, the chemical precipitation and redox is one of the very, very much important parameter. Moving to the next, if I go a little bit next, so what happened, I want to just give some of the example in bank filter system across the globe. Here I can see that Europe is the master of doing a bank filtration. We have almost 8 active large bank filtration sites are there. Moving to the next, coming to USA, there are also very large bank filtration scheme are there, like Louisiana, Jackson, Sonora Country, Lincoln, and then Rapids. So there are some, and then India also not lagging behind. We have in Haridwar, Rishikesh, Nainital, Mathura. So on the example are giving so that's why we thought that let's give an overview, and then let's give and motivate the near neighboring country also to take this. So some of the example over then we can see in Mathura, Ahmedabad, Kharagpur, Haridwar, where I was working in there. So how Haridwar is that, if you see there is a canal, you can say Upper Ganga Canal and Lower Ganga Canal and the Ganga River. So there are almost 22 wells are there. Now moving to the next, if I see in Delhi, when I was doing a master in IIT Delhi, we have been investigating this more than 90 horizontal well are there and almost 5 big cation well are there. So the system were there, already there, but the difficulty over us is that we didn't document it, but we try to document and want to give an example of how natural filtration technique can be, used and how, where they are, particularly in the context of India. So this is the example from New Delhi. It's in Nizamuddin side, and here is a work what we have done in Uttarakhand also. I was associated with Uttarakhand Jal Sansthan. There is a Nainital Lake, and those 11 wells were there, which they have been abstracted water to supply the people of Nainital. So this is one of the site where I was intensively working in Uttarakhand. So like in Agasmuni, Srinagar, Satpuli were there. So this is like a river, Alaknanda were there, and a bank we have done some of the work. So just not to motivate only in India, but these things are there in abroad in so many countries. Like they are taking up, like for example, Slovenia. They have a well which you can see the river, a very muddy river. There is a well and there is a bank. There is a plant. Now similarly, if you see in Jordan, they try to take the water for irrigation purpose from this river. But they have got a high organic content river. Then they thought, okay, what we can do. So that one they contacted us through the University of Applied Science, and then we said, okay, suggest to go kind of a bank filtration near a water source. So that's where you can see there. Now moving to the next, this is one of the very fine example of where we are using it. The river that is a she, it's an ocean. It's big saline water. So what happened? Initially they were having a white dot is there. There is an old well where they have been abstracting water, but unknowingly there is a bank. Now what happened? They have got a high amount of salinity. Then we suggested, okay, don't only do what, then we will drill some few new well over the crest. So in order to make a barrier, so that you can get a pre-treatment water for the RO that will reduce in salinity. So this is one of the example, and that is the case in entire Germany. With I would say the parent of a bank filtration, where I did one of side in my PhD over there. Almost you can say 100 are there. This is one of the fine example of a bank filtration without any well. All they are siphonly connected. And see the capacity is more than 35,000 meter cube per day. With a minimum retention of 15 days. And they have share more than 50% of the bank filtration. Similarly, this another best Stockwood, I was there also. You can see there are 42 vertical well are there, which they were abstracting water for their consumption. This is the example how the monitoring well were done, and that is a sketch of this. So the history behind this is that in India we do this kind of bank filtration, but unknowingly, where most of the boring or most of the well, duck well, ring well, any well, they are adjacent to the water source. Actually, they are a bank filtration. Moving to the further closer, look to the European country, the same they have it. Moving to the next, if I see here, this I want just to give a feel of how strong the bank filtration is. That you can see the capacity. One of the oldest, see more than 100 years are there. 1875 years are recorded there. The problem is with the Rhine River, because they have a high spill of chemical and organic, so they decided that okay, let's go with an alternate solution how to do it, and there how it start doing the bank filter system. The another Tokyo example, you can see 1898. Then this place is very interesting. The river water is a little bit dark in color, origin organic, but they need huge water. So what they did, they pump the water from the surface, pull into that small touch is there. We call it it's called a pond. So they put the pond certain, so they infiltrate it, they go inside, again they pump it, so they get double water from both sides. Well are in somewhere in between the pond and the river. So this is one of the example again. Moving to the next. So this is advantage and disadvantages. Yeah, we can always see it equilibrate the temperature, remove a lot of impurities, immediate impurities. I would say like turbidity, colloidal. So this low in cost because there is no such big infrastructure like for example coagulation, flocculation. Those things are not there. And it absorbed heavy metal and certain viruses and protozoa. We have done one work in Nizamuddin, so you can see there they remove a rotavirus and norovirus. The paper is already there. Anybody can refer it. And moving to a disadvantage, I would say sometimes it's a cost intensive because of a geological formation. not irrespective of the conventional one. Of course, it will not be there. And sometimes it may clog. Clogging is a major problem over there. So that can be, depend, but it depends on the surface source. How is the surface source? And mineralization of a the mixed water, because sometimes the groundwater is very high in mineralized, but I would not say mineralized is it's a disadvantage. Sometimes it's good only. But let's say in a case of Srinagar, there were a high concentration of mineral, almost like 2000 microsiemens per centimeter. So that's very high, and sometimes that may be, a little bit of disadvantages. Okay, now, I wanted to focus on the context of Bhutan, where we were doing a small project with this partner. And this is like in the Phung Siling. Phung Siling is one of the 4 big municipality. We can call it like a Mumbai of India. So it's a Mumbai of Bhutan. So they call it a Thombe. And so the project or a proposed site is there, but the yellow color is there. Probably you can see it there. So it's given in a circle. So the site is there, and the city is the downstream. It's almost like 6 to 7 kilometers away from there. The reason being is there more cleaner water will get, less of anthropogenic contamination. So this is the description of the project site. It's a location is, as I said, Phung Siling, and the river is Omochi, and the population which we were asked to do is around 25 at the current design. And then in the river discharge is 300 meters per second. That's about an average one. That's in monsoon. It's terrible, very, very, very high. So that's all this key, the location or the place where where we visited, and that's the river where the Omocho or Torso River is in India. We call it Torso River. So the city is behind that site, and it was the objective was to build the 3 MLD water capacity through baying filtration. So that's why we start doing a reconnaissance survey, desktop analysis, meeting with the official over there. That's the person sitting in the center is the chief secretary of the Bhutan government, and the gentlemen are all a team from the waterworks and Department of Science and Technology from Bhutan. And then we start doing our work, then we collected sample and did our analysis. Similarly, we collected a lot of borehole log, that's from the organization over there, a company where associated with us, and then we collected samples. Similarly, our student did that sample to analyze this, how the grain size distribution would be. We measure a lot of parameter. Now, also that, not only that, we also try to assess ourselves, what is the viability of that? We ask the certain question by ourselves and to the organization that, do you need a sufficient amount of water? So if yes, then what could be, what is the adequate source of, is it there or not? So these are the certain questions we, parameter them, is there sufficient space, yeah, we can see in the picture, it's enough space are there. Moving to the next, then we also try to understand the subsurface thing. How is the aquifer characteristic would be, whether the river water have, a certain problem or not. Like for example, turbidity, that would be always, yeah, that's always the problem is there. But that would help in removing a certain, pollutant also in case, because it will take away, because they'll adhere it. Next is like, a question we try to understand is that whether there is any ecosystem or not within the boundary of, the range of 100 to 150 meter. So that's the question again. And C question, we ask an aquiferic known to the certain mineral reactive, like for example, I was saying about Srinagar in Uttarakhand, is there or not? So far, we didn't have any information on that, but so we put it no. So similarly, next question is that whether how is the, under rock after, 17, 18 meters. So this was a certain question we asked. Then we formulated everything, and we also find out that what is the aquifer type. So here you can see the aquifer type is unconsolidated. Of course, it's from a glacier. Poorly sorted, big pebbles are there, sand are there. So some sand pebbles are very good for bank filtration. EL would be around 108 meter per hour, less than what it is was expected. Piezometric level or water level would be around 412 in our site is around 8 meter. And then your transmittivity was found to be 150 to the max at that site particularly. And aquifer available is around 15 to 12 meter, but in a proposed site we have a 15 meter. Now that's you can see, you can appreciate, looking at a picture, how big the boulder were there and where the river are there. But so that's accordingly, and then we did a geotechnical or find the subsurface profiling. If you see the profile here, you can see up to the first borehole, which is very close to the bank filtration site. It's around middle up to 18 meter, and then from the first 15 meter, what we are more interested is above 5 to 10, 15 meters. So we can see that there you have a gravel, boulder, cobble, but at the bottom, their hard rock are found around 18 to 20 meters. So, and similarly, you want to see the cross river, how would be the other side of the bank of the river. So, because 15 was the hard rock, so we stop up to 15, and then we find out what are there accordingly from 0 to 9 meter was more same, and below 9 to 15 was around 6 meter. They have a little bit of different type of structure, a geological structure or a formation, I would say. And then little bit of downstream, then we understood, okay, their entire belt is almost like a similar. Now, if one can appreciate or one can understand about geotechnical, you can see that the grain start from around 3 meter onward. As a grain, I would say, a sand and pebble, they start from around 3 meter. So we generally need more than 5 meter, then a bank filtration is possible. Similarly for the lower one and the sand. So what happened then, the sample which we were, taken out, we categorized them, and then we try to understand, what type would be there. Okay, so sand to ground, that's preferable. Absolutely all right, very good. And D10 is 0.45, a little bit higher side, when there is a problem with the, I would say, a local sewage discharge and all, that can be one of the biggest issue there. So hydraulic conductivity is estimated is around 2.3 into 10 to the power minus 3. That's pretty good. Around 10 to minus 6 is nice, So before that, it will not get enough. And then if you see about the water quality, what we measure was one of the very important parameter. That's E. coli. Generally, it's come from the human, feces. So that's in a well river near there. There is no absolutely very good river. An Aumchi river were there. So that's a bathable, but it's not zero. More than 500 is not advisable to go and deep dive, but yeah, this is good. So the river water at that stage during our visit was all right. But near to there is another river where downstream to the city which is crossed. It's more than 298,0900. So that's not possible to dive, or it's not allowed. It's not good at all. So number of well that would require is based on the requirement or based on the the demand. They say that we require about 303 MLD. That means around 3,000 meter cube per day. So we suggest that you can have 3 wells, since aquifer thickness is around 15 meter. So you have enough water. So and then piezometric is around 4 to 8. So that's a water column is sufficient to get, but not with one well. So then aquifer gradation is, as it's already informed before earlier also. But the challenges over there is sometimes small, grain size could you block the bigger block, so this can a little bit reduce the discharge of the well. So for that, a little bit of modeling and little bit of understanding or a second science of penetration is required in order to get an efficient or a perfect parallel flow through the river from the bank. Now I summarize them all. If I summarize them, it says, okay, their site has got a very huge boulder, but limited, and the fine grain could subsequently reduce the horizontal flow. That's one of the challenges. It may be need to be verified again. I'm putting it into law. So the aquifer thickness is all, as I said, it's approximately 15, or in our side is 15. So maybe 5 meter less here and there because of the fluctuation in water level between monsoon and non-monsoon. So let's say we can minus 5 meters. So the water column is 10 meters. So you have enough water for this. So at least 3 wells is required based on the grain size distribution, based on a geological, and based on the yield calculation of a single well of 300 mm. So that's why we suggest that you must have 3. But one of the objective what we were taking from here was to identify a suitable site for a tube well. Tube well is nothing but a small infiltration well that is deep into the river bed. But the site where we were visited is not possible because of slopey, and then there were no aquifer. At least we required minimum of 5 meter. The aquifer where you can get the water from a tube well. And tube well, you don't need any electricity. That's the beauty of tube well. It's already awarded in the Ministry of Water in 2009. So this is some of my reference. I took it from there, and then I think I am finished with the talk. So, Madam Professor Khare, so yeah, I'm finished. So maybe if anybody wants to ask, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ranghan, for quite an interesting talk. So maybe one quick question we can take.
Yes,
if anybody has. Yeah, I think nobody has any question.
All right, Professor Khare.
We do not see any questions in the question box.
Yeah.
All right, sir.
So thank you very much once again, Dr. Dongan.
Perfect,
now-
perfect, madam. Yeah.
Now we move on to the second oral presentation by Dr. Bikaramji Goswami from Assam Don Bosco University, Airport Road, Guwahati. And he will be talking on flood prediction using microwave remote sensing in the Brahmaputra Valley. So over to Dr. Goswami, please. Yeah, Dr. Goswami, please start.
Thank you, ma'am. I think I hope my presentation is visible.
Yes, it is visible. You go to the view mode.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, please start.
Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Bikramjit Goswami. My presentation today is on flood prediction using microwave remote sensing in the Brahmaputra Valley. The plan of my presentation is based on the work that has been done in predicting flood in Assam and use of microwave remote sensing for that particular technique. The Brahmaputra, as we know, is the most important natural feature of the state of Assam. So Assam exists because of the Brahmaputra and its valley. And all the crops, all the agricultural produce, everything depends on the river Brahmaputra and its tributaries only. But at the same time, Brahmaputra and its tributaries are the reason for flood in Assam every year. It is a recurring event, recurring disaster, which leads to losses of human lives, crops, animals, and properties each year. So devastation by flood in Assam is not a new thing. Everyone knows about it. And these are some pictures of the flood occurrences in Assam in the last year and the last to last year. So in 2020, now also we are having this particular situation of flood. As on 16th August 2020, that is last Sunday itself, we have had 112 human lives being lost in the flood as a devastating form of flood in the Brahmaputra Valley itself. We had and the number of animals washed away is 478 till the last Sunday. And the population affected by flood is a huge number. 56,91,694 is the number actually. And apart from that, we had a lot of crop areas affected, 2,65,402 hectares as on 16th August. So there is a need for flood early warning, basically to provide warning signals to the human beings and the animals so that the people can move to safer places and be safe in those places. So this need for flood early warning is felt very much in the state of Assam, especially because we have very less number of in situ physically installed sensing mechanisms or sensors in the whole valley of Brahmaputra. Flood early warning system is basically dependent on these stages: the risk analysis, then monitoring and dissemination of the information regarding a flood occurrence, and finally response capability, which is basically the capability of the state or the national disaster response agencies. We have used here in this particular work the electromagnetic spectrum's spatial capability of the microwave band, basically. The graph in this particular slide shows the window of the atmosphere. That means the wavelengths which are transmitted through the atmosphere in percentage are shown. So in this case, if we see the microwave band is basically roughly from 10 millimeters to 1 meter in wavelength. The microwave bands are longer in wavelength as compared to visible or infrared bands, and therefore they can penetrate through the atmosphere, including cloud. And that is the advantage that we have taken in monitoring the level of water in the river Brahmaputra and subsequently predicting flood in the Brahmaputra Valley. Microwave remote sensing is basically done by sensing the the parameters on the surface of the Earth from the satellite, and satellite will have sensors on board them. So passive remote sensing is basically capturing the signals from the surface of the Earth by the way of natural emission or radiation directly from the surface. And usually the energy source in this case is the sun. Whereas the active microwave remote sensing takes help of a transmitter from the satellite, and the transmitter will transmit some signal which will get reflected from the surface of the Earth and the surface parameters, and it will be captured by the satellite's receiver again. So in this work, which is explained in this particular presentation, we have used the microwave brightness temperature as the parameter, which is basically captured by a passive microwave sensor on board the satellite. So brightness temperature is basically a parameter which is related to kinetic temperature through emissivity. So in this expression, TB is the brightness temperature, this epsilon is the emissivity, and T kinetic or TKIN is the kinetic temperature or the surface temperature at a particular time. So passive brightness temperature can be used to monitor temperature as well as properties related to emissivity. So we have used the property of emissivity in this case. So sensing is done by the satellite sensors in this particular way. We have a global view, the view of the whole world on a particular day at different frequencies captured by the sensors on board the satellite. In this particular work, we have used a sensor called as AMSR2, which is basically the Advanced Microwave Sensing Radiometer from Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. So these satellite maps from the sensors are available every day on near real-time basis. That means we will get the image of today. I mean, of today, we will be receiving the image tomorrow. So today, if we download, we can download the image that is basically captured image of the whole Earth, that of yesterday. So 1 day lagging is there in the process. So to utilize the emissivity property, we use an index, we derive an index basically from the brightness temperature that is captured by the satellite sensor. So what we do is we take the difference between the brightness temperature measured in vertical polarization and the brightness temperature measured in horizontal polarization. And then we divide it by the sum of these two, that is vertically polarized brightness temperature and horizontally polarized brightness temperature. Now these two brightness temperatures for the same place captured at the same moment also would vary in a different manner. Usually the horizontal brightness temperature varies more with the change in the type of surface from soil to water or to vegetation, etc. Now, in that expression, we had the brightness temperature which was measured in vertical form. So emissivity of vertical form will be here. Emissivity of horizontal brightness temperature will be here. Similarly, in the denominator also. So in this case, the kinetic temperature T is common in all these expressions. So T can be taken common and can be cancelled. So finally, we will have an expression where the polarization index will be measuring the difference in emissivity at vertical polarization and horizontal polarization of the sensor. Now, this polarization is a particular state at which the sensor is oriented in a particular direction to capture the signal from the surface of the Earth. Now, microwave emissivity of water is different from that of soil due to the differences in their dielectric constant. So that means when we have more water on the surface as compared to another day or another place, then the brightness temperature of that particular place, which is having water today, will change from the day when the water was not there. So that particular characteristic we can utilize in the process. So use of this polarization index, which is computed from brightness temperatures measured at vertical and horizontal polarization, can be made to detect the change from the soil to water on a particular land area. So that means when flood occurs, previously if the flood was not there, then it will be it will be emitting a particular brightness temperature due to soil. And when water comes over a particular area because of flood, the water will be emitting another brightness temperature. So that particular change can be uh, detected using this polarization index. So in this work, we have used the polarization index calculation we have made for 10 gigahertz brightness temperatures. We have different frequencies of brightness temperatures available. The area of study in this case is the area where the Brahmaputra river originates in the state of Assam. So basically there are three major rivers which come together and meet at a particular point near the town called as Hodia. Sadia or Hadia in local language. And in that near the town, we have the meeting point for three rivers which are coming from Arunachal Pradesh, Dihang, Dibang, and Lohit. So this particular place is where the Brahmaputra actually originates and takes the water all along the state of Assam from the eastern to the western end of Assam across this particular length of the state. So this particular length of the river forms the Brahmaputra Valley. That is the Brahmaputra Valley only. So this region that we have considered for our study is covered by the longitude and latitude as shown in this slide. The methodology is to determine polarization index at a suitable frequency. The suitable frequency, we found it to be 10 gigahertz. The most suitable one, which varies with the change in the soil cover or land cover from soil to water. Then correlating with river water level, that correlation has been done by taking the data from the physical measurements and then correlating with actual flood occurrences along the valley in the downstream areas, and then finally implementing the method for predicting flood in the Brahmaputra Valley. This is the methodology which is used. Now, some of the results show the polarization index values which are measured. I'm showing here a particular period of August to September 2015. The study has been done from 2014 to 2020, even till now also it is being continued. Now this August to September 2015 flood shows the peak values of this polarization index on 20th and 21st August. That means the first peak, and on 31st August, that is the second peak. So right after this particular peak of 20th and 21st August and the second peak of 31st August 2015, we can see the areas which are downstream in the western side as compared to the origin point of Brahmaputra River. In the western side, when we move on, we see the flood occurrences because of the river water overflow. So flood map of Kaziranga National Park on 22nd of August shows no flood actually. This map is obtained from Bhuvan portal of ISRO. So this is the area which is marked on the map, which is the area of Kaziranga National Park. And on 23rd of August, we can see these blue patches, the light blue patches on the image of 23rd August of Kaziranga shows the flooding. So basically inundated areas are shown by the light blue patches on the Bhuvan map. So from 20th and 21st peak, it took some time for the water to flow down and then cause the devastation due to flood. So again, after 31st August peak that we had observed in the graph, on 1st of September, there was no flood here. On 2nd of September, again, the flood had occurred in the same place of Kaziranga National Park. So a similar study has been done for the whole valley of Brahmaputra. I'm showing only the Kaziranga National Park pictures here because there are a lot of pictures, images which are available from Bhuvan portal through which we can do the study for the whole country actually. And the whole state of Assam is mapped with the flooding occurrences or flood maps every day. So this particular data is available with us, and this can actually act as the proof that there was a flood that occurred right after the indication of high PI value in the Hodia area. That means the origin of Brahmaputra, the area that we have taken as consideration. Again, 3rd and 4th September, it continued, flood continued. 6th September, the flood had receded. The Kaziranga National Park was cleared from flood on 6th of September. So if we go back to the graph, just for comparing, on 20th and 21st August, we had the peaks, and 31st August, we had the peaks, then it came down. That means the Brahmaputra River was having a lot of water right in the origin, basically fed from the rivers which were coming from Arunachal Pradesh in the origin of Brahmaputra in Assam. And then it was flowing down the valley. So similarly, correlation of
Hello,
this
sir.
particular PI
Yes,
value,
sir.
this particular value of PI in July 2016 is done. So in this graph also, we can see the PI value has a peak. The blue graph has a peak before the peaks would occur in rest of the places where the flood has actually occurred. Now, Majuli, Kaziranga, Morigao, Palasbari, and Dhubri, these are the places which are downward along the valley in the, they are all in the western side of the river and in the downstream of the river. So as we go along the downstream areas in the valley, we can see the peaks occurring because of the flood occurrences. These peaks of the graphs actually show the flood occurrences. Now these all other peaks are occurring right after the peak that had occurred in the place where we had measured the polarization index. So this also shows a kind of prediction mechanism for the major flood that would occur in the Brahmaputra Valley. So recent results here, 2020 floods in Assam. So and this result is from 18th May 2020 to 27th of July 2020. As we can see, the peaks are occurring in this particular blue graph, which is depicting the polarization index, the PI values, and the red graph shows the number of districts affected by flood. So this number of districts affected by flood are all in the Brahmaputra Valley. These are the Brahmaputra Valley districts which are affected by flood actually because of the river Brahmaputra and some of its tributaries also, of course. Now, these peaks are occurring just before the peaks of the flood that would occur in the whole of the Brahmaputra Valley. So these polarization index peaks actually give us indication regarding a flood that would occur in a very, very near future. That means 1 or 2 days later. And then these particular information can be considered as an indication, pre-indication to a major flood that would occur in the Brahmaputra Valley. So the flood progression in 2020, I'm showing one of the cases. The spike in PI value was obtained on 23rd of June in this place where we made the study. This is the area of consideration for study of PI values, and flooded areas on 23rd June was this particular area. So there were 5 districts which were affected on 23rd of June because of flood, and that was on the same day when we obtained a spike here in the PI value. But on the next day or 2-3 days later, the flood had started occurring in 16 districts, including the 5 districts which were already having flood very near to the river Brahmaputra's originating point in Assam. And it was progressing towards the downstream areas. That means Brahmaputra River is flowing from eastern to western side. So downstream areas got flooded after 3 days of this particular PI spike indication. Similarly, on the 4th day also, we saw the progression happen, and a total of 21 districts of the Brahmaputra Valley was affected as on 27th of June now. So this kind of trend is not only occurring in one particular case that is being shown here, but it has been occurring over the years. The study of this correlation between the polarization index measured at this particular origin point of river Brahmaputra, which the occurrence of flood along the valley for total 7 years from 2014 to 2020 has shown that there is a direct correlation that we have. So the summary of the results show that the analysis is actually done for 7 years, and high PI value of greater than or equal to 3.8 measured on the selected area around Hodia gives an early indication of major flood in various regions in the whole state of Assam. Another observation shows that PI, if the PI average value goes more than 5 or near 5, it gives an indication of very severe flood in the Brahmaputra Valley. So very severe flood devastating a lot of areas, lot of properties, and losses of lives can take place if we have a PI average value of that particular area of greater than or equal to 5. So the results are correlated with ISRO's Bhuvan map, flood maps, and Assam State Disaster Management Authority's reports for drawing authentic conclusions. So they are compared with the authentic values, and results are drawn. So in conclusions, I can say that the polarization index values based flood early warning technique is useful for regions having excessive cloud cover during monsoon season. So why is it important in the places where cloud cover is there? Because the conventional remote sensing using optical methods cannot be applicable, cannot apply in the places where we have cloud cover. Because of cloud cover, the optical sensors cannot see the surface of the earth at all. So microwave remote sensing is the only option in those cases. But however, the microwave remote sensing based flood related studies have not been done very effectively or in great extent for the state of Assam, especially to study the flood occurrences and especially in prediction of flood. So that is why this particular work is an important work, we believe. And prediction of such kind of a flood in Brahmaputra Valley can be done with a lead time of 2 to 4 days using microwave remote sensing that we have been able to find from the results which are obtained through our study. So these are some of the references, and the Assam State Disaster Management Authority flood reports are available every day in the evening time in their website, and Bhuvan maps, which show the disasters of different kinds in their portal, which is run by ISRO, are also available to everyone to freely access in their website, which is also taken help of while validating the method that we have devised. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Goswami. Maybe we can take one quick question if anybody has. No, I just have one query, Dr. Goswami.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
This data you have presented is taken from the satellite, I suppose.
Yes, correct,
Okay.
ma'am.
And another small thing is that how much in advance can you detect this? Can you predict this flood? I think in the last concluding slide you were saying 2 to 4 days or something like that.
Yes, ma'am. Depending on the place where the flood is predicted, we have a lead time of 2 to 4 days. 2 to 4 days of lead time we can take. However, the data can be downloaded 1 day later. That means yesterday's data will be available today. So if we have a lead time of 2 days in certain cases, then we actually will be having 1 day in our hand, because today I'll be downloading yesterday's data. That is how it is available, and that data I will be analyzing to detect or monitor and predict the flood occurrence in the valley. That's how it is done.
So the problem basically lies with the sharing the data with the ISRO.
Yes.
Otherwise, you can predict it in a bit more in advance.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. But the problem is basically in processing the data. Once the data is obtained from the satellite, it needs to go through a processing step. So that processing takes some time, and that's why the data of yesterday would be available today. That's how it is. But still, it can be used effectively to predict some occurrences of floods in the downstream areas where the water would take some time of at least 1 day or 2 days, because it's a long stretch over which the river Brahmaputra flows through the state of Assam, the entire length of Assam, actually, from east to western side. So in the downstream areas toward the western side, we can still predict the flood occurrence in 1 or 2 days in advance with the data that is available directly in near real-time basis.
Okay. Well, if there is no other question, let us thank Dr. Goswami for a very interesting and very relevant talk, particularly to this part of the country. So now we move on to the third talk just before the lunch. It will be delivered by Dr. Tapan Das from Department of Power Electronics Instrumentation Engineering, Jorhat Institute of Science and Technology. And he will be speaking on another very important topic. It is on a semi-analytic reconstruction method for diffuse optical tomography. So over to Dr. Tapan Das.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to all. I am sharing my screen, I think.
Yeah, sure.
Is it visible to all?
No, it is not yet coming. Your only the folder is appearing. Presentation is not visible.
But it is showing here. I am sharing my screen. Your screen sharing. It is coming.
Yeah, but we can see your folder only.
Okay, ma'am.
Presentation is not coming.
Stop the sharing and
So
share
at least the sharing is okay, but it is not coming. The presentation is not appearing.
You stop the sharing and share it again with
Yeah.
the presentation.
Yeah, now
Is
it's
it?
coming. Yes, yes.
It's coming.
Yeah, it's coming. Just go to view mode.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, it's okay. You can start.
Am I audible to all?
I think so. I can hear you comfortably. Maybe Astu can tell us. Your allotted time is 15 minutes.
Ma'am, I'm not, Professor Khare, I'm not getting your voice.
Can you get my voice? Hello? Hello?
Professor Khare is audible. Dr. Das. Hello, Dr.
Am I
Das?
audible?
Yeah,
Yes, you are audible.
Yep, I can hear you. Yeah.
A very good afternoon to the respective panelists and all the members of Assam Science and Technology University who is organizing this national conference. Today, I'm thankful to all the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to talk on a topic called semi-analytic reconstruction method for diffuse optical tomography. I am Dr. Tapan Das from the Department of Power Electronics and Instrumentation Engineering, Jorhat Institute of Science and Technology. Today, before starting with the talk, I'd like to give you a brief overview of the talk. First, I'll start with the introduction to diffuse optical tomography, the motivation and objective behind this work, results and discussion, conclusion, and future scope. Introduction. Diffuse optical tomography or imaging is basically a non-invasive imaging technique that utilizes near-infrared light in the range of 650 to 950 nanometers, and that is so-called biological optical window, where the absorption of light is very small. And it helps in basically investigating tissue to obtain its optical properties like absorption coefficients, scattering coefficients, etc., from different boundary measurement. And the non-ionizing nature, low cost, portability for bedside measurement has always attracted research towards diffuse tomography. Now, generally in DOT, the 3 different instrumentation techniques are used, namely continuous wave, frequency domain, and time domain. Out of these 3, the continuous wave technique is the low cost one, and it can measure only the changes in optical properties, whereas time domain and frequency domain can measure the absolute values, but are rather intricate and complicated techniques. And the main area of DOT application basically covers from breast imaging to brain imaging, neonatal brain imaging, and small animal imaging, to name a few. Now, to start with this, actually to understand diffuse optical tomography, what we have to do is to understand how the photons, that means light, interacts with the tissue. So this is basically a very complicated process because biological tissue is very highly diffusive in nature because of highly scattered nature of biological tissue. So whenever light falls, it moves in a very complicated, it follows a very complicated path due to multiple scattering. Now, I think all of us are familiar with this, like when we put a small light source, maybe a torch light or even our phone camera light in the tip of the finger, what we can see is that light, some part of the light being transmitted back from the other end of the finger. So that helps, that tells that light can penetrate through tissue. So this is the basic idea for diffuse optical tomography, from where we will try to basically try to find out the optical properties of tissue. Now, to understand the photon propagation, basically, it is reported that the majority photons, when it is emitted on a biological tissue, it follows a curved banana-shaped path, as shown in this figure 1. And this here, if you see here, there are sources and detectors placed at the surface of the tissue, and depending upon the distance between the source and the detector, that light, when it after multiple scattering, will come out at the surface and can be detected with the help of detectors. Now, to understand tissue optics, basically there are primarily three properties are associated, which is called absorption. That this basically arises due to different tissue components like water, hemoglobin, protein, etc. And the value of absorption coefficient varies from 0.01 to 0.5 centimeter inverse. Then the next property is called scattering. It is due to the refractive index mismatch between the particle and the surrounding medium. And then comes the anisotropy. So it basically refers to the directional dependence in terms of anisotropy factor. And this value varies between 0.8 to 0.98. Now, to understand this absorption of light, basically light when falls in tissue can be absorbed because of presence of hemoglobin, oxyhemoglobin, and water. So in this figure 3, we can see a Spratl window. So in this, that so-called biological window of 650 to 950 nanometer, what we can see is that the absorption of light is minimum, and that provides us this optical window so that we can basically get the absorption, means tissue optical properties utilizing NIR light in the range of 650 to 950 nanometer. And in this range, basically, the dominant absorbers will be mostly your oxyhemoglobin and deoxyhemoglobin, as can be seen from the figure 3. Then we'll come to the photon propagation model. So basically, it's based on the very well-known diffusion equation, and it is shown in equation number 1. Then also we have this well-known modified Beard-Lambert law that basically relates how the incident intensity light is related to the detected intensity light with the help of a logarithmic relationship, as shown in your equation number 2. Here, there is a term called DPF, that is your differential path length factor, that basically corresponds to the increasing path length because of the multiple scattering that we have already told that inside tissue, there occurs multiple scattering. And because of that, the distance between the source and detector, when the light travels between the source to detector, there is an increase in path length. And that, in order to consider that, we have to consider the differential path length factor. Then in this problem of diffuse optical tomography can broadly be divided into two sub-problems. One is called as the forward problem, and another is called as the inverse problem. Now, the forward problem, it is like we know the tissue optical properties as well as the source intensity, and we are supposed to calculate the boundary measurements. Whereas in the inverse problem, we are supposed to calculate the tissue optical properties from the known source and the boundary measurement. So this is shown in figure this. So then I'll give a brief idea to the literature. So basically a lot of work has already started in the early 1990s. And then there are some reconstruction methods have been proposed. Then also in 1994, some linear non-recursive algorithm has been put forward for imaging diffusive medium. Then with the advent of image processing techniques and the statistical signal processing techniques, more advanced methods like subspace method with using compressive sensing based methods have been also implemented. Also some analytical model has been proposed for imaging of biological tissue. Now with all these techniques, there are certain limitations. Like for example, we'll come back to the motivation and objective behind this work. So the motivation was to basically develop a relatively fast and accurate reconstruction method for low cost and for having non-invasive nature for utilizing it in continuous wave diffuse optical tomographic system. Now there are different problems associated with this. Now in DOT image reconstruction, the most common problem that is faced is the numerical stability, which is basically due to the inverse problem that we have shown in the previous few slides. Now, even with the most state-of-art reconstruction schemes like reconstruction schemes, the state-of-art reconstruction schemes, the problem arises. Okay, then again there are problem with the prior information regarding inclusion as well as target. So in order to overcome these things, we have put forward this objective. So the objective was to have an efficient and numerically stable nonlinear curved beam back projection based method for estimation of absorption coefficient using continuous wave technique without solving the inverse problem, as well as having no prior information regarding the presence of inclusion or its shape or size. And also we tried to overcome the partial volume effect that is associated with modified Beard-Lambert law and the crosstalk problem associated with MBLL. So the idea, as we have talked about, that the photons used to majority photon is to follow a nonlinear path and a curved path. So the whole idea was to fit a nonlinear function, and for that we have chosen the Rosenberg's banana function as shown in here. And this nonlinear function is fitted between each source detector channels, and we have estimated the photon paths. And now the advantage of fitting this nonlinear function is that since it will resemble the most convenient actual scenario of photon propagation in tissue. Earlier works, people have used the linear function. So, but when you use linear function, there will be certain errors. So here we try to use this nonlinear function. And if you see here in the figures, 4A as well as 4B, that is basically showing the estimated photon paths between any source detector pairs. And for 4B is showing, I think, total 96 source detector banana paths, which has been between different sources for a arrangement of 8 source and 12 detector up to the arrangement. Now this will form the basis for image reconstruction. Now we'll come to the methodology part. For the methodology, basically what we have done is that we have used the modified Beard-Lambert law, but in a differential form. So in order to do that, since we have already estimated the photon paths, so we have the ability to apply MBLL in a differential form. That means to all the photon paths respectively, and then we'll try to calculate the absorption from each of these paths. So if you see here in equation number 3 and 4, so equation number 3 and 4 are basically, say if we consider a ith channel and a jth channel, and then we apply the modified Beard-Lambert law in the differential form, then we can have these equations from where we can calculate or estimate the absorptions from the respective paths. Now, once we have this, then we can have the differential measurement. And from that, with a reasonable assumption, we can arrive at equation number 6, where we can basically calculate the absorption coefficient of the any jth path. Okay. Then we can also calculate because if you see here, we go back to equation number 6, we need to know the mean path lengths for each of these channels. So in order to calculate the mean path length in continuous wave measurement technique, we use this equation number 7 and 8 to calculate the mean path length. So equation number 8 is basically showing the mean path length for the each of these paths. So here now I will give you a brief idea what is the semi-analytic reconstruction method. First step was data acquisition. So the source fiber is basically rotated around the periphery at multiple locations to complete the data acquisition process by recording detector intensities at the tip of the source fibers. Then these intensities are recorded either using, we can also use photodetector as shown here, or maybe SCCD camera depending upon the application. Then we'll fuse, then you will fit this nonlinear function, that is the Rosenberg's function, to each of these source banana functions, each of these source detector paths, to estimate the majority photon path followed by photons as curved one. And then we'll apply the modified Beer-Lambert law in its opposed differential form to estimate the absorption coefficient. Now for semi-analytic tomography from reconstruction, there's this third step. So here basically the calculated mu value is back projected along all the estimated curved photon paths for 2D image reconstruction. Now, since if we talk about tomography, we need to move to 3D, that means volumetric imaging is essential. So for that, what we have done, we have gone from 2D to 3D, and that is done with by achieving or stacking the reconstructed 2D images at different depths along the phantom or along the object being imaged, and then we stack them one above the other according to their depth, and then interpolate it across the depth to get the actual volumetric imaging or 3D imaging. Then also we try to reconstruct very important hemodynamic parameters like oxyhemoglobin concentration, deoxyhemoglobin, total hemoglobin concentration, oxygen saturation, etc. And here basically we did this experiment on human finger joint, and we choose the distal interphalange as well as proximal interphalange finger joints of human finger using multi-wavelength sources. Now, why we have moved to 3D volumetric reconstruction? So the idea is that it is essential for better usability in practical application, and it gives a completeness to the tomographic reconstruction in its true sense. It will also help to better understand the presence of heterogeneity and give us an idea regarding at what depth basically the heterogeneity is
Your
present.
audio is not audible.
Also,
audio is not coming.
Photon longs in this tissue can be moved in
Dr.
any
Das,
direction,
I
so
can't hear
volumetric
you.
imaging can give an idea of photon propagation inside the medium. So these are the ideas, these are the reasons for which we have moved to 3D volumetric reconstruction. This is some of the experimental setups that are used here. So if you see here, it's very simple. We have laser sources, we have detectors, and then we have multimode plastic fibers for collecting the light from the light being coming out from the, that sample, and then same is being recorded either with the help of a detector or a CCD camera. Then I'll talk about the results and the discussion part. So coming to results, basically we use this semi-analytic reconstruction method both for simulated phantoms as well as real phantoms as shown in the earlier slide. So first, figure 6 is basically showing the reconstructed images of simulated phantom using TOAST package. So if you see here, figure 6A, basically it is showing the rectangular simulated phantom with a single inclusion. So this red color portion with a higher absorption value is basically the inclusion that mimics maybe tumor or something like that with the in the background. And this figure 6B is the reconstructed image with the proposed semi-analytic reconstruction method. And then we have also used different geometries. So this one is with the cylindrical geometry having 2 inclusions with different absorption values. Okay, so that same has also been reconstructed here as shown in figure 6D. And then if you come to this figure 7, that shows the volumetric reconstruction that we have already explained in the previous slide. So here what we have done is that we have reconstructed 2D images at different depths. Z is showing the depth that is 0.5 centimeter along this axis for this phantom at the depth of 1.1 centimeter, and similarly for the rectangular phantom as well as for the cylindrical phantom, we have generated or reconstructed 3 different images, 2D images at different depths along the phantom. And then as mentioned earlier, we have stacked them one above the other and did the interpolation to achieve at the final volumetric images shown in figure 7G and H. So this shows the presence of inclusions here as well as inclusions in this image also, single inclusion present in the wax phantom, cylindrical wax phantom. And moving on to next slide, here basically we are showing how accurately this method can reconstruct the absorption coefficient. So if you see here, this is figure 8A, B, and C are the cylindrical, rectangular, and this is basically a homogeneous phantom without any inclusion. So if you see here, it is almost, in case of single inclusion, it is almost been able to reconstruct the image with the actual and the reconstructed image values are almost similar, and it's been able to locate the inclusion almost perfectly.
Dr.
And
Das.
the same is the case with the two inclusion.
Dr. Das.
Then to assess the performance, so basically different matrices, performance matrices like structural similarity index, mean square error, peak to PSNR, etc., are evaluated as shown in the figure 9, equation 9, 10, and 11. So we have basically done this accuracy estimation, and in this table 1, we are showing the comparison with respect to the ground truth. And if we compare here, the ground truth, the location of the inclusion was at 2.47 and 1.70 for and 1.10 and 3.30. So for the reconstructed rectangular image, what we have obtained is 2.35, 1.7, and 0.93 to 3.3. Similarly, for the ground truth of the cylindrical, the actual inclusions were created at 3.20 and 2.50 centimeter, whereas in the reconstructed image, we obtained that at around 3.25 and 2.60. And here in the second line, basically it is showing the reconstructed absorption coefficients. So actually the reconstructed coefficients are 6.28 and 6.40 for the two inclusion. And for the cylindrical phantom, we have the actual value was 5.2 and what we have reconstructed is 5.1. So we have in the table 2, basically we have put the performance matrices that we have calculated. So if we see here, for the one inclusion case, the MSE value is 0.0333, and for the two inclusion cylindrical, it is 0.0525, and for the rectangular two inclusion, it is 0.09, and similarly, we have calculated the SSIM as well as PSNR values. So if we see here from the structural similarity, for the one inclusion case, the structural similarity is a little high.
Sorry to interrupt you. Please try to finish it as fast as possible.
And then we have this DOT application. So here in vivo finger joint imaging, application. So here basically a reconstructed DIP and the PIP finger joints. And also we have reconstructed the hemodynamic parameters. If we see here in the figure 10, so HB and HBO2 images are reconstructed for this finger joint. And if you compare here, the values of HBO2 maximum value is around 0.65 millimolar, whereas for the HB it is 0.14 millimolar. So by that, all the...
Dr. Das? Dr. Das, can you hear me?
Results are shown in this table number 3 for both the DIP, that is, hello.
Hello, Dr. Das, can you hear me?
Hello. Hi, God. Okay. Might just conclude Kori sir detail. Take us.
Dr. Das, can you hear me, please? Please.
So I'm just concluding.
Okay.
Few of the slides that I'm showing here. So like different applications, we can use it in fruit quality assessment also. And then in the conclusion, I would like to say that it is suitable for small applications where real-time applications even. But again, there are future scope of improvements, like we can further improve this method by using a photon cloud distribution instead of simple nonlinear function. And then also there is possibility of amalgamating this method with the state-of-art methods for further improving the accuracy. So these are some of the publications and references. And I'd like to thank my collaborator, Professor P.K. Datta from Electrical Engineering Department, IIT Kharagpur. Thank you for listening. I think I have overshoot some more time, so sorry for that, ma'am.
It's okay. Okay, can you hear me? Am I audible? Am I audible? Hello?
You are audible, ma'am, but
Okay.
maybe
Ma'am, I am not audible. You are not audible to me, ma'am.
I do not know, but the host can hear me
Yeah,
clearly.
ma'am is audible to everyone except you. Probably something wrong in your system.
Yeah, it is good not to listen to the chairperson.
I am not hearing you, ma'am.
Can you hear me now? It is good not to hear to the chairperson, so that is okay. Okay, so we will now conclude. This was the last talk and very interesting talk, and I think we are just offshooting the lunch time. So, but it was really a very interesting session, and I would like to thank all the speakers and the participant. And on personal behalf, I would like to thank to Astu for giving me the opportunity to chair this very important session of the conference. Okay, thank you very much. Over to Astu.
Thank you, Ma'am Khade, yeah, for your this sharing this technical session 5, and it was really nice sharing and technical sessions. And I, on the behalf of Assam Science and Technology University and also organizing committee, express our thanks to you, and thanks, Madam, and we'll look forward in future also. And this is the end of this technical session, and we'll meet again at 2 o'clock for our next technical session 6. So this is the break now for lunch for half an hour. Thank you all. Thanks, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry for the disturbance. Hello. Sorry for the disturbance. Actually, I want to share the screen now, but it is not available. It seems somebody has to allow me. I want to share the screen, but somebody need to allow me, that seems. I want to check it, whether I am able to see there, my presentation able to. Okay. But can I share? I can share the only sharing the screen only, na? That's all that I have to do. Okay, thank you. Okay. శివ, ఈ దీంట్లోది షేర్ చేసుకోవడం వల్ల నేను నా ఇంటర్నెట్ షేర్ చేసుకోవాలనుకోవాలి. దీంట్లోంచి ఎలా దీన్ని షేర్ చేసుకుంటా? ఇది రావట్లేదు మొబైల్ డేటా, పర్సనల్ హాట్స్పాట్. దీంట్లో నేను దీని నుంచి దీనికి నేను కనెక్ట్ అవ్వచ్చు కదా?
దీంట్లో వస్తుంది కదా హాట్స్పాట్.
హాట్స్పాట్ ఏంటి వచ్చింది?
కాదు మొబైల్ హాట్స్పాట్ ఆన్ చేయండి. ఇక్కడ
ఐఫోన్ ఉంది కదా, ఇది ఐఫోన్ కదా. చేశాను అనుకో, కనెక్ట్ చేస్తే అవ్వట్లేదు కదా. ఇక్కడ
కాదు, నీ పాస్వర్డ్ ఉంటుంది.
ఈ పాస్వర్డ్ కొట్టినా అవ్వట్లేదు. నో పాస్వర్డ్ పెడితే సరిపోదు.
ఇది ఓపెన్ కావాలంటే పాస్వర్డ్ కావాలా? నో పాస్వర్డ్ పెట్టినా అయిపోతుంది. ఇక్కడ వస్తా చూడు.
అవలా ఇందాక
ఇక్కడ హాట్స్పాట్ ఆన్ చేయాలి.
ఎక్కడ?
దీంట్లో
చేసా కదా. హాట్స్పాట్ ఆన్ చేస్తాను, పర్సనల్ హాట్స్పాట్. అంటే ఈ బ్లూటూత్ కూడా ఆన్ చేశాను. అక్కడ
బ్లూటూత్ అవసరం లేదు, మొబైల్ డేటా ఆన్ చేయండి సార్.
మొబైల్ డేటా ఆల్రెడీ ఆన్ ఉంది కదా.
మొబైల్ డేటా ఆన్ అయితే హాట్స్పాట్ అని ఉంటుంది.
పర్సనల్
సెట్టింగ్స్ లోకి వెళ్ళి హాట్స్పాట్ వస్తుంది. నాది ఓపెన్ చేస్తుంది చూడు, నాది ఓపెన్ చేస్తే కనిపిస్తుంది. వచ్చింది,
రావట్లేదు. చెకింగ్ నెట్వర్క్ రిక్వైర్మెంట్స్ చెక్ ఇదిగో కనెక్ట్ దిస్ నెట్వర్క్ అంటుంది.
సిగ్నల్ లేదు దాంట్లో.
కాదు
ఉంది. సెట్టింగ్స్ లోకి వెళ్ళి పోర్టబుల్ హాట్స్పాట్ ఉంటుంది. వైఫై కదా, పోర్టబుల్ హాట్స్పాట్.
ఓకే, ఎక్కడైతే
నా దగ్గర అయితే పోర్టబుల్ హాట్స్పాట్ ఉంటుంది.
హాట్స్పాట్ ఇదే పర్సనల్ హాట్స్పాట్. పోర్టబుల్ హాట్స్పాట్ ఒకటే కదా.
దీంట్లో వస్తుంది చూడు, సెటప్ పోర్టబుల్ హాట్స్పాట్ అని పెట్టేస్తే
పాస్వర్డ్ పెట్టాలి. ఇది నేను దానికి పెట్టిన టు కనెక్ట్ యూజింగ్ యూఫీ, టు కనెక్ట్ యూజింగ్ బ్లూటూత్, టు కనెక్ట్ యూజింగ్ యూఎస్బి. కనెక్ట్ యూజింగ్ యూఫీ యూజింగ్ యూఫీ కాదు, వైర్లెస్ కాదు. ఇది టు కనెక్ట్ యూజింగ్ బ్లూటూత్. ఇక్కడ ఏమన్నా సెట్టింగ్ ఇవ్వాలేమో.
ఇక్కడ ఆన్ చేయాలి. మొబైల్ హాట్స్పాట్ ఆన్ అయింది. ఇక్కడ నుంచి ఇక్కడికి, నువ్వు ఇక్కడ నుంచి ఇక్కడికి వస్తే ఇక్కడ డిటెక్ట్ అవుతుంది. డెస్క్టాప్ ఆన్ అయింది, దాని నుంచి మొబైల్ కనెక్ట్ అవుతావు.
అంతేనా?
ఇప్పుడు రివర్స్ వస్తున్నావు, ఐఫోన్ లో ఆన్ చేస్తావు, ఇక్కడ డిటెక్ట్ అవుతుంది. ఇక్కడ చేసుకోవాలి. సార్
ఇప్పుడు నీది చేస్తాను
నేను అరుస్తాను. అది రెడ్డమైన
కదా, ఇదే కదా
రెడ్డమైన వచ్చింది. రెడ్డమైన
అది కదా, హోమ్ నెట్వర్క్ అని వచ్చింది. అమృత, అమూల్య,
కొంచెం వస్తుంది.
బీఫీ అని పెట్టారా? నేనైతే
ఇప్పుడు వస్తుంది.
ఏంటి
అట్లా నీకు వస్తుంది.
ఇప్పుడు
కనెక్ట్ కొట్టి పాస్వర్డ్ వస్తుంది. పాస్వర్డ్ ఇచ్చేస్తాను.
ఈ పాస్వర్డ్ ఓయ్ ఇంత పెద్ద పెడతారంటే
వచ్చింది ఆటోమేటిక్ జనరేట్ అయింది.
452
D2B79AD
79AD.
నెక్స్ట్
అవ్వలేదుగా చెక్.
చెప్పు
దీనికి ఏమైనా ప్రోటోకాల్స్ అని పెట్టాము.
ఒకసారి సెట్ చేసుకుంటే సరిపోతుంది. దీంట్లో డేటా స్పీడ్ కూడా ఉంటుంది. ఇలా వచ్చినప్పుడు ఇదే ప్రొసీజర్. ఇదే
చూడు
డేటా రాదు. డేటా ప్రాబ్లం ఉంటుంది. డేటా స్లో ఉంటే అట్లా తిరుగుతూ ఉంటుంది.
4G
నా 4G కాదు, నా 2G వస్తుంది. సిగ్నల్ వస్తూ పోతుంది. అది కనెక్ట్ అయిపోయింది. నో ఇంటర్నెట్ సెట్.
తీసి నేను తీసేసుకోండి.
ఆటోమేటిక్ ఆఫ్ చేస్తా అదేనా?
అయినా సరే అవ్వట్లేదు. ఇందాక నుంచి చేస్తున్నా.
అదో పోర్టబుల్ హాట్స్పాట్ అని ఉందా? ఇక్కడ పోర్టబుల్ హాట్స్పాట్ ఆన్ చేసుకుంటే ఆన్ అవుతుంది. సెట్టింగ్స్ లోకి వెళ్ళి
అవును, ఇక్కడ ఇది నీదైనప్పుడు ఇది కూడా అవ్వాలి కదా.
రావాలి. నీకు అక్కడ నుంచి రావడం లేదు, అసలు డిటెక్ట్ కావడం లేదు.
పర్సనల్ హాట్స్ ఆన్ చేయడమే.
పర్సనల్ హాట్స్పాట్ కాదు. సెట్టింగ్స్ లోకి వెళ్ళి చెప్తా. వైఫై కాదు, సెట్టింగ్
లోనే కదా ఉంది. నేను ఇప్పుడు
సెట్టింగ్స్ లోకి వెళ్ళి
యాక్సెసిబిలిటీ
లోకి వెళ్ళి అది కాదు యాక్సెసిబిలిటీ కాదు. సిమ్ కార్డ్స్, వైఫై, బ్లూటూత్ దాని కింద ఉంటుంది. సెట్టింగ్స్ లో పనికి లేదు ఇంకా. అది కాదు సార్, కార్ డిస్ప్లే కాదు సార్. సెట్టింగ్స్ లో వైఫై, బ్లూటూత్
కదా. పర్సనల్
హాట్స్పాట్ ఆన్ చేయండి.
ఇసే కదా.
అలా ఓకే కొట్టాలి కదా. ఆన్ చేసి అయింది. డిటెక్ట్ కావాలి. ఇక్కడ
ఇందాక డిటెక్ట్ అయిందిగా, ఇప్పుడు కొట్టాను.
వైఫై పాస్వర్డ్ కూడా ఉంది, రోహిత్ 2 అని. ఐఫోన్ అదో వచ్చింది కదా.
వచ్చింది కానీ అవట్లేదు.
చూడండి కరెక్ట్ ఆటోమేటిక్.
120 ఇప్పుడు ఫస్ట్ టైం కదా మనం చేసింది.
ఎస్.
దీంట్లో ఏదో పెట్టుంటాం. బ్లూటూత్ ద్వారా కట్ చేయాలి.
బ్లూటూత్ కాదు సార్, మొబైల్ డేటా ఆన్ చేయాలి.
మొబైల్ డేటా ఆల్రెడీ ఉంది కదా.
ఆన్ ఉంది. అవన్నీ సింక్ అయిపోయినా ఆటోమేటిక్గా డేటా ఆన్ చేసి హాట్స్పాట్ ఆన్ చేస్తే డివైస్ గా వచ్చేస్తారు. సార్ వస్తుంది సార్. అదేదో మీ ఫోన్ లో ఏదో ఉంది.
యాపిల్ ఫోన్ వెరైటీలే
ఇక్కడ డిటెక్ట్ అవుతుంది.
అవును, డిటెక్ట్ అవుతుంది. రావాలి కంపల్సరీ. Hello? Hello? Yeah. బాబు నేను నేను 2 క్లాస్ ఉందని చెప్పాను కదా, నేను 3 గంటలకు వస్తాను. నేను ఇప్పుడు క్లాస్లో ఉన్నా. ఇప్పుడు క్లాస్ స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది నాకు. 3 o'clock మాత్రమే నేను నీకు అవైలబిలిటీ ఉంటా. నేను అప్పటి వరకు క్లాస్లో ఉంటాను. వస్తాను నేను వచ్చేస్తాను.
Professor Sanaga, sir.
Yes.
Welcome. Sir, you can check your presentation right now. I think our team is waiting.
Okay. Okay. This is something I'm missing it. Okay, I'll go. Okay. Yeah. So, are you able to see me, sir?
No, sir. You click on share screen.
Yeah, that's why I'm sharing the screen. Just I'm going to. Okay. Okay, sir.
It is coming, sir.
So, are you able to see me, sir? You are able to listening me and seeing me. That's all. Okay, and you are able to see the screen.
Yes.
Okay. So another 5 minutes is there. It's good. I'll be like this only because till the. What happens if power goes off? That's I can't promise you. System now the rains are there now. Maybe power may goes off. We have wireless and wired also. I put wired connection. But anything happens, okay. Excuse me for that if something happens in between.
Yeah, sir, we have 5 minutes.
Okay.
After 5 minutes, we will start.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
So somebody will initiate, na, sir? Before that, somebody will initiate that. Are you able to listening me properly, sir? Because how far I have to come to the near to the screen, I have to know it. So because I am
No,
using.
it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You are audible and your skin also visible.
Okay.
Your this face also visible.
Okay.
It's nice. Only that we are waiting for the time that.
Okay, 2 o'clock. It's at 2
o'clock.
o'clock.
Okay.
So you will initiate, na, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. I am audible?
Yes.
Yeah. So good afternoon to all the panelists and participants of the national conference on of the national conference. I welcome all of you to this technical sessions. Sixth, this technical session, we have one invited talk and 3 oral presentation. 2 oral presentation, and the invited talk will be from Professor Sanaga Srinivasulu, and oral presentations from Mr. M. Athakar and Dr. Rajiv Bora. So to begin with the session, introduce our invited guest speaker of this session, Professor Sanaga Srinivasulu. Professor Srinivasulu is from JNTUH Hyderabad. JNTUH Hyderabad is also a mentor institute of Assam Science and Technology University. Professor Sanaga is from Department of Civil Engineering. And hello. He is working presently as a professor of civil engineering, JNTUH, Hyderabad. He has been associated with a number of research projects, consultancy for the university, and had number of research publications in Indian and international journal. He also awarded the Best Discussion Award by the Journal of Hydrology Engineering by the American Society of Civil Engineers. Professor Sanaga will speak on civil engineering system modeling, artificial intelligence and its use. I welcome Professor Sanaga for his invited talk. Sir, now this is your time. Please continue.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Professor.
I also welcome Professor Arnob Gogoi, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, and thank you to the organizing team of National Conference. Okay.
Sir, please continue.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to the National Conference organizers and also Assam Engineering College giving me the opportunity. And further, I would like to say thanks to the dignitaries, other dignitaries who are participating as an expert and other as a student member. So I would like to present on civil engineering systems modeling. My talk today is based upon civil engineering systems modeling, artificial intelligence, a view. Actually, I thought to give a brief talk on this, but even a brief talk also, it gives a lot of consuming a lot of time. So I try to minimize my limitations to my field area, but I'll give some examples in other field areas too. But thing is, I would like to talk on what is a system, how is artificial intelligence techniques are incorporated into this, and how the present modeling system has to be looked into the artificial intelligence point of view. So these are all the issues which are going to be just give a brief and narrative things. So I'll start with what is now any natural phenomena are interrelevant occurrence due to man-made activities are extremely complex. Everybody knows that, and may never be fully understood. So this makes you to fuzziness in the system that gives it will not give the perfect knowledge. To understand in the absence of perfect knowledge, the total natural phenomena or whatever the inter-reliance occurrences can be divided into simplified way by means of the system concept. So you can define that in a system concept, then automatically it will be defined in a simplified way. So what is a system? Then I'm going to talk about what is a system. So system, you know, it's a system always a system theoretical sense. It is a set of ordered pairs of inputs and outputs with an underlying functional relationship characterizing the mapping of inputs and outputs. So generally, it is this is composed of three parts. One is the input, then output, and the system operation of a function. So if you mathematically, if you take typographical, if you say input will be there and the functional mapping will be in the time of space, time, and randomness, and output will be there. So what is a system model? Now, when the system is defined it, and what is a system model? A system model is approximation of the actual system, and its objective of a system to analyze, to study the system operation and predict its output. And inputs, outputs are measurable variables, and structure is a set of equations or abstractions that links the inputs and outputs. And central to the model structure is the concept of system transformation. Now, a system, if you take into system, a system is a connected parts of the form as a whole and a composite number of subsystems. Generally, being a water resource engineer, just I'll explain a simple water resource hydrological cycle. So hydrological, everybody knows that. Any civil engineer, even non-common man also knows that what is happening in the hydrological cycle: atmosphere to overground, overland to underground, and again underground to overland to the atmosphere. It's a simple hydrological system. It's a bigger system. Now, if you want to talk about only the rainfall runoff concept, I can make this as a subsystem. You can divide into subsystem. Like there is a, what is the input to this will be precipitation, and output will be the stream flow, and there will be a system boundary will be there. So like that, you can define a system and subsystem of any physical phenomena or man-made interrelationships. So to deal with this system modeling, so generally earlier it to be a physical modeling, and there are conceptual modelings, everything is available. But because of modernization or internet and other soft computing techniques is coming to picture, then artificial intelligence will play the key role in a decision making or in abstraction and in estimation and prediction. Everything will be used as an artificial intelligence. Now, I'm talking about what are the artificial intelligence and RR soft computing tools. So why I'm saying and RR will be known to you. Now, there are artificial and soft intelligence techniques. You will find artificial neural networks, evolutionary computation, and fuzzy logic, and Internet of Things. But actually, Internet of Things, when you consider it will not comes under artificial intelligence, but it's a mixture of some components. But it will be more effective when it will be included with includes the artificial intelligence. That's why I kept it that component also in the artificial intelligence. So the application of this artificial intelligence will be design of a system, because if it's a ITS, intelligent transport system, it's a system. So that you can design using your all these techniques: design of system, handling of complex system with unknown parameters, prediction of industrial and natural process. So these are all makes you. These are all the applications of your system. Now, if with the sense of flow chart, if you observe that when you include artificial intelligence like this way, so it is input, output, and space time. It can be interconnected with the artificial like that in computation. But when you include Internet of Things also into this system, then you can include like this, because it's Internet of Things will contain some components. So that components converts into signal into output, and output into signal. Something there is a transformation will be taking place that can be included like this. Now, typical IoT based system modeling, if you observe it, it's a data taken from the different sources, and that will be transmitted to the ground, and again that ground transmission will again go to some other system, and again it will transmit it to the ground for computing, and again that output can be taken by the other system, and that can be and that can be displayed to the end user for the particular purpose. So like that, you can display it to the. So this is where your total typical IoT based system modeling will lies off. Now I'm going to talk about a little bit about artificial neural networks. So it's a mathematical model inspired by the functioning of biological neurons, and generally it is approximated by the biological neuron. It's proposed by the McCluskey in 1947, and later it is a Rosenblatt perceptron it was taken into consideration, and after that artificial neuron. So these once Rosenblatt is taken as a perceptron concept, that perceptron concept will be considered as a artificial neural network base for it, and so building blocks. It is used as a building blocks to construct a neural networks. So biological neuron, you say that it is a dendrite and synapse and neurons and axons. So axon will be taken to the information to the synapse. Synapse will be excited and it will be taken to the other structure through dendrites. So if you observe this synapse, here a part will be the synapse, where here the synapse will either it exhibitory or inhibitory based upon how to react to the situation coming from different sources, the information. So that is the basis for developing of a neural network. Then McCluskey-Newton's model, neuron model will be based upon, now if you observe as this is a synapse, and the number of inputs coming from different axons or dendrites. So that will be with a certain weight. If it crosses some threshold, it will be excited. It will be less than that, it will be inhibited. So like that, it will be exhibition and inhibition of the neuron will be depends upon like that. When it exhibits, it's maybe 1 or +1. When it inhibits, it's a 0 or -1. Like that, synapse will be excited in the mathematical sense, McCluskey neural models. So how this can be used as a classifier, like a simple exhibitory inhibitory neurons can be used as a classifier. Suppose if you have 8 pairs of data with different, if you observe the cube of 8 pairs of data. So now I would say I want to make 2 classes of it. Then I would say that if more than, I will take 2 classes. One is more than +1. If it is a more than 2 plus is there, then I will say 1 class, and more than less than 2 plus is there, then I'll take a minus class. I mean another class. So I can easily make a pair of class, because if summation of all these 3 becomes +1, you can say exhibitory. That means it becomes first class, and summation of all the 3 components will be 0 or -1. Then you can say that it's a second class. So like that, you can neuron as a classifier can be defined like that. So that what happens, because it is only gives a crisp output, I mean discrete output. Now people after that Rosenblatt thought of whether it gives a continuous output or not. So for that they need to change a little bit, because all the inputs coming to the system will be summated with somewhere function, and that summation will be passing through the activation function. Activation function should have a cable, because if it has to continuous output as given, say function should be continuous. So once the summation will be goes through that function has to give some real continuous output. That can be done through only activation function, like it should be differentiable. Some qualities required for activation function. It should be differentiable, and it should be a squashing function, and it should be bounded from and above and below, because it should not be infinity, but it should be somewhere, it should be bounded. So these are by taking that into consideration, the people are identified one of the key sigmoid function is 1 by 1 plus e to the power of minus net, because it gives for minus infinity, it gives the 0, plus infinity, it gives 0. In between those values, it will use because it's scalar out input. So n net is a scalar. So it will give 0.5. So it varies between 0 to 1. That is the reason why we are normalizing the input data to neural networks between 0 and 1. So otherwise, if you don't do normalization, that it will not understand it, because the weightage you are giving it. Okay. Now another activation function also you can use. It is varies between -1 to +1, which is a tanh function. Another activation function. So finally, a perceptron was developed by the Rosenblatt. So which is having a summation function and a activation function. So this is a basic building block to build. Suppose if you arrange it in a layer, I mean one by one, and many neurons in one place, it is called as a layer. If you arrange it in so many layers, it is a multiple layers. So that's why you can have single layer multi-output of perceptron you can develop. So each neuron you can place it, and vertically and horizontally it gives a neural network, artificial neural network development. So that leads to, so it reproduces a flexibility of power to human brain by artificial means. So the engine having the capacity, so it is a dense networks, and also the characteristics of that neural networks is it receives input and output, and it processes the information, it compares with the threshold, and it calculates output and fire immediately or with a delay or organized in a delay in organization. So then other important factor of neural networks is it has the Rumelhart has found out a feed for, I mean it's a gradient Rumelhart developed a beautiful algorithm. That algorithm leads to which trains the neural networks. That algorithm, what that Rumelhart has developed is that if any natural phenomena, any man-made phenomena, if you train the neural networks when the feed forward direction, and the hidden neurons will represent the important features of the task domain, and the regularities in the task are to be captured by the interactions of these units. That means hidden neurons, whatever the hidden neurons there, that captures the physical sense of what is the process which you are dealing with the modeling. So that is the where it has so many criticism, because it's a black box, it cannot be defined physically. That also counteracted by the physical sense. That statement will counteract all whatever the people says that it's a black box, like these statements will be counteracted by the Rumelhart with that statement. Now, ANN applications have classification and interpretation, diagnosis, inverse mapping, modeling, and control. So in civil engineering sense, especially in water resources, weather forecast modeling, rainfall runoff modeling, evaporation modeling, infiltration modeling, groundwater modeling, so whatnot, everywhere it is it is used. And the structure of three-layer feed-forward network will be like this, and a single neuron will be like this. So it's a mixture of, and activation function. Now, if you observe that activation function having three shapes here, the slope of the function depends upon how you are training parameter you are giving it. So slope will be changed, because one slope will leads to one type of weightage, and other slope will leads to the other type of weightage. So once the training of neural networks done by using a supervised algorithm, backpropagation algorithm, which is developed by the Rumelhart et al. In 1906, information will be in this process. What will happen? Information processed in the forward direction, and error is backpropagated to adjust with, because from the known inputs and known outputs, so you will map input to the output by adjusting the weights. Exact mapping will be done, so that in the information will be forward in the forward direction, and back. So because the inputs will be repeatedly, it will be given to that. So that makes you to readjust the weights by error, because if error is more, error will be back propagated, and it will adjust the weights. Correspondingly, again another inputs where then output will be measured, and correspondingly weight will be back propagated. So these are all the iterative process that leads to get a optimized network where it gives input output mapping will be exactly perfectly. And another type of neural networks is self-organizing map, because whatever the parameters we are taking into consideration for modeling, it contains a lot of n-dimensional, maybe more than. So our human perception always will be in the three-dimensional mode only, but not beyond that, because we are difficult to understand more than three-dimensional. So whatever the n-dimensional input space can be using this self-organizing map, it can be done in a one-dimensional or two-dimensional space. So that leads to be understand the physical process more precisely. So this is a self-organizing map, because now it's an n-dimensional space, and this can be converted into two-dimensional space. Again, it can be converted into one-dimensional space phenomena. So another key thing in artificial intelligence is one is the optimization algorithm, which is called as a genetic algorithms, which is it based upon the principle of evolution. So it is a search techniques, because sometimes you need to optimize the structure, and sometimes you need to optimize certain phenomena, physical phenomena, or natural phenomena, or whatever the artificial phenomena. So in that case, this genetic algorithm, because those people who knows the optimization have the classical optimizations have certain limitations in solving certain problems. So that will be overcome by this genetic algorithm, because classical optimization depends upon the gradient method, where you require to find out the gradients, where the gradients, if something is a flat surface is there and exactly vertical surface is there, then automatically it fails. The gradients will be failed at that point. But whereas GA will be avoided those points, and it goes to the new set space, and it goes for the optimal solution. So it works with the population, and that leads to better solution than classical optimization. Now, if you see the left part of it is a classical optimization, where it the solution goes on like this. But when you see the right part, because only the either peaks or troughs, sometimes minimization, sometimes maximization will leads to the optimization. So that will go, it will jump, the GA will makes you to jump to the one solution to the other solution rather than it follows the solution. So that leads to the better genetic algorithms are better in optimization and other search algorithms. So there are basic operators in the GA will be selection, crossover, and mutation. Selection will be based upon proportionate, linear rank, and tournament selection. Crossover like this, because single point crossover, if you see the BGA means binary coded genetic algorithms. So if you have that, selection means you pick the most feasible solutions, and then it can be kept in a pool and make it a high strength, make it a crossover, and crossover again, mutation, again it comes to the search will be done like that, so that till it reaches the optimal solution. So you have a single point crossover in BGA, that because binary coded means it ones and zeros will be there, and real coded means it all counts the real numbers. Now, mutation is there, maintains diversity in the problem, because somewhere it starts, because if you want to have, it fixes certain particular points, maybe if you give a mutate something into that, it goes to the new solutions. So these are all the basic phenomena in genetic algorithms. Now, the other part will be fuzzy logic. Fuzzy logic is not a logic that is fuzzy, but logic then used to describe the fuzziness. Is it, fuzziness, fuzzy logic is the theory of the fuzzy set, sets the calibrate vagueness. Fuzzy logic reflects how the people think. It attempts to model our sense of words, our decision making, and our common sense. As a result, it is leading to new, more human intelligent systems. So fuzziness rests on the fuzzy set theory, and fuzzy logic is just a small part of the theory. Now fuzzy set, now simple example fuzzy set, I don't want to explain more about the fuzzy logic, because so simple, suppose if you assume that all more than 180 centimeters, you can say the tall man. In a crisp membership function, what you will say that 181, 198, 205, and Chris and Mark and John and Tom, all are, we will say the tall. So that means everybody get, tall is 1 and short is 0. So above 180, then we say. But when it comes to the fuzzy have different, how tall, how far tall, how possible tall. That means he only use, if you observe the table, in the fuzzy in decision, so the Chris will give only tall and Mark will go on, but whereas the John is, it gives a weightage to the 0.98 only. It's not exactly tall. So tall always goes to, because it controls the characteristics of the that set which is contains in the data. So that leads to the new dimension to your problem. Now you see that crisp set and a fuzzy set. Fuzzy set is a membership function will be a continuous function. So that continuous function makes you to get more discretization in the your decision making. So these are all the operations of fuzzy sets. So it's a union, intersection, complement, because it based upon set theory, it will be like this. And simple example, if you say in a binary logic, if the speed is more than 120, suppose if you then you stopping distance is long. If the speed is less than 60, then stopping distance is short. Now in a fuzzy form, what you say, if rule 1, if speed is fast means, because we said it's more than 120, we said 40 speed fast. When less than 120, we say it's a medium, and less than 80, we would say that it's a slow. If that is the case, now you say that you observe this. If the speed is fast, then stopping distance is long. And if the speed is slow means less than 60, then stopping distance is short. Again, this short will be medium short or long or medium, like that also you can divide. So that's why the more discretization will be happened in the fuzzy. Fuzzy is not that, sorry. Now, this is the fuzzy model or fuzzy interface system. It's an input and a fuzzification interface. It is having a knowledge base, database, and rule base, and decision making unit, and diffusification. So fuzzification and diffusification is one of the key factors. So fuzzy interface system consists of rule base, database, reasoning mechanism. So this gives the fuzzy, because input and output will the system principle. If you observe from the neural networks to the fuzzy logic, so input output is game, that inside the function relations, how you are dealing with the function inside is a basis for your artificial intelligence. And applications of your artificial intelligence or software compiling tools is in water resource engineering. It's weather modeling, rainfall runoff modeling, sediment yield modeling, groundwater modeling. If you observe the infrastructure modeling, where it is a smart city system, it's the ITS, waste management, etc., are the using this artificial intelligence. Structural engineering, fault detection, topology. Geotechnical engineering, prediction of slope failures. And environmental engineering, it is a water quality modeling and mapping. And urban modeling, urban engineering, heat island modeling and mapping. Everything, whatnot, everything, everywhere you can include your artificial intelligence techniques to have a better automation. So I'm going to deal with a simple rainfall runoff modeling. I've taken a simple ANN feed-forward networks, and again feed-forward network is the back propagation algorithm as used. But again, the same feed-forward networks, I'm using a genetic algorithm training because it's optimization tool. So I would like to know. I have taken a study area of Kentucky River Basin. Some data will be taken as a calibration. Some data taken will be validation. That calibration. So before any selection of a model, so you need to identify the input vector identification. And so that can be done using cross correlation plot of rainfall, autocorrelation of a rainfall, and similarly autocorrelation function and partial autocorrelation function of flow series. By taking all these consideration, because it was the more research was done earlier, these autocorrelation, cross correlation, because the dependency of the previous times, how far it is dependence to this present system will be done using autocorrelation, cross correlation function. So based upon that, the output variable will depends upon, these are the input variables, p t minus 2, t minus 1, pt, qt minus 1, and qt minus 1. Some learning rate and moment factor will be taken into consideration, and feed forward neural networks were done. That is one model we prepared. And again, the same artificial neural network is coupled with the genetic algorithm where it optimizes the weights of the neural networks. That also will be taken consideration. And if you observe this validation period, if you observe this, the 45 degrees line, because observed and predicted. So if you observe in the artificial neural network backpropagation algorithm, it is more biased towards the right side. But if you observe the artificial neural networks using the GA training, because it uses their more randomness in the system, that's why it is uniformly distributed in both sides of the 45 degrees line. That is advantage. Both will give the better results, but thing is, it is more gives the more randomness into the system. That's why it having a unbiased system, the GA. So that's, and similarly, the prediction will be when normal neural networks with the backpropagation algorithm, this is the prediction and observed prediction flow for a particular year. Similarly, with using your genetic algorithm, this is the observed and prediction using particular year. So similarly, this is another year. This is another year, and the other why I should insisted to why I keep this physical process inherent to any rainfall runoff models, because already I made it a artificial neural networks model with some hidden neurons and some output. Then I calculated the same for the same thing as a physical some input variable. These are the input variables, and these are all the H1, H2, H3, H4 are the hidden neurons output. If I made a relation between them, if you observe this here, everybody is related to that particular component. So one is more strength and one is less strength. If you what is QCT, QZ, QS, and SM and delta F is the infiltration. SM is the QS is the surface flow. QZ is the groundwater flow. So like that, we divided the physical components and hidden neurons with it. So if you observe this hidden neuron 1, which where we done model and we calculate model. If you observe that hidden neurons, whatever the input is given to the hidden neurons, everything will be it's an exponential decay. So if you observe the natural phenomena, because I have done I modeled the rainfall runoff modeling where it is a hydrograph. Now hydrograph, if it goes to the hydrograph, in the last part of the hydrograph, it is exponential decay will be there. The same, if you observe this with the groundwater flow, the first neuron will takes the consideration of the groundwater flow only, because for a particular phenomena in the natural system, it depends upon that particular factors. So it is matching with that, like that surface flow will be matched with H2, some other neuron, and another infiltration will be matched with one other neuron, and another surface flow will be matched with another neuron. So like that. That means it is inherently, it is taking to the physical significance of the process which you are modeling it. So that's why artificial neural networks is nowhere. It's not a black box model. It is an intelligent system, but we are not understood that what it is representing it. So that is the point I want to represent it. So the fourth part which we are talking about is Internet of Things. Earlier, when it comes to the mission to mission, suppose during the initial stages of mostly our mission to mission contact, generally in civil engineering system, mostly in weather modeling, we used to take the bias and other things. The data will be transferred from somewhere from the far point to the base station. So, and that during that situations, what we have there is a mission to mission contract, provided there is a certain protocols they follow, because protocols are stringent there in the previous system. Now because of mission to mission contact is easy now, because open protocols now. Earlier it used to be closed protocols. That closed protocols make that contacting between mission to mission is getting difficult, because only that is it is outsourced by the particular company only. Now, because if you with Alexa, you can, if you observe that with Alexa and Google, you can connect your Alexa to many of your household components. Like that, it's a open, now the open protocols available. That open protocols makes you to the system is more flexible, so that you can utilize all the sensors and other things into the many applications. So that leads to the Internet of Things are more popular now. So that generally the Internet of Things having a 4 components: things and local area networks and the internet and the cloud. So in that sensor, transceivers and control and communication unit, cloud and master control room, and data storage and analysis. So these can be interconnected with the other systems. Like that, Internet of Things are nowadays, it is more popular than because it is a user interface now. Always user need to be fulfilled, wishes to be fulfilled. In that case, it gives a lot of insight into that. This happens only because the protocols becomes open now. Now if you say infrastructure, now in a smart city system, let us take an example of it. In a smart city system, infrastructure system is one of the systems which need to be considered. When it comes to the infrastructure system, transportation, water and energy and digital communication, everything comes under the infrastructure system. Again, that can be connected to the AI and the soft computing techniques. Now, again, I divided the infrastructure system. Now, I take it into water system. So water system, again, water supply system, waste management system, etc. So many sub-components will be there. So again, it can be interconnected to that. So now let us take, I am taking one subcomponent of water management system, a smart water management system. Recently, 3-4 years back, it was introduced in the Tirupati town by Fluid Hammer because earlier they have a system which is a man-made operation, and there are a lot of difficulties arising there because of management system, to manage that. Later they are given a good solution. Now this is the smart water management system for the Tirupati town, developed by the Fluid Hammer and with the Tirumal Tirupati municipality. So now in this smart management system, IoT platform, networking over 100 smart devices. So it included 100 smart devices, reporting over 500 parameters at high frequency. So every time continuously they monitored that 500 parameters by installing 100 smart devices different places and made the smart management water management system. Now these are the sensors, these are data loggers, and this is a pH meter and conductivity meter. This will be sent the signals to that particular there. So this the power generation power source also will be taken by the solar panels. So with all the devices will send the signals to the particular control unit where they can monitor all these things and to have a better management of system. Now, if you say device or sensor groups in pump station, what are the device and sensor groups? Will be sump level can be taken as one of the component, and electrical input voltage, current, and power factor also one of these factors will be continuously monitored. And pumps and motors, temperature and vibration can be monitored. Pressure and flow rate at pump discharge is monitored. Bladder vessel, load cells surrogate to water volume will be also monitored. So these are all the control unit. HMI panel will be there to take all these values. Now, pipeline flow rated pump discharges can be monitored, and flow rated delivery end will be monitored. Air valve pressure, air valve closer or open, or vandalism alert. Suppose somebody removes that air valve to pick up water, then automatically that will be reported immediately to the base station. So air volume monitoring, these are the air volume monitoring system will be placed there. These are the, and automatically it is continuous 24 hours monitoring will be done at the base station. And in a treatment plant, water levels, flow rates, quality parameters, pH and conductivity, TDS, CL2, these are all the monitored. And in a bulk distribution, inlet flow rate, tanks, hydraulic flow control valves, on and off throttled, total volume, water levels, and residual chlorine also monitored. And reservoir management system, it will be, so how much pumping done and how much is getting done, what is the inflows will be there, and what is the levels will be there. Internal inlet flow rate and pressure, district meters and flow rate pressures, AMR water meter concentrators, these are all will be monitored. So this is the totally, it will be depend, so 100 sensors to monitor the 500 location there. And smart water system control, this is the control room placed, and this control room leads to, because before installing this smart water management system, this is the state of the pumps and other devices in the system. Now hydraulic performance of the system before rehabilitation. So they may rehabilitate with the smart water system. So you see that so much of variation of pump startups and so much of variation of pressure startup. So everything will be there. But once hydraulic performance after rehabilitation, now you see the pressure rises and closer view of pressure variation of the pump, how the pumps will be, pumps outlets, and then the outlets will be placed, and how the bladder, these are the bladder vessels. And these will be monitored continuously and operated continuously. So that leads to this is the beautiful system developed after smart water. So this all happens because of with IoT and included with artificial intelligence, everything, the transformation of data and monitoring and computing, everything will be done automatically. That leads to the better. With this, I conclude my presentation. I hope that I completed within that time, it seems, exactly 35 minutes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thanks for your nice presentations. And any participant or the panelists have questions, they can, they are welcome. We have one question in our question box.
Yeah.
The question is raised by Mr. Kamal Talukdar.
Yeah.
Sir, please listen. Can artificial neural network and fuzzy logic problems be solved by programming like C, MATLAB? This is the question.
Yeah, it's okay. Already it's C only. MATLAB only they can do now. Earlier used to do programming, but now C and artificial neural networks and fuzzy logic, including whatnot, MATLAB can be coupled with for anything, because you interconnect with other finite element things also. So it is easy with the MATLAB. You can do it, because there is a control things also is there in that particular. You can develop your own system, and you can link with that fuzzy logic or artificial neural toolbox, and you can develop your own system there. It's easy. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. And we do not see any other question. Thank you for your presentation.
Because I mean, 35 minutes, it's a short time to explain all these things, because at least I can give a view of it. I'm not explaining everything on to you, but thanks for the opportunity given to me.
Yeah, we all are largely dependent on this artificial intelligence and the machine learnings.
Only I given you because it's insight, just insight. It's not giving anything extraordinary things I'm giving it, but it's only application already. It is there.
Okay, thank you, Sanaka.
Thank you.
Thank you for your nice presentation. Next, oral presentations from Mr. M. Mathakur.
Yes, sir. I have class. Shall I leave?
Yeah, please, sir.
Thank you.
So, next presentation. Is it Dr. Manas? Dr.
Yes, sir.
Manas, you are not audible.
Yeah, I'll start my PowerPoint. There's some problem in network, so I'm trying to connect with my mobile phone because computer network is not available. So
yeah, please try. You are audible, but your screen is not moving.
okay, now it is okay. Okay, yeah, it is okay. Is it fine?
Yeah,
Hello, is
yeah,
it fine, sir?
visible now.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Please continue.
I am going to present on my paper, that is impact of MLR beta modulation and cancer cells. So
your spelling in here was a bit mistake. Sorry for that. This is Manas Mathakur.
Facilities are not available so much. So I worked in this National Brain Research Center. Now I'm going to present some of the basic information. It's a basic research. So I'm going to explain some of the basic research. So is it okay?
No, you will have to try again, share screen.
Yeah, I think it is okay.
No, we do not see your screen right
Yes,
now.
sir. Okay. Okay. Can you see?
No.
Is it clear? My slides are clear?
No. You disconnect and try again.
My slides are clear or not?
Your screen is not visible.
Right?
Yeah, we see your face. But
Okay.
your
Okay. I
not visible. I think going to be visible.
is it? I think it is visible. I think it is visible. Okay.
Sir, your slides are not appearing here. It's showing it started screen sharing, but it's not appearing. Maybe due to slow internet.
Yes, sir. Can I speak? Yeah. First of all, I want to say
Yeah, your screen is visible.
what is amyloid and what is the necessity of study of the intracellular calcium level. So, small endogenous peptide that is derived from precursor protein present in the plasma membrane or cell membrane. Actually, these peptides exist in several forms, in fibular form and oligomeric form. After detached from the plasma membrane. Hello?
Yes, please continue.
Yeah. After detached from the plasma membrane, amyloid precursor protein clipped into two different fractions, and they form them some insoluble and soluble amyloid beta. This amyloid beta may be present
Not in share mode.
monomeric form of amyloid beta is not toxic, while in soluble form, soluble oligomeric forms are toxic for brain and other tissues. So, yeah.
Dr. Sharma, your screen is not
Hello,
in
sir?
sharing mode.
Yeah.
Your screen is not in sharing mode.
Okay, I try again.
Your face is visible, but screen is not visible.
Is it clear? Sir, is it visible?
Yes, it's coming.
Is it visible, sir?
Go to presentation mode.
Actually, it was reported that in the early stage of Alzheimer's disease, there is an increase of amyloid beta level. So, there is a significant difference in amyloid beta peptides. So, I'm going to say that from where amyloid beta comes. Actually, amyloid beta is derived from integral plasma protein, that is amyloid precursor protein. It is an important membrane protein present in the cells of different organ systems. So, different varieties of amyloid precursor proteins are present, and in different locations of the organ system, the amyloid precursor proteins are different. So, in case of brain, amyloid precursor amyloidogenesis or Alzheimer disease. Actually, amyloid protein is not purely toxic in nature. So in monomeric form, it is very important for the brain cell and also for the regulation of neuronal function. But in
Dr. Bhattakur, are you using two networks? Computer as well as mobile? You just use only one. I think you use only computer. Probably you are using two different devices. Yeah, you can continue, please. Unmute your mic. Yeah, please. Yeah, something wrong probably. Your voice is not coming. You're not audible. Dr. Bhattakur, your skin is visible, but your is not audible. Dr. Bhattakur, something wrong with your mic? Mr. Subhas, can you help him out?
It may be his microphone problem, sir. Sir, you can use your headphones because your voice is not coming. Slides and your video is coming, sir.
And Dr. Rajiv Bora, are you available? Dr. Rajiv Bora? Dr. Bhattakur, just may I have a request? Can you solve the issue? In the meantime, we wish to request Dr. Rajiv Bora for his presentations, and then again you will join after him. It's okay? Try to solve the issue, please. In the meantime, can we request Mr. Rajiv Bora to present his work?
Yes, sir, I am ready.
Yeah. Yeah, Bhattakur sir, Dr. Bhattakur, please try to check your microphone in the meantime. After this presentation, you will be again asked to present your work. So I request Dr. Rajiv Bora to present your work, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Am I audible and visible, sir?
Yeah, you are audible and visible also, please.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Dr. Rajiv Bora. I have been working as a DST Inspire faculty at ISST Guwahati. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present my research at this prestigious platform through this virtual medium during this pandemic period. During my presentation, I'll basically talk about my ongoing research on silk-based electroconductive biomaterials for neural tissue engineering applications. And actually what we do, we isolate silk fibrin protein from non-mulberry mulberry silk like Bombyx mori, and also from non-mulberry silk. It is like it is Enteria asama, which is locally known as Muga. And we use them with some electrically conducting material like conducting polymers to fabricate electrically conductive biomaterials for electrically stimulated neural regeneration. So I will start with a brief overview on nerve injury and the existing approaches to deal with these nerve injuries. So neurological disorders due to nerve injuries, both in peripheral nerve system and central nerve systems, they comprise around 6.3% of global burden diseases and affect around 1 billion people globally. according to the World Health Organization. It also causes around 6.8 million deaths per year. So this nerve injury occurs due to various kind of factors like various ischemic, chemical, thermal, and mechanical factors. But the response mechanism of both peripheral nervous system and central nervous system is fundamentally different. So we know this central nervous system cannot regenerate spontaneously, but PNS has some capacity to regenerate. So my research is focused on this peripheral nervous regeneration only. So before going to nerve injury in peripheral nervous system, we need to understand the anatomy of peripheral nerve and peripheral nerve. So we can see here, this is a nerve trunk which contains a bundles of nerves, both motor and sensory axons. So we need to, if we want to apply tissue engineering concept here, we need to basically mimic this structure. Like the first one is we have to make aligned biomaterial or aligned scaffold so that it can guide for regeneration, as well as it has some specific physical, chemical, and biological properties to provide the native microenvironment for regeneration. Also, the second thing is that we need to understand the regeneration process, how nerve regenerate in peripheral nervous system after an injury. So here we have, there's a schematic I have given where the whole process has been described. Whenever there is an injury happens, and then what happens? Injury happens, the distal stem, that is which is the part of the nerve which is connected to a muscle or gland starts to disintegrate through a unique process called Wallerian degeneration, which is actually absent in central nervous system. That's why the central nervous system can regenerate actually. And this during Wallerian degeneration, this this cytoskeleton debris needs to be cleared, which has been done in peripheral nervous system by Schwann cells and macrophages. And this clearing of debris happens after 3 weeks of injury, and after 3 months of injury, then those Schwann cells which are recruited during the clearing of the debris migrate towards the proximal stem, and they physically guide the growth cone emergence at the proximal stem. So if the nerve gap is small and tissue are healthy, this can happen. But if the nerve gap, damage gap is large and tissues are not healthy, then this regeneration always became disorganized and misdirected axonal outgrowth occurs, and that gives rise to neural neuroma, or the muscles or glands that is the target organ become atrophic. So in that case, we need some graft or we need some nerve guidance channels where tissue engineering actually come into play. So there are some there are basically 3 approaches currently available to deal with nerve damages in peripheral nervous system. So if the nerve gap is small and tissues are healthy, a surgeon can directly connect the 2 sides by suturing the both ends. But if the nerve gap is large enough, then the gold standard is nerve autograft. This is the gold standard where a nerve from a different place of the body can be removed and can be implanted on the injury site. But it gives the permanent loss of function at the donor site, that is from where the nerve has been removed. And it may also cause neuromas, and most often what happens, there is a mismatch of nerve camel dimensions. So those problems actually gives rise to various problems, and we have in the first class we have already shown that due to that reason only 50% patient can only restore the normal function, And out of those 50%, around 80 to 90% of patients, they experience sensory and motor deficit. So to address those problems, scientists and researchers are inspired to develop some artificial nerve guidance channel using different materials to address this kind of problems. So, but in nerve guidance channels has to possess some intrinsic properties like biocompatibility, biodegradability, bioactivity, porosity, and also it should be aligned so that it has to guide the regenerated axons toward the distal end. So here we what we are doing, we first made aligned Bombyx-Muri silk fiber. Then we coat a conducting polymer that is called polyperol on this aligned silk fibrous mat through in situ polymerization, and then we coat it with Antheria asama muga or silk, and then we go for experimentation. So where we have cultured DRG, that is dorsal root ganglion cell. This is a sensory neural cell bodies. We culture on this scaffold, and we also culture adipose derived mesenchymal stem cells we isolated from porcine, and then we apply electrical stimulus and we studied the neuronal growth characteristics on this scaffold. So this is the process by which we have fabricated the Bombyx-Muri silk fibrous nanofibrous silk fibrous mat, and then we have done the in situ polymerization on this silk fibrous mat. Then we get this kind of fibrous mat which are coated with polyperol, and then we coat this polyperol coated silk fibrous mat with 1% Antheria asama. This is muga silk solution to impart bioactivity, because muga silk has RGD tripeptide that gives cell affinity. And next we investigated the morphological characteristics of this scaffold, and this figure A represents the morphology of Bombyx-Muri silk fiber. We can see the fibrous, a single fiber where we can see the surface is very smooth, but after coating with nanoparticles, surface roughness increases, and we have also characterized the nanoparticles coated on these fibers. And then we have found that this diameter of the single Bombyx-Muri fiber is around 10 micrometer, but after coating we get the diameter around 15 micrometer. So we got around 5 micrometer of nanoparticle coating. Then we also coat the fibrous mat with poly-L-lysine. This is a cationic polymer. We have done this because generally neural cell bodies, according to standard protocol, attached to poly-lysine coated plate. So for standardization, we have coated this scaffold with poly-L-lysine, and then we also coat this scaffold with Antheria asama muga silk solution. Then you can see the how the fibers got cross-linked among themselves, and this some fluorescence images showing the alignment of this fibrous mat. Next, we have studied the electrical conductivity, and where we have seen that this uncoated, that means the Bombyx polyperol coated silk fibrous mat, which are not coated with poly-L-lysine or Antheria asama, they possess highest conductivity around 0.48 Siemens per centimeter, and the muga coated fibers, they show electrical conductivity around 0.09 Siemens per centimeter. We have also studied the mechanical stability because the biomaterial scaffold for our application needs also to be durable enough. Next, we have also studied the biodegradability of the materials, which is one of the important parameter of a biomaterial. And we have carried out this biodegradability test under protease treatment. This is an enzyme which is also found in our body fluid. So it helps to degrade the components. So we have studied how this protease can degrade this biomaterial actually, and we have found that Bombyx-Muri fibrous mat, which are not coated with nanoparticle, they show highest degradation mass loss after 60 days, and this uncoated, that means only polypyrrole coated fibrous mat, shows they showed highest mass retention capacity, and the Muga coated fibrous mats showing in between them. So we have also studied the electrical stability after being in the normal body fluid under physiological condition. After 60 days, we have studied if the scaffold can retain their conductivity or not, and we have found that there is decrease in the conductive properties as there is an increase in the surface resistance of the scaffold. And here we have seen that out of all this Muga silk fibrous mat shows highest resistance around it is around 10 to the power this surface resistance is around 1.24 into 10 to the power 5 ohm actually. But it is okay. Other electroconductive biomaterials which are generally been investigated, they also show electrical surface resistance around in the order of mega ohm. So as compared to those, we have better conductive materials. So then we have also studied the biocompatibility of this of different kinds of scaffold with portion derived, adipose derived mesenchymal stem cells, where we have seen that Antheria asama, that is Muga coated silk fibrous mat, they showed highest biocompatibility, and we have also visualized the cells or cultures on this scaffold, and also we have seen that the cell attachment they are aligned in the fiber direction. And next, we have also seen the biocompatibility of this various scaffold with dorsal root ganglion, which are neural cells actually. And here also we have seen that Antheria asama coated silk fibrous mat, they are showing better biocompatibility, cell viability, as well as we can visualize more number of cells aligned along the direction of the fiber. Next, another important thing is that if since these are artificial biomaterial, when we are going to implant in body, there will be a definite foreign body response. So we need to investigate in vitro prior to that immunomodulatory response of different biomaterials. So we have done this experiment using murine macrophage cells and their secretion level of nitric oxide and cytokine interleukin, that is IL-1 beta, using ELISA technique. We have also estimated the secretion level of nitric oxide by this murine macrophage raw 264.7, these cells, how much nitric oxides are secreted by these cells using Gris reagent kit. So we have seen that this uncoated, that is only nanoparticle coated scaffold and polylysine coated scaffold are showing more NO release behavior as compared to Muga coated behavior. And similar results is observed in case of IL-1 beta release experiment. So so basically we now know that this Antheria asama coated scaffold are biocompatible with mesenchymal stem cells, dorsal root ganglions, as well as they show minimum immunoresponse. So next, what we have done, we we made some homemade setup for cell culture where we can apply electrical stimulation through this scaffold to the cells, and which we have done using a function generator. And we have applied electrical signal at 50 millivolt per centimeter to 100 millivolt per centimeter, 200 millivolt per centimeter, and 300 millivolt per centimeter at 500 hertz for 3 consecutive days. And here we have, this is the beta tubulin immunostaining images of the cells after electrical stimulation and after and before electrical stimulation. So we can see that this is without any electrical stimulation provided, but this is with 50 millivolt per centimeter on uncoated one. This is Muga coated one, and then this is 100 millivolt per centimeter on uncoated, Muga coated, and similarly this is 200 on uncoated and Muga coated, and similarly 300. So here we have seen that we can visualize easily that at 50 millivolt per centimeter, this neural regeneration, this is axonal length, these we can see, these are more as compared to 200, 100 or 300. So then we have quantified these characteristics, how much axonal length actually occurs. So we have seen that average axonal length on both uncoated one and Muga coated one at different voltages shows that at the electrical parameter by which the stimulation was delivered, that is 100 millivolt per centimeter, that gives more average axonal length. And then next, we have also calculated the median axonal length. Median axonal length average, it's the average, we all know that it includes all the distribution of axonal length, but median axonal length is something like then it includes the axonal length which are more in that distribution list. So here we have seen that around 200 to 300 micrometer length, the axons with length of around 200 to 300, they are more on Muga coated silk fiber at 100 millivolt per centimeter. And we have also studied how much maximum length of axons are there on occurred on this scaffold after stimulation. Here we have seen it is in case of Muga coated, it is around 430 micrometer and 421 micrometer at 50 and 100 millivolt per centimeter respectively. And on uncoated one, it was 405 and 367 micrometer on at these two electrical stimulation parameter, that is 50 and 100. But the distinctions come when we analyze, when we see the number of neurons actually analyzed during this study, where we have seen that in case of Muga coated fibrous mat, we have seen more number of cells like 71, 82, 65, 39, 27 as compared to the numbers on this uncoated polypyrrole silk fibrous mat. So this is due to the fact that this Muga has intrinsic RGD tripeptide, which helps to cells attach more favorably as compared to the uncoated, that means polypyrrole coated silk fibrous mat. We have also studied that neural differentiation potential of adipose derived mesenchymal stem cells on this scaffold. For that, we have investigated the differentiation potential using various composition of media, like this one is BFGF, means basic fibroblast growth factor and epidermic growth factor, along with DMEM, normal cell culture media, and another one is nerve growth factor. And here we have seen that this BFGF and EGF containing media on this scaffold, they show better neuronal differentiation potential of these mesenchymal stem cells. So in our future study, we will carry out this experiment along with the electrical stimulation technique, as we have done with the dorsal root ganglion. So at the end, we can conclude that we have successfully fabricated the aligned silk polypyrrole fibrous web, and which are biocompatible, biodegradable, mechanically stable. Also, they are electrically conductive, so that they can support the electrical stimulation to the cells, both in vitro and in vivo. Although we have not done the in vivo experiment till now, and we have seen that under this pulse electrical stimulation experiment, that dorsal root ganglions, they demonstrated faster axonal growth than the unstimulated groups. Also, we have carried out the neuronal differentiation potential of this on these electroconductive materials without electrical stimulation, and that's it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Bora. The participant, if participants have any question, they can raise their hand. And I would I would ask one question to Mr. Bora.
Yes, sir.
That you see, in case of large-scale burning, maybe human or any animal being, is it possible to use this your technique that the silk Antheraria asama for as a substitute for this?
Yes, sir, definitely. Actually, this kind of research has been already carried out in IIT Guwahati, and I have been also carried out at ISST Guwahati. Actually, we are making some composite with silk-based electroconductive materials like this one only to heal like chronic wounds. We are making this scaffold for chronic wound applications, and if it works for chronic wound applications, it will definitely work for burn also.
It's only in a IIT Guwahati or elsewhere also, the similar type of research?
Sir, actually, this with Muga silk, this mainly the research is going on in Assam only, because Muga is mainly found in Northeast India, and 95% of Muga has been produced in Brahmaputra Valley only.
Yeah.
So,
what are the other alternatives?
Sir?
Is there other alternatives of the Muga?
Yes, people have already investigated with Bombyx Muri silk or like Eri silk, Tassar, so many silk variants people have used, but this Muga has some unique properties that Bombyx Muri silk and other types of silk doesn't have. So it actually helps to cells attach more quickly, or actually it is more bioactive. That's the reason. And also it is more flexible.
Yeah. So we are looking forward your, I think, best output, the best product of your research. I think I understand that your institute is working for last few years on this Muga silk, these issues.
Yes, yes.
And thank you so much for your nice presentations.
Thank you.
And I don't think that we have any query in this regard. And may I ask the presenter, Dr. Bhattakur, is he available? Dr. Bhattakur, Manas Bhattakur? Dr. Manas Bhattakur? Dr. Manas Bhattakur, are you in position to present your work? I think Dr. Borthakur is sorry, not in position to connect his device. কিয় তেখেতৰ এইটো হেৰিটো দেখুৱাই আছে ভিডিঅ' ইজ Dr. Manas Borthakur, are you trying? Anyway, I saw one question. Somebody was asking about the evaluation of this poster of physics category. The evaluation of physics category are going on in a parallel session. So the result will be coming very soon. Then we'll start our valedictory session. Our time for our valedictory session is 4 o'clock. Sir. Professor P.K. Bora. Professor P.K. Bora. So this is the end of this technical session 6. I extend thanks to all the participants and panelists present here in this session. And next, our valedictory session will start at 4 o'clock. We have some, I think, like 20 minutes we have in our hand. After 20 minutes, we will be joining again. And during our valedictory sessions, our Honorable Vice Chancellor will declare the winner of all the poster presentation. And we have 2 categories. One is a technology, science and technology, engineering and technology category, and other is a science category. The awards are given in both the categories. So, and in addition to that, the Vice Chancellor may announce some more good news for the participant also. Mr. Rong Han. Dr. Rong Han. Professor Bhattakur. Your mic is not working properly. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Medelson here, sir.
Hello. Dr. Bhattakur.
Yes, sir. Are you listening?
Yeah. Yeah, audible now. Right now you are audible. You can share
Okay,
your
sir.
screen now. Yeah, please.
Okay, fine.
Hello, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
please.
sir. Just a minute. I shall try. Yeah. Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
Please open the
I'm
file.
mobile phone for audio and screen share by computer.
Okay, please try.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Is it clear?
Yeah, it's coming. Please.
Yeah. Then my research work is particularly on impact of amyloid beta on intracellular calcium oscillation in culture cell. So actually, I am very much thankful for the organizing committee and you also because you have given me the second chance to present the paper. Okay. First of all, I want to say what is amyloid beta and what is the necessity of study of intracellular calcium level. So amyloid beta is actually an endogenous peptide that is synthesized inside the body of the organism, and it is derived from some precursor protein, that is integral protein of the plasma membrane. After cleavage by gamma and beta synthetase, the amyloid beta split into different forms. So it accumulates inside the brain and causes some problems. So amyloid beta monomers are non-toxic, but in oligomeric form, these are very toxic. But amyloid betas are present in two forms. One is in fibrillar form and one is in oligomeric, soluble and insoluble form. So insoluble form, they deposit in the brain and causes some plaque formation inside the brain and causes some neurological problem like Alzheimer's disease. But in soluble form, they causes the problems in the neural synaptic connection and causes some neuronal deformation. You see, this is the structure of the amyloid formation of the amyloid beta. So this one precursor protein, this is the integral protein of the plasma membrane, and these are after cleavage with gamma and beta secretase, they cleave into different parts, and one part causes the oligomeric amyloid beta. So there are two different ways. If the amyloid beta protein is cleaved by the alpha and gamma synthetase, then it will not causes the amyloid beta plaque formation. But if it is it is cleaved by the gamma and beta synthetase, then it causes the problem like Alzheimer's disease. So is it clear, sir?
Yes, please.
Hello.
Your screen is gone now.
Okay. Okay. I think it will come. So next time, I want to say that amyloid beta interacts with the brain and neurons. So some receptor proteins are present in the neurons that oligomeric amyloid beta interact with that particular neurons and causes some deformation. Generally, three types of proteins that are present in the synaptic terminals, they are particularly infected by, these are particularly damaged by the oligomeric amyloid beta. So amyloid beta causes some neurological problem. Everybody knows that Alzheimer's disease is caused by the oligomeric amyloid beta and tau protein. So there are some conflicting informations. Although researchers are working in different lines, but there are some conflicting informations. Some scientists say that oligomeric amyloid beta is not toxic for the neurons. They studied and they want to show that if amyloid beta is applied in vitro condition to the cells of the astrocyte and neurons, they observed that amyloid beta causes the toxicity for the astrocyte, not for neurons. So there is a conflicting information. So whether amyloid beta causes the problem in neurons or astrocyte. So later period, some scientists say that no, amyloid beta actually causes problem in problem in neurons in later period. Initially, amyloid beta affects the astrocyte, that is supporting cell. I want to show that what is astrocyte. These are neuron and astrocyte correlation, co-interaction. So astrocytes actually regulates the neuronal function. So amyloid beta affect the astrocytes, not directly neurons, but after sometimes after some periods, the amyloid beta causes the deformation or damage to the neurons. Particularly amyloid beta affect the neuronal synaptic terminals, and they affect acetylcholine receptors. So acetylcholine receptors are very important for the memory formation and some other functions. Although all of we have idea that or we know that amyloid beta is a toxic metal, but it is not. Amyloid beta is important for the neuronal activity. Even for memory formation, amyloid beta is also important. So amyloid beta normally regulates different functions, but in some cases, if amyloid beta forms the oligomeric form, so amyloid beta is not a toxic in monomeric form, but in oligomeric form, it causes toxicity. So I want to study artificially synthesized oligomeric amyloid beta on the neurons. I used hippocampal neuron, that is HT22 cell line, and I applied the synthetic amyloid beta. But before going to say this, I want to say that what is the necessity of intracellular calcium study? So intracellular calcium is very, very important. It regulates different cellular functions, like regulates different cellular signaling mechanisms. So different cellular activities are regulated by intracellular calcium levels. So cellular death, apoptotic cell death, like programming cell death, and other activities like cell division, neuron formation, all these are regulated by intracellular calcium level. So study of intracellular calcium level is very important. So I prefer to study the intracellular calcium level in presence of artificially synthesized amyloid beta oligomer, and just a minute, and I want to check the toxicity level of the oligomeric amyloid beta. So I used to study the cell viability, and I want to study this membrane potential, that is surface membrane of the neurons are electrically charged. So after giving the amyloid beta, what will be the result? So I want to use I want to study the membrane permeability and potentiality of the amyloid beta toxicity. So for this, I used HT22 cell line. So this is the method I used to prepare the oligomeric amyloid beta. Amyloid beta 142 peptide I have collected from National Brain Research Laboratory. Peptides were dissolved in SFIP. These are aliquoted, dyed in fume hood, and stored at -80°C. Later period, these are prepared in the film and dissolved in DMSO, that is used for cell culture. And I used this synthetic amyloid beta for experimental work. So method of cell culture. So I use the HT22 cell for culture, and I maintain all the culture protocol for culture of cells, maintaining 37°C with 95% oxygen and 5% carbon dioxide. Before doing any experiment, I used I starve the cells for 24 hours because it causes the division of stop the division of cells, because if the cells are in divided condition, it is not possible to study the effect. So I arrest the cellular division by starvation process. So these are the method. These are okay. I will show you. Then the study of cell viability. To study the cell viability, cells were seeded in 96 well culture plate. Per well, I seeded 5,000 cells, and the cells were grouped into two groups. One is for A beta treatment, and other is for normal PBS treatment. So cells were loaded with fluorescence dye calcium. Calcium AM is a fluorescence dye that is used for the cell viability test. Generally, people use MTT test. for cell viability, but I used calcium AM because calcium AM has the property that it can penetrate into live cell and become fluorescence. So I prefer to use calcium AM as a fluorescence dye. So calcium AM loaded cells were observed in the fluorescence microscope at 485 nanometer signals, excitation signals, and I captured the image, captured the signal at 530 nanometer for calcium AM. This is the graph. These are the live cell. These are for dead cells. So in the next slide, I want to say the intracellular calcium level. So to study the intracellular calcium level, I used a different type of mechanism, that is live cell imaging device. In this device, we can fix the live cell inside the microscope and we can observe the activities of the cell. So I fixed the cells. First, I seeded the cells in some chamber slide, and I fixed the chamber slides in the microscope and allowed to do their cellular normal activities. And I have captured the signals received from the cells because cells were already loaded with fluoro 3 dye. After receiving the signals for 30 seconds, that is 30,000 milliseconds, instrument records the time in milliseconds, signal recorded per millisecond intervals. So I observed for 30,000 milliseconds. After that, I used glutamic acid as an excitatory agent, and in case of A beta group, I used A beta as excitatory agent. And after that, I observed that you see there, glutamic acid causes the elevation of peak, but in case of A beta, there is no such type of peaks. It clearly indicates that the calcium influx characteristics abruptly increased. So intracellular calcium level abruptly increased and so becomes fluorescence. Cell becomes fluorescence. That image captured by the instruments, that is in glutamic acid treated group. But in A beta treated group, there's no such type of activities. So it shows the linear fluorescence activity, linear graph. So it clearly indicates that the artificially synthesized A beta has no effect on the intracellular calcium elevation. But glutamic acid, which is a excitotoxic agent, it also causes the elevation of intracellular calcium level. So these findings clearly indicates that A beta, though it is a toxic, but it does not work in the intracellular calcium level mechanisms. So in the discussion, I want to say that, in discussion part, I want to say that amyloid beta, artificially synthesized amyloid beta is a toxic because it indicates in the cell viability test, but the toxicity is not due to, or toxicity is initiated by the elevation of intracellular calcium signaling mechanism. So there are some other factor that is responsible for elevation of intracellular calcium level, or some other factor that can causes the death of the cell. So normally we observe that cellular death is due to elevation of intracellular calcium level that initiate some signaling mechanisms. Even programming cell death also initiated by the intracellular calcium level. But here I observed that intracellular calcium level is not fluctuating, not elevating in case of A beta group. So though it is a conflicting reports, but I think some scientists can do is by, and they can think that what is the mechanism behind this by the process where A beta can destroy the cells. So I want to complete my presentation with these findings, and I welcome some questions from the participants. Thank you.
Thank
Hello.
you, Bhattakur, for your
Sir,
presentation.
I welcome some questions because I cannot present properly due to network problem.
Of course, the screen could not be seen properly.
Yes, yes.
Initially, of course, we saw your screen, but later on, it could not be seen. Anyway, it was the device, I think, could not support
Yeah,
today.
yes, yes. Actually, the last 7 weeks, there is a problem in this area. I use 2 networks simultaneously, but it is difficult.
Yeah, we understand it. We understand it.
Yes,
So far, we have not seen any question and answer for answer in the box. And anyway, thank you so much for your presentation, and we hope something exciting we'll see in the future from your research work.
Okay.
Our next session will start at 4 o'clock.
Okay.
Till 4 o'clock, we can have a small break, I think.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to all of you.
Okay, welcome, sir.
আমার মোবাইল চলে এসেছে
Good afternoon, participants. We are about to start the valedictory sessions in a short while. Please stay with us.
ये पहले रिप्रेसेशन है आइए नहीं नहीं कल फाइनली मिनिस्टर टाइप का टेबल पे है कोई चेंज नहीं हो सकता है जो गया है गया बना नहीं है 3 नाम पे अभी चर्चा चल रहा है अनुपम मिश्रा ऋषिदे का और नशा वही है जो भी आएगा आएगा लेकिन यहाँ कुछ भी होने वाला है नहीं तुम तो चुपचाप बैठे हैं पर मैं तो खुद के लिए लड़ाई करने वाला आदमी कोई भी नहीं सेमिनार दिया
मैंने काम कर डाउनलोड कर लिया हूँ लेकिन एक बार बहुत प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है ये साला क्लाउड ये है मेरा करना चाहिए निकालने के लिए तो ये बाकी जगह पे जैसे हम अपनी गाड़ी को डिस्ट्रिक्ट पे डाउनलोड करते ये खाली
So here we are waiting for result to come.
Good afternoon, participants. The results are finalized and we will declare it in 5 minutes. So please bear with us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear participants. Our results are almost ready, actually, because there are a lot of participation, and that is why it is delayed slightly. And within 5-10 minutes, we'll be able to start our valedictory session. In the meantime, if somebody wants to, among the participants, if somebody wants to speak something, we can speak. You can speak, and I request whoever wants to speak, please raise your hand. You will be, your mic will be unmuted. Okay, Sarah Hille. Okay. Okay, then it is already. We are already. We are going to start. Okay. If somebody wants is yeah. Anybody wants to speak? Raise your hand. 3 people. Yes. 3 people, 2 minutes. কোনবাই রেজ কৰিছে who Nilanjan Vijay Barua. Yes.
Yeah. Sir, am I audible, sir? Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are audible.
Yeah. Good evening, sir. It's a great conference. Actually, I want to pay my applause to all the organizing committee, especially Professor Dheeraj Bora sir, and registrar and convener, everyone. So you have given your effort, because it's the first e-conference that I have participated, and it's an overwhelming performance by the members, because those who sit in computer and link the Zoom profiles, they know how tiresome it's. So that's why it's a great conference, and my hats off to the performance given by us too. And also, first time I have seen that we have given less time for poster presentations, although I was a candidate for it. So in other conferences, we used to give more time and we have to wait a long time for giving our posters when the judges will come and review our posters. So it's a great performance from day one. I was there and lots of learning, starting from Michael Walls. He was a great, he gave a nice talk and I learned lots of things from the conference. So thank you and would wait to see more conference later in this part. Although we can see it in our homes and see the conferences, listen to it, note down things which are not may be possible in physical appearance. So it's a great conference and I wish you luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Nilanjan. Are you from JEC?
No, sir. I am from Center of Plasma Physics Institute. From
Oh, yeah, Center. Yeah. Yeah, actually, you are very much right. We could give very less time for poster presentation, but actually the posters were on display from day one. That is because the other years there are 60, 70, 80 posters. Now this time to 250 posters. So you can understand that.
Yeah, sir. Exactly. I understand. And it's how tiresome it is for the reviewer to see each of the posters and mark it is very, very difficult, which is not so difficult in physical. So that's very good, very overwhelming.
So thank you, Nilanjan.
Okay, sir.
Anybody else? Pruba Tamang, JNEC.
Oh, hello, sir.
You're from Bhutan, no?
Yes, sir. Hello,
Yeah,
everyone.
yeah, I met you in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. So I'd like to thank Assam Science and Technology University for providing us, for international students or faculty members, to be a part of this web conference. So previously, to be frank, we were not aware of these kind of programs that were being organized in the Assam state. So we have few of the faculty members from Assam itself. So we got a recommendation saying that this kind of web conferencing is being carried out in Assam. So why don't you all participate in this kind of event? So it was indeed a very good platform for us to showcase our work. So we would also like to be a part of this in future as well. So thank you for having us in this conference, and I'm positive that this would be this will take us and take the institute at higher level. So I hope to be a part of this in future as well. And the other thing is that I'd like to commend the work of the organizer. Having so many participants is very difficult to manage all the presentations, but hopefully I'm very positive because I've been part of this for 3 days, continuously for 3 days, and I'm happy that whatever the expectations that we had from day one has come to fruition finally. So I'm very happy for the organizers and hope to be a part of this event in future as well, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tamang, and hope we'll be, if probably next year, if we can physically meet. Okay, thank you. Okay, last one, Mitika Ghosh. Yes, speak, please.
Am I audible?
You are audible. Can you introduce yourself? You are from which institute?
I'm from Calcutta University, Behala College. I'm just an UG student, final year. And I am very, very happy to see this platform organized by this ASTU. I never thought that we can have so many things working at the same time in a particular place. These 3 days, I'm sure that all of the people who are working in whichever field it is, they are being enriched by this program. Maybe all cannot be awarded, right? And at least my work and our work, which we were doing, it is so
So I'm sorry, thank you, Mitika, because there is some disruption in your connection. I think we will start our valedictory session. Over to Dr. Phukan.
Yeah, namaskar. I I welcome all the participants, Honorable Vice Chancellor and Master to this valedictory session of NCAS 2020. It's a great pleasure to have in this forum all of you today, and at the end of this NCAS 2020 third day. This conference was, in real sense, was a success. I would like to say that it's a very successful conference, and the participant, the view is also very much important. I am thankful to that 3 participants already given their views. I would like to summarize the conference like this. We had 3 plenary talks. We had a 3 plenary talk, 10 invited lectures, and 16 oral presentations, about 230 poster presentations, and over 350 participants registered for this conference. And another most important aspect of this conference is that we had a very good presentation, fact-finding, outstanding, the visionary, the research work presented by particularly Professor S.K. Tripathi, Professor J.J. Das, Professor Michael Waltz, Professor G. Antar, Professor S. Bailong, Professor Vipin Yadav, Dr. Yogi, Professor Osuk Das, Professor Dinkor M. Solanke, Professor S. Srinivasulu, Dr. Devasis Chakrabarti. I really appreciate their visionary work and the presentations to introduce our participant. Without wasting much time, I request our academic consultant, respected Professor A.K. Barua sir, to brief about the poster presentation. He was the chairman of that poster presentation. Professor Barua sir, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Honorable VC sir, Dr. Nipen Das, Registrar of ASTU, Dr. Phukan, Academic Registrar of ASTU, other dignitaries of ASTU, my dear participants online in the remote place, and those who are here. Very good afternoon to all. I was given the charge of evaluation of posters, and as the Nilanjan Buzarbura rightly said in the beginning, actually what I wanted to say he has already said, that this is one of the toughest job which I had to play. There are more than 230 posters, and this time there's a difference because I had to click on every icon of every poster, get it downloaded, go through it, and then I had to assess the posters. We have devised a system that would shortlist, because if we give 230 poster presentation, allow 230 poster presentations, even 3 to 4 minutes each would have taken a lot of time. So we have shortlisted 21 in, it was a very difficult job even to shortlist 20 or 21 from the 2 groups. We had divided it into 2 groups, one for engineering and technology, the other in science. All science streams. So it was very difficult, and ultimately we did it 21 each from each group, and allowed them to present in front of the evaluators today. And while selecting, while shortlisting this, we have given emphasis on the work, the actual research work, rather than some review work. There are some review papers in posters as well. And one paper I remember, because this name of the paper, title of the paper was review of something, but actually it was a misnomer. Review, it was really a research work. But if I wouldn't have gone through the paper, I would have rejected me. I wouldn't have shortlisted one. But when I went through it, I found that it is really a good work. So it was shortlisted, and I told them that you shouldn't have included that review word in the title. Anyway, ultimately we almost all, even those 21 there, to find out, to select the first, second, third, or whatever may be, it was again a very difficult job, but ultimately we did it by some means, and after some time, our Honorable VC sir will announce the results. So I thank all the participants, all the poster presenters for making NCRUST 2020 a great success. So thank you very much.
I think some few panelists are available. May I request the panelists, they can share their view also. Anybody from panelists? So now I request our registrar of Assam Science and Technology University, Dr. Nipen Das, for his message, please.
Respected Vice Chancellor Sir, honorable dignitaries, Professor Fukan, Professor A.K. Borua, other officers of the university. Assam Science and Technology University is organizing this NCRUST for the third time, and as the university, it was established in the year 2010 by an act of government of Assam. The Assam aim of ASTU was to bring all the existing engineering colleges and institutions of the state of Assam under a common platform to follow the same course curriculum. ASTU is not only the technical university, but it also regarded as the premier institution and a parts guider for the technical education. The university is responsible for overseeing all the undergraduate and postgraduate programs of engineering, science, management, pharmaceutical science, and pre-professional courses. ASTU also conducts in an in-house postgraduate course in energy engineering. Since its inception, ASTU has been undertaking high quality teaching and research in the frontier areas of science and technology, continuously upgrading the syllabus of the courses, creating environment for international standard of research, and thus bringing ancient wisdom of the region with modern technology. At present, the university have a total of 25 institutions throughout the state affiliated under it. 11 numbers of undergraduate engineering programs, 14 numbers of postgraduate programs, 15 numbers of other undergraduate and 16 other postgraduate programs, 1 diploma program, 1 PG diploma program, and 11 doctoral programs in the list. The university is committed to improve the quality of technical education in the region. Under TechUp 3 MHRD, ASTU has been aided to a great extent. In a bid to streamline the administration process to make it paperless, Assam Science and Technology has also been undertaking an ERP system. It is being developed under TechUp3. A central research hub under the leadership of our Honorable Vice Chancellor is also taking shape with multidisciplinary experimental testing laboratory, energy research laboratory, material science research laboratory, tribology laboratory, etc. So in this way, the university is progressing, and this type of conglomeration of researchers is always welcome. The university has planned various such type of activities, and on this occasion, I would like to offer my thanks to TechUp3 program of Ministry of MHRD, which have enriched us a lot. With these few words, I thank you all the participants and the guests and the faculties and the organizers of the core committee of the NCRUST 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Das. And now may I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dheeraj Bora sir, for his address and also declaration of result.
Okay, I want to be seen from both sides. The people who are sitting here, a few guys from ASTU, and all the members, participants of this web NCRUST 2020. We have come to an end of this I would say experimental NCRUST 2020. Due to the COVID-19, we thought we need not write it off rather than try it out in the online mode. We could not come up to the standard in the poster section. We were planning to have actually for each poster a box in which from day one, people would be able to put the questions, everybody, including the panel, and then they would, the participants would reply, and based on that, we will choose. But somehow the whole thing didn't work out because we were, although working throughout the lockdown period, we were working from home, you know, everybody at different corners. And although all said and done, Guwahati being the biggest city of this area, we are still not that fluent in the internet activities. You know, things come and go, and all of a sudden you have a breakdown, etc., etc. But with all these difficulties, I would like to thank the ASTU members and the experts from other universities nearby and institutes who helped us a lot to put this show up. And I think it was a fairly good conference. I always, in the past, I have been always looking at conferences and giving them marks from the curve which you draw on the y-axis number of participants and on the x-axis duration. As time progresses, it has to come down exponentially. And somehow in this, maybe it is online conference, this rule, this law was not followed. We still have 114 participants, plus, you know, another 20 guys here. So that makes it more than 130 people. which is, I would say, a great show. And I would like to thank all the participants from all across the globe, I would say, and from our neighboring neighbors, Bhutan especially, and the participants who are sitting here from ASTU and Guwahati University and other places nearby. Once again, I'm thanking them for making this a great success. In fact, we would not have had this central place till, one of our guests of honor who came from Royal Global University, he, in fact, when I requested him to be one of the guests of honors, he said, oh, yes, I would love to come. Anyway, you will be there in person, isn't it, some of you? So I will come and join you. And that is why we had to make this arrangement. And I think it was a great show put up by our IT team, along with some enthusiasts like some of our youngsters in the TechUp team. But especially, I would like to thank our expert who is sitting here with the mask, Bashir. He has been sitting and helping us all throughout the 3 days. And we had I would say, pretty good show with a backup power of 160 kVA generator, which we had commissioned just one day before. And so the whole thing worked out extremely well. And now we come to two things. One is the results which have been given to me. And on top of that, I decided to announce another section of, I would say, prize, which is most active participants. I sat through many of the sessions. I found that people were very, very active, but I requested our people to see how many of them logged in as, people asking questions and sensible questions and answers taken. I found two, I think both are gentlemen, Dr. Kamal Talukdar from BBEC and Dr. Nilanjan Bhujarbarua from CPP IPR Sonapur. These were our most active participants, and we shall be sending some definitely prize to them as well, along with the names which I will announce now. We had two categories. One was the technology, that is engineering, and other was the science. So in technology, second and third prize, they are shared. By the way, these engineering and science prizes, I think these are cash prizes. I don't know how much will be given, but I'm told to tell you that these are cash prizes. Third prize bagged by Nandan Acharji of Department of ECE, Barak Valley Engineering College, for speech denoising using discrete wavelet transform. And it is shared with Atik Zaman Ahmed of Department of Mechanical Engineering, JIMT Guwahati, for the paper Design and Fabrication of Smart Gate for Roadside Residents. Okay, then second prize is also shared. It is shared by Zimpi Anand, Department of Mechanical Engineering, AEC, for the contribution parametric optimization of solar drying using Gray relational analysis and response surface methodology. And it has been shared with, we just now heard his voice, Dr. Tamang Purba, Department of Sea and Surveying, Jigme Namgyal Engineering College, Royal University of Bhutan, for his paper titled Stability Analysis and Stabilization of Recurring Slope Failure Along Dewa Thang Samdrup Jongkhar Highway. And these all have been topped. On top, we have the first prize backed by, I guess it will be MS. Name says Miranda Kakoti from Department of Petroleum Technology, Dibrugarh University, for the title of the poster being Evaluation of a Natural Surfactant for the depleted Naharkotia oil field of Upper Assam, India. So these were the engineering poster prizes. I congratulate them and thank you very much for participating. You can see that it has really grown. In the first meeting, we had 150 people with some 60 posters. And second one was about 200 participants, 150 of them were attending it with about 100 posters. And this time, you know that it is more than 300 people have registered and more than almost 300 posters, which Professor Borua had to sit through and click on each one to select these prizes. Now we come to the science prizes. Here again, we have ties. The third prize is shared by Anurag Kashyap for the paper Room Temperature Ethanol Sensor based on chemically derived graphene derivatives. Is from, I guess, Guwahati University. I see the guy's name, so I know him. That is how I am saying. And this has been shared with Ashim Chandra Bhowal. And the title of the paper and the team, of course, Effect of Nanoparticles in the Structure and Electrical Behavior of PDOT Nanocomposite Thin Films. These were the third prizes. Second prize backed by Mangilal Chaudhary for the poster Rotational Properties of Annulus Dusty Plasma in a Strong Magnetic Field. This is along with Dr. Chaudhary, Roman Berger, Sandra Moritz, Slobodan Mitik, and Marcos H. Thomas. I guess this is also, I don't know from which place, it's not written here. Oh, this is from Gandhinagar, my old place, Gujarat, Institute of Petroleum Technology, that is PDPU. Then, which is shared with Ankita Deb, Achyut Kumar, and Devashish Chaudhary. And title of their paper is Hybrid Jute Carbon Dot Cotton Patch as Stimuli Responsive Drug Delivery System. So you can see that there are so many different topics which have been covered. And as you recall, our distinguished guest, DST Secretary, told that it is quite appropriate to have a conference where we overlap on each other, because interfacing is the buzzword nowadays. So now the first prize goes to Deepshikha Gogoi. Deepshikha Gogoi and A.R. Pal for realization of a pyrophototronic device with crystalline rubidium synthesized by unique one-step plasma-based method. So these are the posters which back the awards. This does not mean that the other posters were not good. I could say that they were probably of equal caliber from the simple fact that we are delayed by 1 hour. That is because we had to wait for the selection procedure to complete and select these 3 prizes, each in the 2 areas of science and technology. Now we are coming to the end of the program. In the end, I would like to request everybody to be more active in bringing in research to the required topical subjects we see, which can help the society around us. You know, everybody is doing research, very good research all over the world. But somebody doing something in even Gandhinagar may not help us so much here in Morigaon or somewhere else. So I would say that we are in this area in the Northeast. Our requirements are different. Our environment is different. Working culture is different. Therefore, I would suggest that if we, hold hands together, we can form better groups which can give, productive research output, which could be converted to innovations and utilized in the society. This is something I had told even after the first meeting. We tried to make some groups of like-minded people, and then those groups could interact. And at that time, probably we did say we did interact, but in a, our bonds were close, not strong. But now we have a central research hub here. We have some fairly interesting, sophisticated equipments which can be used by everybody. Everybody is most welcome to book some time, come and do experiments here. And we do have a booklet on this research hub, which is probably coming out in print, or it has already come out. So we will try to send it to everybody, or it is in the website also. Please look at it. And we would like to, we are always open for research collaborations. As you know, the new education policy talks of close interaction among people. You go to your neighbors, don't compete with him. You collaborate with him. See what he has, which we do not have. We try to share them and then make something which is much better than what we could have done separately. I think that should be the spirit in which we should work. Let me not take too much of time. I wish all of you a very, very productive post-COVID lockdown period for research and education as such. And please be in touch. We are always open. We would like to have our bonds stronger. Since we have a lot of students, I guess, among these participants, let me just tell, I think our academic registrar has sent a link of a Olympiad. This is last week. Actually, we have been going through very, very exciting last 10 days probably. One of the exciting activity was that we signed a MOU with an university, Rudan, in Moscow. And they have English courses on very, very interesting topics, right from space down to petroleum. And they have sent this link where you can see, now I guess there is a form which you have to fill it up. There is a Olympiad for foreign students. If you win it, you get a chance to go and participate or study there also. And I guess if it is an Olympiad, if you win, that means your probably stay and study will be taken care of by them. That I'm not very sure, but we can always try that out. So this is one thing. In fact, we are in the exciting mode still. We are coming down to the ground state, but tomorrow is Hankordev Tithi. But day after tomorrow, we are going to sign another important MOU with NIT Arunachal Pradesh. And that's a very exciting place. Therefore, we'll be doing some more very, very interesting projects in the coming days. So thank you very much. We need ideas also. So please do write to us, give us ideas, criticize us, and give us many other visionary ideas so that we could start many other things also. Time is running fast. So thank you very much, everybody. I missed on one point to tell that we heard everybody from all around the globe, so many interesting topics, right from inside the sun down to, arsenic infected rice. So, but we missed something from a very interesting, distinguished scientist. He was in Atomic Energy Commission, Professor Mazumdar from Tokyo. Actually, we had some miscalculations, so we missed the time and we couldn't participate. He could not participate with us. Otherwise, we would have been little more knowledgeable in nuclear security and safety, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I'll be sending that link for Olympiad to all the participants by today. And they can also disseminate the same thing among the students of Assam and around. Thank you so much for your kind the information and leadership. Now, since the time is running, may I request our co-convener, Dr. Bharat, to express the formal vote of thanks. Bharat.
Namaskar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dheeraj Bora, respected Registrar, Dr. Nipen Das, Professor A.K. Borua, Academic Consultant, respected delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great privilege to express formal vote of thanks on behalf of me, Assam Science and Technology University, and the organizing committee, NCRAS 2020, express our profuse thanks and gratitude to Professor Dheeraj Bora for his patronship and guidance to make the national conference a success. I would like to express thanks and gratitude to Professor Ashutosh Sharma, distinguished guest, Professor Chandrasekhar, Honorable Chancellor and Chairman, Academy of Scientific and Innovation Research, guest of honor, Professor Ranjit Talukdar, former Director IISSD, Professor Alok Kumar Borgoi, former Vice Chancellor, Dibrugarh University, for blessing inaugural function of the conference with the vision of future of India. This conference has been made extraordinary with the thought-provoking talks delivered by internationally renowned scientists and technologists, Professor S.K. Tripathi, UCLA, California, USA, Professor G. Hunter, American University of Beirut, Professor Michael Walsh, ITER Organization, France, Professor Jibanjyoti Das, Cotton University, Professor H. Bailung, IISST, Guwahati, Dr. Bipin Kumar Jadhav, Space Physics Laboratory, Bikram Sarabhai Space Center, Dr. Rutumbhara Jogi, ESSS Sweden, Mr. Anil Vardas, ITER France, Dr. Osuk Das, College of Social Science, University of Hawaii, USA, Professor Dipankar M. Salunke, International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology, New Delhi, Professor Devasis Chakraborty, CSIR, National Botanical Research Institute, Lucknow, Professor Sangha Srinivasulu, JNTU Hyderabad. Organizing committee express sincere thanks for your contribution and encouragement to young scientists and researchers. Morning shows the day. The university song composed by Mr. P.K. Chaudhary, Assistant Professor, Assam Engineering College, and his team from us to Koina, Urmi, Purnita, Sisom, Sanjeev, Maharnav, Devasis, Marmeswar, Dhiren made the inaugural session of the Ancrest most beautiful. I extend sincere thanks to all of you. Our sincere thanks to all the members of the organizing committee, especially our special thanks to Tapan Rajbangshi, Nilam, Subhas, Anuran, Hemagni, also from academic committee, Dr. Hemen, Kolita, Dr. Subir, Ghosh, and our finance and account officer, Devasdi Goswami sir, as well as our head of the energy engineering department, Dr. B.R. Fukan. Special thanks to the Finding Energy NPIU New Delhi for providing the fund to organize the third Ancrest 2020. Our sincere thanks to all the participants to make the event more successful. Thank you very much.
So thanks to all. Now we like to conclude this session. Thanks. We'll meet again in future. Thanks.